Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the SimRacing.club 24 Hours of Le Mans at the Virtual Endurance Championship. This is part 2 of the stream. Hope you've all stayed with us and hope all is fine. I'm Joshua Anderson, and alongside me is Neil Heatley, and we're going to start this broadcast part off with an interview. Yep, we have a certain Dennis with us. Hello. Oh, you there? I don't think he is, unfortunately, but we can certainly wait until he gets here for our interview with him. It is a slight shame that he's not immediately with us, but yeah, we are going to have an interview. I do believe this is Dennis, I think he's Danish. Is it
Hadlack.
Dennis Mitchell? Dennis Hadlack. Oh, there you go.
Is it? I'm not sure. It's just Dennis.
It is the Dennis in TeamSpeak, but we don't know who it is, but yes, it'll be interesting to see who that Dennis is. So, we'll see exactly who it is when he gets to us, but we're not going to start with an interview. What we are going to start with is us talking about racing, because that's what we do best.
Indeed. Racings!
So, so people who only just joined for this second part of the stream, what's been going on so far, Neil Heatley?
Well, with a very exciting beginning to the race. Let's put it that way. And it's just been a fantastic race since there. We've had battles every single minute of the way, haven't we?
Yeah, we have, and, well, I think our Dennis is available for broadcast now, and it's actually Dennis Lind.
Hey, guys.
And how could I have not realised this? It's the most famous Dennis of all, the real-life driver. Sorry, man, but how are you?
I'm pretty good. I just woke up because I'm on night duties today for the 33 car, so, yeah.
Yeah, night duties then, obviously very difficult in their own right, but the 33 car, the VLMS SimSport car, that is quite some signing they've done, VLMS SimSport and LMP2 then, have you on board?
Yeah, I've been there for a lot of years, actually. I joined Nigeria Racing back in, I don't know, season 5? I don't know. But we've sort of merged into Revolution Racing, which now is VLMS SimSport, so yeah, I'm here.
Yep, you're here, very much here, and of course, a real-life racing champion as well, I do believe, Lamborghini Trophy champion as well, so you've got quite a couple of credentials to bring into this. Yeah,
well, you know, last year was really good. I was very busy racing. This year, I thought it would have been more busy, changing into the Pan Endurance Series with the same team, but new car obviously, but really I do have a lot of spare time, so I thought why not take this Le Mans challenge up.
Yep, take up Le Mans. The challenge is, oh dear, sorry to interrupt, I've just seen Oscar Hardick, our race leader, has no front bumper. This is a problem for GNS, that bumper is taking damage. That's not good at all. Hardwick is not really got suspension damage though, so he can get it back safely, that's the important thing. But what a disaster, Neil, for our race leaders.
Indeed, it's been a bit like last man standing here today, hasn't it?
It has been. Everyone's been taking damage, and, well, I'm sure, Dennis, you wouldn't be like to be in a scenario where that happens all of a sudden, where your team gets broadcast damage.
What's that?
I was about to say, it's pretty panicky when your car gets damaged, isn't it?
Oh yeah, absolutely. Yeah, but you know, it's stuff that happens at Le Mans. You can't really go 24 hours without any problems whatsoever. If you do, you've done a lot of preparation and you have a good share of luck as well. So it's just one of those things with endurance racing. Something will come up eventually. And
Wilson spun at the Porsche curves.
Oh yes, Wilson spins too. It's all kicking off in part 2 of this race. James Wilson spun. Luckily, no damage for the number 3, but he's got to wait. But oh, your Martins have just seen as well.
It was a car.
Oh, Martins! Martins into Wilson! On the rejoin, Martins has struck Wilson! Oh, no, that's gone terribly wrong. Wilson was coming round. Wilson was turning round, and Johan Martins just appeared to career straight into him in the talking dog car. Oh, it's gone from bad to worse for Doug Henson Racing. Martins just... I don't know how... He went into Wilson and just... I don't know whether he intended... He can't have intended it, obviously, but he just must just not have seen Wilson until it was too late. But that's damage for the number 3 now, and that's put them further down the order. And this is going to help Team Virus, who are in 5th place. Well, this is the thing. We tried to interview Dennis Lint and it all goes haywire, Neil. Honestly.
It's been absolutely extraordinary. Just, you've got to remember though, there's still, what? There's still over 6 hours to go. There's still lots of action yet, but I do believe, going back to Dennis, you're the only person this season to have raced who's got their own Wikipedia page.
Really? Yeah. I actually got 2. One of them is a bit of a joke. But yeah. The English one, I guess, is pretty filled with sort of facts, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, it's so great that we have a real racing driver in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It's not the first time it's happened. We've had Robin Friends in before in Season 8, driving for Sim Racing for Holland at Sebring. That was interesting to have Friends about. But, of course, to have you in this race, Dennis, again, another real racing driver, it kind of just shows that the lines these days are being blurred between simulators and real-life racing. In fact, Max Verstappen, who drives for Red Bull Racing Formula 1, obviously a very high-profile sim racer. So it goes to show there is multiple ways into motorsport now.
Absolutely, and it's a good preparation for us because obviously you get some, I wouldn't say fake track time, but you get some track time which is free, obviously, and it helps immensely with the concentration. It's a very good way to practice your focus and also your just racing. Like most of the situation you get in the simulator is also a part you will get in real life. So. It's a good way to practice your skills.
Very good way to keep your practice up, indeed. And I'm sure a lot of drivers, from this sim world, we've seen, big events. We've seen drivers compete like in the likes of the Formula Vegas E race or Formula Vegas E race and the likes of that. We've seen how sim racers can get into real life drives. So things like this could be the future.
Absolutely.
Any questions for you? I know you've asked a couple already, but Neil, any questions to Dennis from you?
How did you, obviously, real life racing driver, how did you initially get into racing?
Well, before I could say no myself, or even walk, I think I barely could ride a bicycle. I was put in a very, very, very small go-kart intended for Kevin Magnussen, actually. So it was a very, very short wheelbase and a 35 cubic centimeter engine. I think it was actually for a leaf blower engine, which had some chain attached to it, and we geared it up and sort of put it in a small frame and a seat, and that was where it all began. And I can't say I was hooked there, but I just from all the time I can remember, I've always been driving. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it helps really, doesn't it, having so much experience of driving, from a young age. I wish I could have had such experience. I didn't actually get to drive a go-kart, I believe, until I was about 13 or 14, and it wasn't a great experience, but I think I must have started too late at that, and I'm not fit enough. But yeah, having so much experience, having grown up with a go-kart and all that, and then racing as well, how is it for you? How is it like just to be able to get into a simulator and drive in a virtual 24-hour race?
Actually, it's been helping me a lot. I started out driving in Live for Speed back in 2000 and very, very beginning of 2003.
That is a throwback.
Yeah, and I think I've done, I stand corrected, but I think it would be around 8 or 9 24-hour races. And I think on that simulator I've done around 350,000 odd kilometers of driving. So I've been doing a lot of simulators, I must say.
Yeah, a bit of a 24-hour endurance race veteran now in Dennis. And what do you think the future holds for you then in terms of sim racing? Obviously, here in the Virtual Endurance Championship, you're taking part in the 24 hours that I'm on. Dare I say you might consider a full-time drive in Season 10, or is that maybe with your schedule in real life asking a bit much?
That, it could be a possibility. I do have something planned. I do intend to drive some more in the simulator because pretty much last year I didn't really do anything competitively. I just did a few random races here and there. But I have missed this very sort of preparation going into races, sort of things, building setups and all that. So I have done quite a lot of work this time, even though I started a bit late with the practice. But I'm pretty sure that for season 10 I will have some surprises.
Yeah, I'm sure that it's going to be very interesting to see if you are in season 10 indeed. Thank you very, very much for joining us, Dennis Lint. Again, apologies if you didn't know exactly who you were straight away, but we got you in the end. And best of luck for you, not just in this race, but in your real life racing career too.
And guys, thanks a lot for doing this. It means a lot for the whole racing community, and it's nice to have people staying up this. So thanks a lot to you guys.
Very welcome. Well, in the meantime of that, my R-Factor 2 has actually crashed, so you'll have to keep an eye on the on-track action while I reload in. But yeah, some interesting racing still going on here in the 24 Hours of Le Mans. But yes, it is so nice to have, as we say, real life drivers in the Virtual Endurance Championship. It kind of shows that, the lines, as we say, being blurred between simulation and reality.
It was also helpful having my mic unmuted again.
Yes,
but,
that helps.
That was also help. But indeed, it seems to be going. James Wilson and that. In fact, the entire DHR team was just not had the luck so far this race.
Yeah, not really much luck for DHR in this race at all, and the whole James Wilson thing, he's not going to be very happy about that. I don't think the Talking Doll team are very happy about it. Nobody's won out of that incident, really, but yeah, again, what's done is done. They just have to move on from it, really, even though it's hurt them, they just have to move on. And, speaking of moving on, we have a certain Magenta Warriors double trouble combination of people here. We have Nico Hellebrand back in a very German capacity, but he's brought a Spaniard with him in Alejandro Fernandez.
Hi.
Hello.
It's great to have you both with us. Nico again. Ali, for the first time, we'll start with you, Ali, because we haven't interviewed you yet today. Obviously, another Magenta Warriors driver in the Prototype 2, which is currently being driven by Demai and Trevor. So yeah, how has the race been for you so far, Ali?
It started off nice and quiet, and then got a bit ups and downs. Traffic's a thing. But yeah, I thought it was quite a positive stint. I was quite happy. I thought pace was good, and just overall it was a good few hours.
Good few hours for you, yeah. Demai and Trevor in the car now. So I think now might be a good time, actually, while we've got a chance and we're talking to you, to get to know Demai a little bit better. So how is he as a driver from your experience? I know he's quite quick, obviously, but
I think I'll hand this to you, Nico.
He's rather hot-headed, so he's a very quick driver, but also likes to go, for kind of risky moves sometimes. But overall, he's a very good guy. He's even though he's very fast and sometimes very aggressive driving, he keeps a cool head. And always tries to keep things level and stuff. Even if stuff goes wrong, he tries to just make the best out of it. And he obviously is driving with his head, as we could see just now with Indianapolis here going past that Corvette. So, yeah.
Yeah, very sensible stuff from Trap. A bit like a Juan Pablo Montoya, then you get a bit fiery at times.
Oh yeah,
good way of
definitely,
describing it.
I guess that's everyone in our team, especially Stefan and I.
So you got 4-1 Pablo Montoya's, lovely, very Colombian stuff there. But yeah, Trapper just trying to get past Hadlack here. But yeah, Ali, from your perspective then, how's this season in Hull been? Because you've won a race this season, you won in Lagos, Magenta Warriors and LMP2. So, how's the season gone for you?
I think it's been up and down. I mean, I've only been really in since Sebring, so it's unfair to me to criticize. But ever since I've been part of the team, I think it's been pretty good. I think we've all developed very well. Sebring was a good learning curve for me, especially. And then into Lagos, I was definitely in the chat doing a lot of the background stuff, I guess, calculating and stuff, and that was nice to be part of. But it'd be nice if we can do it, if I could do it in the car. I think Nico's probably best to answer this question because he's been here whole season. So yeah, up to you, really, Nico.
Well, we had kind of a little bit of bingo, to be honest. So
Bingo.
yeah, all the way around the season. I mean, Indianapolis went a little bit well, backwards with the setup. Couldn't pass anyone in the straight because he had a miscalculation with setups and everything. Had good cornering speed, but that's not really worth anything when you're slower than GTs on the straight. Then Silverstone, obviously, that was my fault. In Maggots and Beckett's, crash at 250 kilometers an hour. That was over after 3 hours, so that was a bit depressing. And after that, I believe, was Istanbul. And yeah, that race I didn't actually drive myself, but yeah, Domian and Stefan did a quite good job of that. Drove, I think Domian was in the lead, and then sadly his game crashed. And threw us off a little bit, and yeah, we just tried to make the best of it, and I think we got in 4th or 5th or something. Or 5th or 6th, I don't remember quite. Suzuka, I drove so well that I wasn't allowed to show up the next round, so yeah. And the rain was a little bit, surprising and stuff, and rain with multi-class with that speed difference, like in VEC, obviously. And everything wasn't... Well, it wasn't really the best combination, in my opinion. But, oh well, I mean... Sometimes the Japanese weather, And, well, Sepang, Domian and Stefan did a great job, got 4th there. Then Sebring started off very strong, obviously, like our introductory round for Scott and Ale, who did both very well in that race, and up until like the midway point when we had a bit of bad luck, it went quite well as well. But yeah, can't just, race isn't always going perfect, and especially in these races, you never know what happens to you. If it's maybe a GT popping up inside your car and throws you into oblivion, or if a car appears in front of you when you're approaching at 300 kilometers an hour, as it happened with GNS in Interlagos. It's always different stuff that could happen, which keeps this thing interesting, to be honest. So yeah. And then Interlagos, we obviously won, and today, hopefully, we can get another win in. So yeah.
Well, it's not beyond the realms of possibility at all, really. It's you're doing quite well at the moment, and with Domain in the car, it's not entirely, plausible to come in. You're 4th in class. That's a position where it could be a winning position at the... Has any questions for the Magenta lads?
So, of course, you're currently, what, 4th in class?
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, 4th in class. You haven't got that much up the road to McDonald. I see you've got about 30, 35, 40 seconds to McDonald in the 33 VLS car. Do you think there's a good chance of catching him?
Yeah, I think there is a very good chance. Yeah, Domian's a fast driver, so I think it's totally in the realms. And like Nico says, with these races, you never know. 1 minute you're fine, next minute, hi, there's a GT, or hi, there's a P1. It's a bit different in P2 because obviously you got both, can affect you really harshly. So I guess it's the same with all classes, but you have to lap and be lapped, which is natural.
How do you find that experience of trying to lap and be lapped? Have you ever been part of sort of like having to go 3 wide with a GT in a P1?
Yeah, I did it today. Actually, I got a similar question in Sebring. Yeah, no, I think it's, the 3 wide stuff is definitely very scary, but it has to be done. I had to experience that earlier today. Luckily, it was on a straight. But what's scary is you're approaching Porsche curves and you've got a P1 behind you, and you've got to worry about the GT in front of you, and a lot goes through your head. Because you've obviously, you want to make it as easy as possible for the P1 not to interrupt you, and then you have to also not interrupt the GT, but you have to get past the GT, and it's like everything is, I think it's a more complex class, if that makes sense, in terms of lapping, but yeah, that's how I see it.
You find it slightly easier to race as well, since P2 is sort of like a spec class. They're all Oracle 5 Nissans. Do you sort of like see that setup has a bit of a greater effect than say P1, where you've got three cars and 3 cars and they've all got different strengths?
Almost certainly. Like I think having the spec, there's not much in terms of pit strategy either. You've got at max, unless you get offset, you've got at max like 1 or 2 lap buffer with everyone in the class. So there's small margin for error, although I say this, you get gaps like 30 seconds and whatnot, but there is a small margin of error, and as well strategy. I don't think it's as important, but can be played slightly depending on how you approach it. Sebring, for instance, which was the last race I was part of, the undercut worked in my favour when I did it, so that worked. And some other cases, you want to stay out because you got the clean air and you want track position, and then you did pit, and maybe the guy that went earlier gets the gets the traffic, and then it becomes a bit difficult. So, but in terms of the racing, yeah, it's good. A lot often than not, you're all in the same machinery, so the skill kind of bleeds out more. It's required, and the craft as well is required in this class a little bit more. And yeah.
Yeah, it's just, in P2s it can be a difficult life sometimes, can't it? Because you've got to deal with traffic that's faster and slower than you, so a bit taxing, but still. Very interesting class to watch indeed. Thanks for joining us, Alejandro and Nico. Great to have you with us. Alejandro for the first time, Nico for the second. Maybe we'll see you both again later.
Hopefully so.
Just in the middle of all this, I'm off watching James Wilson to see how much he can come back from the incident he had before, but there is a battle brewing for the lead of the GT class. And that is Heiko Kaltenbach versus Gergely Barros. They're within 1.7 seconds of each other.
Indeed, Barros can see Colvin back right ahead of him. That should give him a little bit more of an extra incentive to try and get him.
Yeah, an incentive will exist for Barros to catch Colvin back here as he comes round into Indianapolis. The banked left-hander, of course. The sun really starting to set now, isn't it, Neil?
Indeed it is. This is sort of like a little bit of the twilight zone. You just get to see it gets ever harder. It's really difficult to see the track because of the headlights, because at this point in time the headlights don't really do anything, but you need them on. Very difficult to explain, but yeah, it will be a good hour or so before we really start to get into darkness.
Yeah, about an hour or so, really wanting to darken up in an hour's time, but going to be interesting to see when the headlights will be made mandatory, because in night races that usually gets done. Won't be yet because there's still enough light on the track, but I imagine it is darkening quite quickly. It will be soon. Barros in this fight though with Kaltenbach. I think we're on board with Barros, so all the better. We can see Gergely's view of the duel that will be proceeding to develop for the lead of the race, and Vanna Simsport's other car, to the one that is in championship contention, will be chasing the 3-wide car that are champions elect in GT. So an interesting battle.
Barros is closing down at Kaltenbach at a great rate of knots. That was 2.25 seconds that last lap.
Quicker than Kaltenbach, yeah, so maybe tyre wear coming in for the 3-wide car, and Barros able to make use of either fresher rubber or just going to get more pace out of that Corvette. Really starting to harry Kaltenbach here. Gergely, those being shown blue flags. That's because there's a certain Luca Radielli going through on him, and I'm sure Radielli will go on through on Kaltenbach soon as well. But that'll be an overtake, though. Radielli's just going to swing to the inside of Tetra Rouge and go through there.
Oh. Just swing a little bit too much and kiss the grass to the right-hand side of Radielli, but it's fine, no harm, no foul.
Now, how long do you think it's going to take Barros to set this up, Neil? Because he's way behind at the start of the Mulsanne straight. But the question is, when's he going to get close enough? Will he get it under braking?
For the first chicane, I don't think so. He's not close enough. Perhaps we might actually need to wait for the next lap to see a pass, because I don't think Barros has quite got the speed to catch him and overtake him this lap. I think next lap we may see a pass.
Perhaps so, it'll be the next lap, but if he can make use of a mistake from Kaltenbach, if Kaltenbach makes such a mistake, because Heiko Kaltenbach might not make such a mistake, then Barros can start to close the time in. That's all he's got to do though, he's got to set it up. Sometimes it's about setting it up in racing. It's not all about going for overtakes, it's about knowing when you can go for an overtake and working towards that.
If there's a
like
GNS car coming up behind them.
There is, that will be Oscar Hardwick going through there, but for Kaltenbach now, this actually might prove slightly detrimental, but it's not. Barros is catching up, actually, so maybe it did. But the thing is, as we say, sometimes in sim racing you've got to build towards something, like you build towards a team build towards a team project goal. Like, you can't get there straight away. You've got to build up towards it. And Barros, like a builder, is going to be building up the scaffolding and the structures for this overtake, but he can't actually go for it yet because it's too early. Until it's fully built, he can't go for it. Otherwise, he's just going to end disaster, like a game of Jenga when drunk. Back though. Oh, look at the speed of Barros!
I must say, I'll never get tired of your analogies, Josh. As Barros has a wonderful run coming off of Mulsanne corner, but they've got the P2 behind him with Sov at the wheel, trying to pass them both at the same time. That's really bulked Barros, because he really did have the overspeed there.
Yeah, Federico's just waiting. He wants Colvin-Mack and Barros to go over this before any overtake happens. Try to go for it, but it didn't work. Colvin-Mack now under threat from Barros into Indianapolis, but it's not going to work. Heiko is just going to hold the lead from Gergely, but he's closing up seriously into the braking of Indianapolis, and Suave's going to wait.
That VLMS car seems wonderful under the brakes, doesn't it?
This is not an overtaking zone for Federico Suave at all. He's got to wait, and JT Tommy as well wants in on this from behind Barros. But the JT Tommy actually going for track position here, so he'd be even better served waiting. Colvin-Mack, Suave, Barros, this whole train now coming up to the Portuguese. Barros is trying to look around the outside, but Colvin-Mack is there. Gergely Barros still going nicely here through the Portuguese. Federico Suave is going to be losing loads of time behind these cars.
He did a lot of time behind these cars he is losing. That's the 50 car right behind him now, isn't it? Coming up to lap him again.
I do believe Suave is actually lap traffic to Tommy.
Yes, yeah, because it's Suave is the last of the P2s down in 30th place.
Yep, Tommy is where is Federico Suave now? I think he must have gotten through, but or something. I'll come into the pits. So Suave is behind Colvin-Mack.
Barros has just come into the pits, and the same is for Tommy.
Yeah, these are actually battling for on-track position. Realistically, Barros doesn't have to let Tommy through, but he just go through anyway because of the speed differential. But Colvin-Mack, yeah, is going to hold the position now and hold the lead.
Very, very close though. We just got to see what happens. Oh, as I was just having a look, Chuck Mackley, a massive, massive slide coming off of the final corner.
Yeah, Suave is hounding Colvin-Mack now. He wants through, but the position, it's not working for him. He can't get through. That's the thing. Even though he's the faster car here and he needs to allow himself, Colvin-Mack is just not finding the room. But now he goes through on the exit of Tetra Rouge, or entrance rather. Suave moves through.
I'm just wondering if there's something terribly wrong with that 40 car, because that was far too hard for it to pass the GT.
Maybe just being patient, but there may be something going wrong with it. Maybe tyre wear, I don't know. But either way, that's not going to help anything for Suave and Co. Yep, April Dillon in, and I got a Reith in as well. Gergely Barros, as we know, is in. Tony Ukic in as well. So several cars making their stops now as night begins to fall.
Suave's down terribly on top end speed, I think. I'll just have a ride with him coming down towards the second chicane. I'll have a look again.
Driver change in the 89. Jonas Raviel's back in the car. Bram Balin has gone through and will take the lead of the, not the lead, but the lead of the immediate battle with SRVN. Colvin-Mack leads from Jack Markley, from Balin, from Raviel in your top 4 in GT. And we know how quick Jonas was before, so this could be a problem for the cars ahead.
I think Silva appears to be fine on top end speed. There definitely seems to be something wrong with that car though. Although now that that battle is over, do you want to do the next hourly update, Josh?
Oh yeah, it's time for that by 2 minutes, yes. This update is 2 minutes late, but it's coming at you anyway from the circuit of the South in Le Mans, France. And it's telling you that Dawe Tapa is on lap 100 and leading this race. He is in the 14 Vodball car, leading the race. Probably odds-on favourite to become champions if Team Velis don't. But if Team Velis do, in their second place, 21st car in second place with Alexi Kivela in it is a good placing. Oscar Hardwick, though, third at the moment in the 22 GNS car. Then it is Nicky Jankovic in the number 14 Virus car. They've come up so well from the problems they had before and still in championship contention. A Rockfist rounds out your top 5 in the number 19 SimHQ Audi R18. Moving down to P2 then, it is firstly and foremostly April Dillon in the 32 Atlanta car, having a stranglehold on the P2 championship at the moment in P1. Then it's the number 31 car, Mark Fuller in the Flatline Racing car. Doing a great job at the moment, he's second. Sam McDonald third in the Vela Simsport 33. So lots of threes going on here in P3. Tobias Trapper though, fourth place in the 48 Magenta Warriors LMP2. And rounding out top 5 is the 46 car of Frederick Schroeder for Seawolf NetRace Motorsport. Moving down to GTs and the champions elect in GT, the 77.3 wide team in P1 with Heiko Colvinbach. Then it's Melly Jack Mackley in the 175 Caspian Motorsport car, call up from VLMS. Then it's a 66 SRVN car with Bram Balin in third place and Jonas Raivio fourth in the 89 Vela Simsport Corvette. And rounding out top 5 is the 84 Dark Racing car with Pedro Amado and Cito Vaja sixth in GT in the 54, then the 53 of Thomas Jacobs 7th Flatline Racing. 169 and 75 are both battling it out like maniacs at the moment. Daniel Tully and Dennis Hadlack 7th and 8th, Richwood and POR Logitech. Eric Schmeider 9th in the Satellite Racing car, running out top 10 is Kalikuri in the Velas 94 car.
Something has happened to McDonald.
Oh no, Sam McDonald had an accident, EIEIO, and on that accident is a Velas car, and problems have occurred. Code 80 being called by Jimmy Allison.
But hang on.
Oh yeah, this is a problem. No engine power for McDonald's. Code 80 enforced, says Allison. And McDonald grinds to a halt. What happened? You know, Neil? McDonald's just stopped and disconnected.
It hasn't. The engine is still going. I'm wondering if he's run out of fuel.
Perhaps so. Perhaps so. And it was a quick one, apparently going back to Green Flag Racing.
Yeah, he's trying to put the clutch in. I think McDonald in 33 Velas has run out of fuel.
Well, he's disconnected to maybe try and get back in and we go Green Flag Racing once again. And it's gonna be interesting to see what goes on. Well, it's a possibility that there was either an engine blow or something going on in the Velas car. I don't know, but we'll have to find out what's going on. But at the moment, Velas still have a P1 car in P2 in the form of Alexi Gavella. Reinhard Berger has left the race also. Problems perhaps for the 95 car now.
Right, while you are doing that...
Oh, Reinhard Berger pulled over as well. The engine was still running. And he just disconnected.
Very interesting. While you're doing that, I will do some championship calculations if the race finished at 6 hours.
Okie dokie. That's cool by me. That's awesome. That's great. That's brilliant. In fact, it's all of those things times 10. And do you know what else is all of those things times 10? The battle between Thomas Jacobs and Cito Vaja. He's just gone through his Jacobs on Vaja into Arnage there. But Vaja now is on the rebound. He's going to chase Jacobs, he's going to chase Vindis, he's going to chase everybody that gets in his way, Cito Vaja. But Thomas Jacobs now in that flatline car himself is being chased by Vindis, but Vindis needs to get out of the way of Vaja when it comes about. Cito Vaja being demoted then to 7th in class, Jacobs up 6th, and Thomas Jacobs a very Stephen Bealey-like driver in his consistency and ability. Been part of that flatline squad for a while now, so really, I think enjoying his time there and proving his worth as well at the same time. Thomas Jacobs, as Vaja's got a pit ready on his car there. That suggests to me that he's going to come in, as Martin Vindis does as well. Thomas Jacobs stays out. So Vaja and Vindis in, I believe, for driver changes. Maybe, we'll have to see. But we're not sure. Dawei Tapper, though, still very much the race leader in the LMP1 class. And Rod Ball on the way to victory in this 24 hours of Le Mans. Yep, so there you go. Neil Heatley still doing his maths, of course. Not the fastest mathematician in the world, but I'd be slower, so you got to credit him for that.
Oi!
I said I'd be slower! I'm not good at maths. I give you credit, man. Learn to accept it. Honestly, people these days. I mean, he doesn't have to do the maths for us, so thank you very much for doing the maths, Neil, but... Yeah.
I have a feeling I'm missing a car.
I feel like we're missing a car.
Otherwise, I can't count.
Are we missing a car?
Oh, I'm missing... Oh no, I've got that one. 52. Where are they? 32nd. There we go.
Well, you've managed to get them in there. You have managed to complete the calculations, in that sense, get the car involved. But night really starting to fall at the moment now. Look how dark it is. Reinhard Berger joins though.
Right, okay. If it finished approximately 10 minutes ago.
If it finished 10 minutes ago, what would we have had?
If it finished 10 minutes ago, Virus would win the P1 by 4 points. Virus would win the P1 championship by 4 points. Atlantic are leading the championship and they're winning, so they'd win.
Lots of wins going on there.
Lots of wins. And in GT, the 84 would take the championship.
Would they now?
The Dark Racing would be on 136 points. The
Wow.
94 Velis would be on 134. And the 3 wide would be on 132.
Well then, out of nowhere, Dark Racing have thrown themselves back in contention. There you
Out
go.
of nowhere indeed, just like an RKO.
Get out. Seriously, get out. We don't... I could kick you if I wanted, but I'm not gonna. Anyway, I need a co-commentator. You alright? So, yes. Eric Schmeiner's looking to get pretty close to Daniele Tully. He's catching up a little bit, actually, in the satellite, number 64.
Yeah, you're catching up just a little bit, yeah.
Schmeiner, of course, has been in that car for a while now, hasn't he? In that satellite number 64 Ferrari. Been in there for a while now.
Yeah, the 64 car has done quite well. They haven't really done, pardon me, they haven't done well that season. They've only got 21 points so far this season. Has the satellite car, and this would give them the 7th place finish, which would give them 20 points. So almost doubling their entire season tally here.
Oh, I think this is it actually for the 33 Velis LMP2. I think they're out of it. Enzo Farsi saying a double downshift occurred, and you can't recover from that even if you do disconnect. So that's them done.
Oh, that's terrible. An engine blew up. We saw that in VLMS through the fire and the flames. We saw Campbell Wallace blow up his engine in the 199 Realist Racing GT Ferrari F458. And we've seen another one again, a double downshift for the 33 car with Sam McDonald at the wheel.
And of course that means that Dennis Lynn won't get the race. I mean, they've interviewed him before. Which is such a shame, but...
Quickly, get him in another car. Go.
I don't think it's allowed this late, unfortunately, but... Yeah, if it was, I'm sure that's what they'd be doing. Yeah, that's what they'd be doing. I got Reith in the pits for Monaco ECR in all this, in the number 7. Reith pitting in what has not been a good race for Monaco, unfortunately. Nico Barclay, I imagine, will be getting in that car now. Barclay, of course, the Peruvian, has been in that car before. He'll get in again.
It didn't help that that the Wanaka car was absolutely destroyed on the start line, was it?
Yeah, it didn't help that they were involved in the incident at the start, but what's done is done again. They're just trying to make the most of the that they got. Barclay does indeed get in that car, as I suspected. But yeah, comes out right behind Reno de Millimista there in the Rare Endurance Team car, and Reno gets out of the way for Nico nicely.
The Meister, I do believe, might have the longest surname in the club, but indeed, 76 in car number 76, which is the Rare Endurance car. Really haven't seen anything about them this race, have we?
No, we haven't talked about them, to be honest. Obviously, not had the best of Interlagoses, but De Millimista and Co. in the Rare Endurance Team Ferrari have had a decent race here. They are down in 12th, but are plugging along either way. They're going to keep on going, and that's what's important. The Belgian and Dutch entry, as you'll see by the flags on the car.
The Benelux entry, indeed, from the Rare Endurance car. But yeah, they've had a fairly quiet race so far, haven't they? And in another one of the orange cars, another Ferrari F458. but a slightly different livery as opposed to SRVN car, isn't it? This one's got flashes of black in it.
Interesting things occurring here. This is John Davies has just been given a warning from the server for chopping. And I wonder what chopping is. Oh, he just chopped off Schmeider there on the rejoin. Got a warning for that. You can't do that, of course. You've got to be given plenty of room on your rejoins and taking of lines. So Davies will be given a nice little warning there, and hopefully he won't do it again.
Hopefully he won't do it again. I think hopefully is right, but really shouldn't really be doing it in the first place.
Yeah, it's a bit of a naughty tactic, but still, you know, not something really, you know, maybe it's so easy to misjudge space sometimes. You know, it's easily done, especially when it gets as dark as this. Light really starting to fail the Le Mans circuit now.
It is. We're about to reach dust time, and you know this is when the party atmosphere really starts at Le Mans.
Oh yeah, this is when you really start taking it into your own partying hands, and I get even crazier than I have been at the start of this race. Not because of alcohol or anything, but just because I can do. I bet Neil Heatley's not ready for that. Then again, you have drinks of your own.
I do have a full drinks cabinet on my left-hand side, about 3 feet away.
Oh, dearie me, I think I've just lost connection. I think my net's just failed us. Oh dear.
Oh dear. Yes, I've got a drinks cabinet on my left-hand side. I've got a whole lot of homemade mead in my cupboard in the lobby. You know, I've got quite a bit here. I could take quite a lot to Le Mans, but just having a look, as that is Joshua. Just leaving us for a second. Oscar Hardwick is in the pits, I presume, for a regular pit stop, a time pit stop, and that is indeed him just coming out of the pits in 3rd place. But I must say, it's been a fantastic recovery drive for the Team Virus car. Number 4, with Nicky Jakovic at the wheel at the moment, is in 4th place. We know how hard a driver Nicky can be, and he's showing that again, you know, just hard charging, keeping his head down. The same with Adam Taylor as well. The two of them have done a nice job so far today to bring that Virus Porsche 919 back up into 4th place. Something that might be quite nice to see is the battle between Daniele Tulli in the 169 Witchwood car. Daniele Tulli and Schmeider and the 64 Satellite Racing car, they've started to get a bit closer together on track as they just come up towards the Dunlop chicane. As I do believe Mr. Anderson has rejoined us.
A tragedy has befallen me. I had an internet blip.
Oh, don't do that.
Yeah, I've tried not doing that, but
Stop.
it just doesn't make the stream as interesting. Oh, Adam Taylor and Joshua Anderson, get on the booze! What if a medication allowed us? But it doesn't, so I can't. I can have as much alcohol-free stuff as I like, though.
That's fine. Everything on the illegal medication is just a suggestion.
I'm fine with that.
Is that not how it works?
I can't have it because side effects, but what you do?
Another very interesting battle is going to be for 3rd place in class between Bram Bielen yet again and Eunice Radio yet again. These two cars have been absolutely inseparable for the entire race, it seems.
They just don't. They've got to give us something to talk about, haven't they?
It seems that almost the entire race they've never been more than 15 seconds apart from each other, which I think is just a massive showing to the BOP, because they are two different cars. It's a Corvette C7R and it's a Ferrari F458, and just the class of the drivers that are in both cars.
Yeah, it really is a good showing here. Rivio and Balin here for 3rd in class. SRVN versus Velas then. Round number however many it is. And, well, this is going to be very, very good to see what happens here for sure between the two.
Round number yes.
Round number yes, says Neil Heatley. That covers all bases. That does actually cover all bases.
Can confirm covers all bases.
Bases covered, and I'm sure Bram Bale will want to cover his tracks and stop Rivio getting through because he doesn't want to lose his podium spot.
But Rivio has got a massive amount of speed. Did you see how much he caught up just coming up into the Dunlop chicane?
Yeah, so much speed from Rivio. I imagine this will be done into the first chicane on the back straight. You think it's going to be done there? I think it is.
You just never know in endurance racing when a pass is going to be made.
It can come out of nowhere, or it can be built up over loads of time, and in this case it seems to be a sudden occurrence. Rivio though, so close now. Going for it. And I think he's through, isn't he?
Not quite, there's still a slight overlap. No, Rivio has managed to get past ahead. Lovely past the VLMS car, back up onto the podium.
Yeah, but here's the question. Here comes the slipstream battle because Brown Balin's going to have the speed now. He'll have to go into the second chicane. And that could be crucial for Balin if he just gets back through again. Because they're both being blue flagged and he's cutting the gap down. Bit by bit. Behind them as well, Suave and Hadlack are battling each other as well.
Suave and Hadlack are battling each other. Of course, P2 versus GT. That's not a necessarily conventional battle. It's, oh, Balin just has a slight look to the inside of Rivio, just to show he's there, but sides against it. Rivio stays ahead, coming down towards Mulsanne corner.
Now, is there going to be an SRVN down the inside of Mulsanne like the last time we saw them? That's the question, but will it be? It would be a great move if they can pull it off, because down the inside of Mulsanne, always the best sort of move you can make. Big run down to Mulsanne as well, isn't it?
It is a massive run down to Mulsanne, but no room there. Balin just not close enough. Perhaps he feels it's better to pass towards Indianapolis.
Maybe he does. Maybe he's lining this one up because we've seen moves done there as well. Maybe going down to it.
As Hardwick blows by like a rocket ship.
Yep, that is the power of the Prototype 1 compared to these GT cars. And of course, viewable in lovely DirectX 11 this whole broadcast. Anakin Davis in the chat saying this game's really pretty. And well, it is a lovely looking simulator in DirectX 11, isn't it? R-Factor 2. And well, yeah, really looking lovely.
It is starting to get darker, certainly. The headlights are starting to come on onto some of these cars, and it's starting to get very difficult to see sometimes.
Heck, it's getting very, very dark. You'd imagine sooner or later headlights are going to be mandatory, so, you know, they'll have to use them, and, well, I think it's time we brought a bit of Finnish into the cultured conversations that we have in the broadcast booth. So, let's welcome along Tommy Oyala.
Thank you.
So, Tommy, great to have you with us, of course, part of the Magenta Warriors outfit, and race is going well for you.
Yeah, well, the starting crash and the recharge computer froze on his first stint, so without those, yeah, it has been fun driving.
Yeah, it's a very interesting experience, the 24 hours of Le Mans, but, you know, obviously you, Magenta Warriors, you've got a P1 and a P2. Richard's in the P1 and at the moment, and Demian Chopper in the P2. P2's race is going slightly better.
Yeah, they have less issues at the moment. We are so far behind leaders at the moment in P1, so it's hard to get back from the cars are so even at the moment that even if you can like get a lap back, it's hard to keep it, because if they get close you have to give them room because of the blue flags.
Yeah, I gotta give a lot of room. I've actually just noticed we've had an overall lead change. For the lead of this race, Cavella ahead in the Vela Sim Sport car now. I don't know whether Darwin Tapper pitted or he's just gone for a genuine over. It looks like a genuine overtake because he's not that far behind his Tapper. So lead change in LP1 now. Cavella through. But yes, Tommy, obviously interesting race from the P1's perspective and the P2's perspective. But how's the season been for you?
Well, my season personally has been quite... I've only driven like Silverstone and Suzuka because the team picked a car that I hate. I just couldn't like get into grips with how it drives and the front wheel drive system and everything on it. I've never been good on front wheel driven cars, but for the Le Mans I did like something like 6,000 kilometers of testing, and I'm pretty confident in the car now. But I'm glad to see the car gone after the season from our team.
You didn't like the news there, but I'm sure the spectators have definitely. Any questions for our resident Finn here, Neil Heatley?
So how have you found racing? You know, with the Audi and the Porsche. How have you found it trying to pass them? Because obviously all of them have different strengths.
Oh, here we go. Headlights required. So mandatory headlights from Jimmy Allison. You gotta turn them on.
Well, at least for Le Mans, the cars are so close to each other that even on the straight line, which was in like season, the most biggest advantage of the Nissan was the acceleration after the corners. Now we don't have that anymore. The Audi and Porsche can actually overtake us if they get into the draft, so it's really difficult to keep positions here, and there's no room for mistakes.
Yeah, so little room for error now, especially in the night hours. And well, have you done any night practice, Tommy?
Well, my night practice was the second qualifying session.
Well, how are you thinking going into the later hours of this race then? How's it going to be racing in the dark?
It's gonna be interesting. With I'm running the DX11 with on my own computer at the moment, and it looks pretty gorgeous, I would say, with all the lighting effects. So it's gonna be interesting to see how it works out. But I don't think it will be that much different for me, at least. I mean, in the qualifying it was pretty dark already, and I was doing alright.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this race goes for you. And well, I'm going to test my Finnish skills here while you're here. On the app to you, Tommy Oyala, and the rest of your team.
Thank you.
Well, he didn't pick us up on me language, so I must have got it right. I said thank you and good luck. I must be getting better at this. I think I'm just going to become Finnish.
Yeah, definitely. When you're gonna apply for citizenship?
I'll do it after this race.
Okay.
There you go. You got a new Finn, and it's me.
Yay! But yeah, I'm gonna head back to my own team, and I wish you two in here and Jimmy, of course, too, will have a nice race.
Oh, we're having a lovely race, and I'm sure it's gonna be even better when you get in the car again, Tommy. Thanks for joining us.
Yep, thank you.
Whew, well, speaking of, there you go. That was an interesting interview. I've become Finnish in the middle of it.
You've become Finnish. There we go. You're officially Finnish now.
Anything can happen in endurance racing, I said, didn't I? Well, headlights are now required in the 24 hours of Le Mans, and drivers are all using them, I'm sure. I can see on all of the cars that drivers have their headlights on, and the beams are pointing towards them and ahead of them, and all sorts of things going on. As Darry Tapper's retaking the lead of the race, Alexi Cavella pits for Vela Sim Sport.
This is what we're tending to see now. I think Tapper, they're on a slightly split strategy now. I think, I'm not actually sure which one's had more pit stops so far, but I think they're about 3 laps offset, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, obviously, that might be the case, but at the moment, Tapper in the lead from Cavell. Obviously, he was just pitted. Hardwick catching up at a rate of knots, but Bella Simsport having a good race at the moment.
I mean, very nice race at the moment indeed.
Yeah, and yeah, Alexei, obviously, I think, isn't this Cavell not a SRCA graduate? I have a feeling Alexei Cavella is an SRCA graduate.
He may well be.
I just have a funny feeling he is. So again, doing wonders for SRCA. If he is, of course, because my facts aren't necessarily correct, but I have a funny feeling he is.
Isn't necessarily correct. Indeed, but he may well be. But indeed, David Zapper is back in the lead. Cavella, as you said, in second. Doing very well, holding us on at the moment. Dowie Tapper is just coming down towards the second chicane. Cavella's just entered, just exited Tetrarouge, I should say, and Harwick's about to cross the start-finish line, so about the same distance between the three of them at the moment.
Yep, 51 from Cavella to Tapper, 48 from Hardwick to Cavella, and I'm sure the Finn in the Velas car is going to be getting his foot down now to try and catch Dowie Tapper for when they next pit. It's going to be the main strategy as the cars start to get on the different laps here at Le Mans. We have 3 cars on lap 106 at the front, or having completed 106. We have one car having completed 105, 2 on 104, 1 on 103. Then you go back to 101, 100, 99, 98. So cars starting to bunch up a bit, but there's a whole group of GT cars from 2nd to 9th, that are 2nd to 10th even, that are all 2nd to 11th. They're all roughly on the same.
You're saying about being in the same lap. I think something extraordinary that you should have a look at is that April Dillon and that 32 squad, first with April Dillon, now with April Dillon, firstly with Lazaros Philippakos, they've got a whole lap's lead on second place, Bernard in the flatline car.
That is something sensational. They're only 2 laps down on the one angle car, and that's a P1, so dominant performance from Atlantic, charging to the LMP2 title.
Yeah, they're almost exactly a lap ahead because you can see the 31 red and green and black flatline prototype just behind April Dillon there. So I do believe, yeah, that is a full lap for the Atlantic 32 team. But we saw how dominant they can be. They won by what, 9 laps at Sebring? In Room 1, I think they won by something stupid like 9 laps. It really was glorious domination that day.
Yeah, absolute laying the smack down on everybody else that day they did. And, well, James Wilson in the pits now as well for DHR. I've just noticing the number 3, and I think doing a tyre change while they're at it. So that'll be interesting. Jakovic in too for Team Virus. Now, Nicky Jakovic in. This is not going to be a driver change, of course, but Jakovic making a pit stop in that number 4 car. And he's going to find his pit box and park in it. Because that's what you do when you make a pit stop. You stop your car. Hence why they call it a pit stop and not a pit start.
This is the wonderful cutting edge insight you get when you listen to SRC Live.
In fact, technically, you know what? I'm gonna correct my own mistake here. They did actually used to call them pit stops in the older gigs. They had pits in the actual pits when the mechanics would work under the cars. That is your fact of the day.
There we go, nice.
Nice indeed, nice. Information from Nicky Jakovic to know that he's probably going to be coming out ahead of Perrock Fist. He'll be happy to know that. Adam Hodgkinson into the number 3. So, that is a driver change. And the lovely Hodge is going to get a go in his number 3 car now. Hodgkinson, of course,
getting into that 3 car now. Of course, the slightly less affected car of the DHR pair, we should say, really. It hasn't been unaffected. The DHR pair have had absolutely terrible luck the entire day. It's just that the 3 has just had slightly better luck than the 2, as Schroeder comes into the pits.
Yep, Schroeder in, and that will be a pit stop for the number 46 Seawolf car, of course. Again, a car that's had a very good result so far. Some very good results so far this race, as we've been joined in the booth by a Roy Schroten.
Hello, good evening.
Hello to you too, Roy. And, well, you, of course, are driving in one of our VLMS special entries, the 139 Fanatic Drake racing car at the start of the race. And things not necessarily going your way at the moment. You're down in 38th.
No, we had a car issue. Well, it's an internet issue, but let's blame it on the car. We had to be in the pit for 1 hour, so we lost a lot of time there. I had to reset everything. We had to reset everything, and then after an hour it finally worked. So we are back in the car now, just trying to finish, get some nice laps in, and enjoy ourselves.
That's really what it's all about when it gets to this. All you can do is just try and enjoy yourself. As well, Ben Willis in the car now. Then we had him in before. He's in again now, and well, just making the end of a 24-hour race, that would be quite something, because it's a difficult thing to do sometimes.
Yeah, it was quite an interesting start with all the crashing going on in the first straight. We managed to get through it unharmed. We drove third, and in the end even got to second in class on my first stint. Then we had some issues, some pedal issues with Nick going in, so we lost a few laps there. And then it got very well. I set the fastest class lap as well in my second stint. But then ultimately we got issues that cost us an hour in the pit. But yeah, we are very happy to even be here, to be allowed to drive in this race. It's an amazing experience for us. We are very much enjoying it. We are racing pretty well. We haven't had any issues with somebody else on track, and I guess that's what it's all about for now, just enjoying and having a clear race.
Yeah, it's all just about having a clear race, really. You know, at a time like this, when it comes to night, it gets so beautifully dusk, and the cars start to come through in this brilliant Direct 11 broadcast. You know, you'll see just how the lights are going. You know, it is a lovely view, isn't it, this Le Mans at night?
Yeah, it's amazing. Even with the new physics, it just looks so great. The new graphics, I mean. It's just amazing. These cars look good with the lights going on now. It's just amazing to drive and to see them drive, and to think that a few weeks ago we weren't even sure we were allowed to be in this race, and now we're here being part of the big show. That's the whole team is very happy, and we're enjoying ourselves even with the issues that we had. Yeah, we're just very much enjoying it at the moment, trying to finish and make the best of it.
Yeah, that's, you know, a perfectly fine thing to do. Sometimes, you know, if it doesn't go your way, just make the best of it. Any questions for Roy from you, Neil?
Of course, we've seen that just having a look towards the beginning of the race, you and the Fanatec Drake car have fantastic pace. You're all the way up into second. So what's, just sort of like on another note though, what is your plan for the rest of the race? Are you going to be getting back into the car?
We're still thinking about that. At the moment, everything looks good from my side, but of course we don't want to risk to have this happening again. So we aren't sure now. As for the position, we're pretty sure we won't get second place in class now anymore. We just lost an hour. That's too much. So, but the pace in the car is good. The car feels very good. I've never driven around Le Mans with such a good car. My teammates did an amazing job developing the setup, and just. Yeah, it's amazing drive. We are the fastest at some point. But yeah, maybe next year the technical look will be with us a bit more, and then we will see.
Yeah, we'll see exactly how it goes, not just for now, but for the maybe rest of the season. And of course, we were talking to Nick Newkie, my teammate, before, about, you know, wanting to get into VEC next year. Would that be something you'd be very interested in, full-time entry with Fanatec Drake?
Yeah, I think the whole team is pretty pumped up. Maybe if the opportunity arises, then I'm pretty sure we're all up for it. We showed some good racing here, no crashing, and I think that's the best way to present ourselves in this race. Of course, we got the opportunity to drive this from VLMS to VEC, so yeah, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, really, and hopefully you will be able to get a VEC entry next year. Thank you very much for joining us, Roy. Of course, pleasure to have you with us in the broadcast.
Yeah, good luck with the remaining hours here.
I'm sure they'll go well. Thank you, Roy.
Yep, see you.
Bit of a Dutch flavour for our broadcast there, Neil Heatley, with Roy Shorten.
Indeed, the flattest country on earth.
Well, perhaps so, but very interesting to have Roy about. Always nice to have him with us. And Nicky Jakovic chasing down Oscar Hardwick in the Virus Velis. Well, he's chasing down the virus. He's chasing down in the virus, chasing down the virus. The GNS.
Virus.
What's the difference? They may as well merge and become Vilas or Veres for season 10. Come on, make the merger happen. But yes, yeah, Djakovic is, ever since they've gone down, they've started coming back up again, and they've really just like had this momentum since then. They've been on a non-stop charge to get back to the front.
Indeed, they have. They've just shown the classic virus spirit, haven't they?
Yep, it is the classic Team Virus way. If we're going to not win, we're going to not win with a fight. Because they'll try and win. If they can't, they'll be second, is their philosophy. So, you know, give it the full beans all of the time. And Nicky Djakovic doing a great job of that at the moment.
Indeed, doing a fantastic job, as I say, in 4th place, and currently, championship provisional championship winners.
Yeah, provisionally
Of
on
course.
the title.
But of course, that can all change.
It can all change, and it might all change. We don't know yet, because that's the future. But Nicky Djakovic wouldn't want it to change. He'd want things to stay as they are now, and he'd want to win the title with Team Virus. That much is for certain. And maybe next season it'll be a number 1 Porsche instead of a number 4 Porsche. Or maybe it'll be an Audi. Or maybe it'll be something else altogether. You never know.
Might. Still don't know what season 10 are about. Next season is going to be an absolutely fantastic bumper season, though. Season 10 of the VEC there's got to be something landmarkish for that, isn't it? I think all races should be 10 hours. Done. At least 10 hours for the 10th season.
That is a bold proposal from Neil Heatley. And it's not a bad one, actually. That sounds like something that would happen. I think it's cool. It's a nice proposal. I like it. I was thinking, maybe a best of, like the best race from each season gets put into a calendar, and we do 8 or 9 races.
I do 9 races, yeah.
The 9 best races. We could have 9 24 hours of Le Mans.
I'm pretty sure that would kill everyone.
Well,
But certainly, you've got to have classic tracks on the next season's calendar. Like we have like Istanbul, fantastic race. You've got to have Istanbul on there again. You're going to have Sebring and Le Mans on there as well. So that's certainly got to be 3 tracks on for next season.
Yeah, perhaps so.
Possibly Silverstone as well.
Yeah, Banzai Pie in the comments says, can we have a bi-collars, please? Well, I'm sure if you ask URD nicely enough, they might do it.
No. You don't want to buy calls because it'll just blow up within the first 20 minutes.
But not in the simulator, because the Nissan did that in real life too.
It'll just go on fire within the first 20 minutes. That's why, if you're driving a bi-collar, you're essentially committing yourself to not winning the championship.
Unless the BOP is good enough.
No BOP is good enough for bi-collars.
Well, I have to say, technically, no, doesn't it? It has the Nissan engine. It has the engine from the Nissan Ismo, so not much work needed in terms of engine. Not actually needed.
With the rate the bi-collar engine is going at, I would have thought it was a Honda.
Oh, shots fired, but yeah, it is the Nissan engine from the LM Nismo. I think they bought that, and then they're using it in the CLM P01. So, you know, it's going to be interesting to see how, if it ever did occur, because it's the same engine, not much work done for that, but the only thing you need to do is the model, really, and the physics.
Man's like probably saying, but I went to battle P2s in my P1. That's entirely true. I went to the VEC, sorry, not the VEC, the WEC, the real version of this, at Silverstone this year, with a few people from Realish Racing, and it was absolutely hilarious when Bicolis qualified at the towards the end of the P2 field. You just wonder how horrific is it really.
I'll tell you what, there is actually a way to get this, to actually battle P2s in a P1, and the answer is to be Joshua Anderson.
Be Joshua Anderson, there we go.
Because I'm so bad, P2s are quicker than us.
Well, it's almost like that at the 12 Hours of Bathurst when you qualified. You're almost in the GT4s. You're almost racing with me.
Yeah, I was almost racing with Neil, and then 20 hours in, I launched a space mission. Less said about that.
20 minutes in. Minutes, not hours.
20 minutes, not hours, minutes. That's how good I am, ladies and gentlemen, but yes. That's why I'm a commentator and not a racer. Either way, though, Nicky Djakovic certainly racing his way through the fields to get past Oscar. Oh, Djakovic has actually spun! Speaking of Djakovic, initial spin, he's gone round, and problems have occurred for Team Virus. That's going to knock the progress on the head a bit.
Up by Tetra Rouge, very classic place to spin. We've seen it a couple of times already this race. Just having a look at what happened to him. Just
he
loses
just
the rear
locked
end.
the race. And that just went wrong. He just must have hit the brakes too hard. Back's locked, and then swung the back out. Couldn't recover it into a half spin, quarter spin rather. And that's going to mean flat spots for Team Virus. But they are going again. It's not going to stop him. And well, he's so determined to get through. He's now going to try and unlock himself on Alexi Cavella.
It's so easy to do, especially at Tetra Rouge. The rear end of the car steps out so easily.
Well, that woke us up. Whew. That was
What time are you leaving us this evening, Josh?
about 2 hours, if not less. Which
But-
is a shame. I know. But I do have to be up for the next part of this race in the morning, so
Sleep
like-
is for the weak.
yeah, says Neil he's doing the full 24 hours. This is why Neil is on a higher pay rate than me. Except Neil is on a pay rate of no pounds and no pence, and I am on a pay rate of no pounds and no pence, but Neil's is fractionally larger than mine. It just
If
British
you say
currency.
so.
British currency doesn't go lower than 1 pence, so
But Dowie Tapper is pulling away from Cavella, pulled away 1.5 seconds that last lap. Now that could just be due to where they were catching traffic and just watching as Tapper goes around the outside of Nichols through the long right-hander towards the end of the Porsche curves. But indeed it appears that Tapper is on a little bit of a roll in that number 14 Vod Bull car.
he is on a roll, isn't he, Dowie Tapper? And, well, Cavella were looking behind as Djakovic chases him down through Indianapolis here. And Djakovic really, if he can get unlapped himself on Cavella, then he's only going to unlap himself on Hardwick and Tapper. Hardwick, Tapper and Cavella got to unlap himself on, and then he's on the lead lap. Which would be great for Djakovic because that would mean back in contention. Not like he's not now, of course, but even more back in contention. Djakovic isn't going to look through into the Porsche curves as he's got an advantage in terms of outright speed, but he's too close. No, Cavella must be starting to feel the pressure. He's gone wide, and oh, just brakes on the rejoin. Djakovic gets through.
Djakovic getting through, very nice.
Now he just, well, I think he's actually already ahead of Oscar Hardwick. Or either that or a full lap down. But either way, Alexi Cavella, Dowie Tapper still ahead of him. But Nicky Djakovic and that Team Virus car really starting to bring it back in now, isn't he?
Yeah, the virus has been extraordinarily quick all season. It just, you know, it's just been, as I said, it's just been extraordinarily quick all season. Just having a look at the results from previous races, if we can just find them again. Here we go. It's managed to have 4 wins actually. It even had 3 on the bounce. It had a not as good start in Indianapolis. Came that 7th at Indianapolis. It has had a fantastic run since then. A 2nd place at Istanbul, 3 wins in a row with 8 hours of Silverstone, 6 of Suzuka, and 6 of Sepang. Not a very good race at Sebring. Only 6 points at Sebring. That means he was, let's have a look, I think he was 13th at Sebring. And then at Interlagos, another win. So that Porsche has been very strong all season.
Yeah, a very, very strong Porsche this season, and even the bad results that they've had go to show how good the good ones are and how good they've been in that sense. And well, I'm just looking personally at I'm looking at Heiko Kalvenbach at the moment, our GT leader in that 3 wide car. Not going to win the title at this rate with the placing of Dark Racing, but they're going to be very close.
Yeah, 3 wide, currently 4 points off it. They need to gain a place, then they'll be tied with Dark. Of course, they can't gain a place because they're in the lead.
Yes, you can't go higher
Good
than
point.
1, Neil.
What do you mean? Stop. Of course you can't go higher than 1. No, but in fact, I do believe Ramada in that Dark Racing car has gained a position since then, because he's currently 4th in class now, which would mean he gets 3rd place points. That's 36, because remember, it is a double points race here at Le Mans.
Yeah, remember he gets 3rd place points because Jack Mackley ahead in the VLMS car will not score points this race, even if he gets the 3rd overall. So Ramada and the Dark car are going to get 3rd.
Yeah, that gives him more points actually. That gives him 140, which means the 94 car Let's have a look at what the 94 car would have. That's 2, 4, 6, 8th place for the 94 at the moment. That gives them 18. Which
Yeah,
gives them 136, which means they haven't improved. Dark would go into 140.
It's gonna be close though, isn't it? In the end, between these teams.
So to get the championship, as it stands, VLS need to get 2 spots. They need to pass the 54 Porsche, and they need to pass the PRL Logitech 75.
And Calais Curry doesn't look like he's going to do either in a hurry, unfortunately. He's still a while back. So, going to be a while before that happens, but it might happen. You never know. Still in for the championship here, despite the early problems. And,
Let's
well,
have a look at where they are on track. Curry is just... Where is that? Curry's just came out of Arnage, I believe. That's the run up towards Porsche Curves. Is it? Yeah, that's the run up to Porsche Curves is Curry. Nikolai's just came out of the Porsche Curves. Hadlack's coming through the Fortune Kings, so still very close. It's easily gainable for the 94 car.
I tell you this, Garrett James has got some heart in that RSA Sim Sports Protea car. I do believe he's just unlapped himself.
From Colvinbach.
Colvinbach, yes.
Very, very nice move there from Garrett James.
We've
seen in the VLMS. We have seen in the VLMS, Josh, that RSA Protea car was really good throughout the entire season.
James unlapping himself in style there, yeah, one of the strong VLMS cars, that RSA Protea Sim Sports car, and, you know, taking it to Heiko Colvinbach. He won't be very happy about that. He's like, I've just been unlapped by a VLMS car and someone who's 4 laps down. I'm leading this race. I'm supposed to be there, not you, but Colvinbach's just got to deal with it because James is quick enough.
Indeed, he is. Ooh, just had a look. I thought that was someone spinning, but it was just my eyes deceiving me. But indeed, Colvinbach is not that far ahead of Ravio, actually. Ravio's really put the hammer down.
Yep, really putting the hammer down, Jonas Ravio. They're both getting...
Schenkels is now in the 66 car. I do believe that's Balin got out of the car after about 6.5 hours.
Very long stint. Mateus Machado pits and talking to all racing we got there, and Colvinbach have Ravielli and Ravio very close behind. So the battle for the lead is on here with Jonas Ravio. You know, this is
most
very much
certainly
on.
is the flying Finn yet again.
Once again, another flying Finn to compliment Tommy Oyala and the other Finns that have raced this race so far. And Jonas Ravio, well, he's such a quick driver in that GT, isn't he? Getting a yellow flag through Sector 1, but then he goes straight away, and Ravio just trying to chase down Colvinbach for the lead of this GT. It would just add insult to injury, really, if they lost the lead, because they're already not going to win the championship.
Right. That can't be right.
What? Of course.
Ravio gained 5.5 seconds on Colvinbach that last lap.
Well, that is something.
5.5 seconds!
A 4:04 from Colvinbach was the last lap, and Jonas Ravio, I think he's in the 3 minutes, isn't he, Eunice? Yeah, that last lap was 3:59. I mean, let's look at his last laps. 3:58.3, 3:58.3, 3:59.2, 3:59.3, 3:58.7, 3:58.6, 3:59.5, 3:59.1.
That's Colvinbach. Whoops. Colvinbach gets slowed up by Gert James and slowed up by a P2 car. You wouldn't thought you'd have heard that. But that's allowed a Ravio to get right on the back bumper of Colvinbach. Got to see if he can do anything. Coming down to into the second chicane, pulls out to the side of Gert James. In the one there.
Oh, here we go. Hard wreck round both of them there very quickly. Ravio and James here. Oh, they're going to go 3 wide. The 3 wide in the middle of a 3 wide. Triple Colvin action going into the second chicane. This is madness. Oh, Colvinbach and James. Oh, Colvinbach touches James. And I think Colvinbach goes straight on. Oh, and he's missed the corner. He's going to have to give that time back.
Oh, my goodness. That was absolutely mental. But indeed, Colvinbach has let off the throttle.
Yep, Ravio flashes at him. He's going to go through.
And that's Ravio through. That's Ravio through into the lead of GTs.
What a mad race that was. Garrett James won't be very happy. He just got cut up there and pushed a bit. He was like, what do you think you're doing? And, well, yeah, he got tapped a bit and then just waited his turn. But he was behind anyway. But he has as much right to fight for the position if he can go for it. If he's fast enough.
That was unbelievable.
I didn't expect that. 3 wide. Oh, okay.
there was an ever so slight touch, I believe, between Colvinbach and James, but essentially James was stuck in the middle. Ravio was moving across from the right, from the left even. Sorry, Colvinbach was moving across from the right.
Colvinbach into Indianapolis. He got so close there. I thought he was going for it, but he didn't. Ravio holds the position there, but that was a close one. Yeah, I mean, that just happened. That just actually happened.
Colvinbach is not letting that lead up with a fight. Chuck Mackley is the car behind, just coming through into the last kink before Indianapolis at the moment. So not that far behind, but it's just extraordinary. We can have two cars this close together, still battling for position after 7 hours.
This is absolutely brilliant. This fantastic race. Again, it's for the lead of GT. Colvinbach and Ravio both going at it still. Great stuff. Kalle Curry pits for VLMS Sim Sports. And Ravio and Colvinbach are still going at it in the other VLMS car and the 3Y GT. This is cracking racing here at SimRacing.club. The 24 Hours of Le Mans, of course. And, well, you're enjoying this, give it a like. Tell your friends, tell your family, tell your arch enemies that need to be watching this.
Oh, Muller's got damage.
Oh, no. That's bad.
88 car.
Yeah, he's in the pits as Oscar Hardwick is also in the pits in the GNS number 22, as is Nico Barkley in the Monaco number 7. But yes,
I shall see what happened to Muller.
Michael Muller has damage, but
that
he's holding to the
car.
left. He's holding
That
to the left.
88
He's got
car.
cramming.
That 88 car's just been had bad luck all day.
He's having to
to
turn right just to keep in a straight line here, but he has some damage. And I think he's the puncture too, is there? It doesn't look. Yeah, it doesn't look level. Code 80 called by Jimmy Allison. And we're going to go to our traditional stoppage now. Code 80 enforced. This is going to help the GNS team, who've just pitted, of course. Dawei Taba slows down. Kivara slows down. Hardwick has just come out. Jagovic slows down. And we're in Code 80.
Muller was coming through Dunlop, the right-hander, before the Dunlop chicane. Gets onto the curb on the inside, just loses it and goes into the concrete barrier on the right-hand side. Entering the left-hander, and that's it. Suspension damage to the front bonnet off.
So easy to do, and well, that's not going to help his race and the team's race any, but it's going to help some teams who might have been due a pit stop.
Perhaps. We just need to see what is going to happen.
Yeah, we're just gonna have to wait and see now. That's the thing, and
because
Tommy,
all those GT cars that pitted off sequence about 3 or 4 hours ago now will be able to come in during this Code 80 and fill up, because these GT cars can do roughly an hour. So they can come in now, fill up, and just do a straight 15 stop towards the end of the race.
yeah, I guess they're gonna do that. That might work out in the long run for them. May have worked out. Dawei Tapper in for Vodbull, and Oscar Hardwick just had a stop-go penalty removed by a live steward. There, that will be reviewed after the race, of course. I don't know what he would have got the stop-go for, though. I didn't look. Like he's been cutting the track.
I imagine it'll be cutting, yeah.
Yeah, well, I thought game penalties usually stuck, but nevertheless, it's been removed and it will be reviewed.
Well, while this Code 80 is going on, even though it's about 3 minutes early, it makes up for it. I think it might be time for an early update.
You know what? We're gonna wait 4 minutes.
Oh, boo! You're no fun.
Okay, fine. You do it.
Boo. I will do it. Oh, it seems it's under Code 80. You might as well.
May as well.
You might as well. Everything's static. In the lead of the race currently is Dawei Tapper in number 14 Vodbull car as he's making a pit stop under the Code 80. Fantastic move there from the Vodbull, and that's him just coming out of the pits. Second place is Alexei Cavell in the number 21 VLMS Sim Sport Audi R18. Third place is the GNS Endurance 22 of Oscar Hardwick. 3 marks in the top 3 again. Fantastic racing between the 3 of them. In 4th place is Nicky Jakovic in the Team Virus, number 4. And in 5th place is Per Okvist in the SimHQ Motorsports number 19 Audi R18. In your P2 class, your current leader is April Dillon in the Atlantic Motorsport car. And 2nd is Michael Bernard in the Flatline Racing car. 3rd is Domian Trappa in the Magenta Warriors Racing number 48. 4th is Frederick Schoda in the 46 Seawolf Net Race car. And in 5th is John Davis in number 50 Undercover Racing. And in your GTs, your current leader is Heiko Kalvenbach in the 77 3-wide motorsport car. Second is Eunice Ravio in the number 89 Vel Simsport car. Oh, so close. Ravio is an absolute flyer. That's something to watch out for. In third place is the 175 Caspian Motorsport with Malichuk Mackley at the wheel. Fourth is Pedro Ramada in the dark racing car. And fifth is Thomas Schenkels in the SRVN number 66.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we call an early Audi update from the Neil Heatley. And that was well done again. You're getting the hang of this.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm just gonna heap loads of praise on the Neil Heatley for all the times that he's insulted us on broadcasts. But yes,
I haven't insulted you once. I've told the truth, but that's not insulting. No,
depends which way you
can't
look at
say
it.
that.
Depends which way you look at it. Alternative facts, mate. Anyway,
Alternative facts.
Dario Tapper still leading this race though, and Vodball, they could go on and win this, couldn't it? They're not a 14 car, but ultimately with where Team Virus are, they'll still win the title.
Indeed, Team Virus on course for a title at the moment. They came into the race in the lead of the championship, and they're just holding on to it. They did come in with a 12-point lead. Currently got a 4-point lead.
Yeah, currently got a good lead at the moment. And I tell you what, it's time to get all Judy again. It's Nick Newcomb.
Oh, I've just come in here to adjudicate. You two girls need to stop it straight away.
Ah. Uncle Nick's here. We gotta stop now, Neil.
No, you're fine. Yeah, you're doing well. I can't believe you're going to bed, young man.
I know. I'm so weak, honestly.
You really are. Neil's hardcore. You know what
Hardcore
I mean?
commentator. He's doing the full John Hendoff here.
Yeah. Just as well I'm staying up then, isn't it? So
It's just as well.
Company.
This is the problem. You can only have one of us at a time. The room is not able to contain both of us for prolonged periods of time.
Ah, yes.
That's the
It
North
all-
of England.
It's
it
not
all
able
depends
to.
if the South Shields guy supports Newcastle.
Yeah, the North of England needs constant representation in the broadcast booth.
Yes, definitely.
As we're going back to green in 10 seconds here.
I don't think this commentary booth can hold the concentration of Nuki Brun enough for two Geordies at the same time.
Well, it's doing so at the moment. But I say at the moment being the key words here as we go green flag racing again. But while we got you, Nick, we may as well ask you about the current status of your 139 car. Obviously 29 laps down. Had a big issue as Roy Shorten alluded to, but just in it for the fun now, really.
Well, yeah, we've just been talking about the laps he'd just been putting in, 39s and 38s, and then all of a sudden he threw in a 137.1, and then a 137.3, fastest P2 on the track at the time, and next thing we knew, Disco, the TeamSpeak dropped, and we're like, oh no, we were just waiting for it, and then yeah, it happened, but it wasn't him. It was the provider, and we had problems, and we just worked through it and just took our time. We were all in TeamSpeak trying to work out what it could be, and he was on like the social media trying to follow instructions and that. We just got it all done and got it back in, and we're just trying to get through the rest of the race. And we've set ourselves a little target, get back up to the top 20. That's our target. Get the laps back through the remaining hours that we've got, and if we make that, then we'll be happy. So little steps at a time, get the laps back slowly but surely, and see what we do through the night, and then see where we are in the morning.
Yeah, just see where we are. That's the ultimate thing. Oh no, Dowie Tappagon in Vodball. The leader is out. A disconnection for Dowie Tapper at the worst possible time. Tapper has just gone off the track, disconnected, and that means that Vela Simsport will take the lead. Out of the blue. In fact, Dowie Tapper's so bad off, he's left the race 3 times. Well, that is a thing. That is a thing.
Yeah.
That is bad.
That
You
is
can
a
feel his
thing
pain.
there. Josh Anderson, 2017.
But yeah, Tapper out, and he's disconnected. Kasdorp will take the lead. Hardwick will go second, I think. Taylor might go third. It looks bad for Vodball, but hopefully they can recover.
Hopefully we'll
However-
get some information from them, and
Yeah, hopefully we
from
will.
the team, see if we can get something from there. I
That
hope
was-
they don't get the same problems that we had following the connect, trying to get back in, because that'll take up the time.
That will really take up the time. It's really hurt them as well. They were doing so well, and this might have just helped Team Virus's run to the championship even further, because Vodbull were one of the championship contenders.
No, but I think it might have actually swung the other way. That now means that not Virus, VLS are on 174, and it would mean that Virus are on 172.
Oh!
So
Wow.
Vodbull disconnecting has swung the championship from Virus to VLS.
Well, what a turn of events! What a turn of events. This one event may have just helped the championship of Vela Sim Sports.
It has swung the championship from the 4 to the 21, the 14 disconnecting.
It's not every day you have that. It isn't every day you have that, but Nick Newcomb, I bet you'd have liked a disconnection that put you back in the title race.
My goodness me, you do. You just have the rest of the team fingers, toes crossed that nothing else happens to you, and you can have a clear run. But to actually have a championship swing going that way because of a disconnection the whole season, obviously double points happening with this race has really pushed it the other way, hasn't it? Really?
Yeah, it has pushed the other way, and well, now it turns out this one disconnection is actually really going to help out Vela Sim Sports. So, you know, as much as Ed Trevelyan Johnson won't be happy that his team's disconnected, the team he has ties to is now going to win the championship. So I guess it's not all better for him, but it is going to be all better at the moment for Team Virus, because they know now they get ahead of Oscar Hardwick, and he's quite far up the road.
Yeah, Virus was sitting pretty there, weren't they, knowing that everything was going quite well as long as Vodbull kept up at the front of the field. But that certainly is it's been alluded to in the chat. It sort of does for Virus, that, doesn't it?
It sorts it out, yeah, and Vela Sim Sport now leading the championship and the race, so they've taken both in one. Dalray Tapa apparently dropped from TeamSpeak 2, so he should reconnect, just a general connection loss for the Dutch driver perhaps. Oscar Hardwick though in second place now for JNS. Adam Taylor's got to catch Hardwick and pass him. That's the thing, he was fine before, now he's got to catch and pass him.
Well, I'm
He has to
hoping
catch
it's not
and
a
pass
Dutch
him.
thing, obviously with Roy, because obviously Roy was in Holland and there was a problem with the connection. I hope it's not
Tom Schenkels.
that related.
Tom Schenkels in the SRVN is still here, and we've got a couple of other Dutch drivers still here, so maybe it is
That's
just
okay.
maybe it's just a thing on a client side for both of those drivers. But yeah, going to be interesting to see how the rest of this race pans out now this has happened.
This is what it's about, endurance racing. You could be doing well as Roy was doing, pounding
Drama in
the
hour
fast
6.
laps in, and then all of a sudden now we've got the leader, so it can happen to anybody any time.
Drama in hour 6 for sure. All of a sudden, we have a new leader, and it's Yuri Kazdorp in Vela Sim Sports.
Well. But now, as you say, Virus have to go out and catch Hardwick.
They
Which
can't
is
leave anything
no
off the table, can they?
mean
They've really got to go
feat.
for it.
He's just going to go for it, that's right. Oh, Dalray Tapa back, but is he going to
Dalray
get ahead
Tapa's
of
back.
Adam Taylor? Is he going to get out ahead of Adam Taylor? Because sometimes the first lap out doesn't count, but if it
Adam
does,
Taylor's
then,
coming through the Porsche curves.
then Taylor still has to catch and pass Tapa, and then Hardwick. Well, maybe not Hardwick, but still has to catch and pass Tapa.
No, he has to pass both of them.
Oh, he does, yes.
He has to
Well
pass
said.
both of them.
So it's just going to be worse if Tapa stays ahead. Worse for Taylor, that is.
Yet Virus need to be second to take this championship.
Yeah, they need to be second. Dalray Tapa is so absolutely on it at the moment. He almost went to the back of Melly Markley there, but he gets through nicely, does
So
Tapa.
Taylor's gone to third.
Yeah,
Taylor's gone
so
to
the lap
third.
won't
This
count.
lap is not counted.
The lap won't count. That means Ockfist might go through as well. That's going to put SimHQ in the fourth, but Taylor still needs to catch Hardwick.
Taylor just coming through the Dunlop chicane. Hardwick is just coming up to Indianapolis, so a lot of ground between the two of them.
Yep, Ockfist goes through as well, and that will mean that Tapa's lap won't count. They drop to fifth. Hardwick, though, needs to be caught by Taylor and passed for Veles to retain the Veles to not retain the championship and to go to back to Virus. Well, I tell you this has suddenly become very interesting in this late stages of the evening, beginning, end of my shift rather, with Oscar Hardwick now having to be the target of Adam Taylor.
I think the night hours will shape this race, most definitely.
I bet I wake up and everything's happened.
I would imagine it's like what happened with Audi, wasn't it? Through the dark hours and then chasing through until the finish. Definitely, I think through till 6 a.m. I think after that we'll see where we stand.
Yeah, of course, teams do have to make a certain quarter of the race to get points. Of course, it's no use doing enough. You know, you have to make a certain race distance to for your points.
50%, isn't it?
And that's 12 hours. So we'll know at the 12-hour
hours.
mark at 2 o'clock in the morning for me and 3 o'clock in the morning for the Central European time who is going to actually score points. Because if anyone DNFs, they don't score points before the 50% mark.
But indeed, we've only had one DNF so far. And that's the 91 car that was DNF'd from the start line incident. That's the only one that's gone so far. The rest of them, even Marcelli, the number 68 Tech Squadron Corsa, who did the wonderful quadruple roll over the Dunlop chicane, is still in the race.
Quadruple rollover.
Yes, it's rather majestic, Nick. It's rather majestic.
That's quite a good word. What time is it?
Well, it's definitely. I think sure it must be Adam Taylor time for Taylor to try and put the power on Oscar Hardwick, so to speak. Really enforce his own abilities on the GNS driver. But yeah, whew, interesting times ahead in the VEC 24 Hours Le Mans, certainly, and we're just seeing the start of it now as we go into the night.
Yes, I've got to say the cars are looking good. The tracks are holding up well, and the fact that we've only had actually one DNF. I know there's been connection problems, but we've come back in, and to have 39 cars still driving is a great testament, I think.
Good stuff, isn't it? We've had bigger attrition rates in smaller. We've only had 2 DNFs, so we've had bigger attrition rates in smaller races.
The VLMS was quite the high attrition rate, wasn't it? After a few hours,
It was.
and now we've running 39 cars. After
2 DNFs really is good going, and a lot of these teams are going to be happy to make the end, and making the end of a 24-hour race from experience is an achievement in its own right.
I think it's going to be a really high finish, a real high finish.
Good finish rate, and that, we talked before about the split between real racing and virtual racing these days. It really is a good ambassador for sim racing if, we get all these cars to the end.
Exactly. And for the game as a whole, good advert going forward next season and in the future.
Of course, our Factor 2 has actually been selected recently for a round of the McLaren World's Fastest Gamer contest.
It has indeed.
It has been indeed.
Somebody may get a job out of this using our Factor 2.
Yeah.
So get your application in, boys. It would be nice to see somebody from here in.
Yeah, you know what? It might be nice to see the likes of an Oscar Hardwick or a Nick Wisniewski or a Yuri Kastop maybe become the McLaren simulator driver.
It certainly wouldn't do any harm, would it?
Yeah,
Or
we
me.
can say they came from
I'm
VEC.
obviously the next transition from Kastop and Wisniewski, isn't it? I'm now Nick's best in the club. That's why I passed SRCA in my first season, isn't it?
Yes, you totally did that, Neil. You totally are a license for at the moment.
He owned it, doesn't he?
Absolutely owns this place, well, apart from Jimmy Allison, who actually owns it, but...
Yeah, he owned the piece of tarmac that got him the license, definitely.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of the actual abilities of Neil Heatley, maybe we'll see them on track one day. You certainly won't be seeing my abilities on track one day because I'm so bad, but...
Well, I saw them at... didn't I?
You saw my space launching abilities, Bathurst.
I remember when we got the shout going green and we hadn't even raced properly and you happened to hit me in the bumper.
That wasn't my finest hour.
As we pulled away for the parade lap, you actually hit me on the start of the parade.
That wasn't my finest hour.
It wasn't your finest minute.
I do remember though. I did a wild card for Bathurst in the AMS V8 Supercars here last season.
Oh yeah.
And wildcard for Bathurst because my good friend and Reelers Racing driver Campbell Wallace was on negative points due to penalties. So I think 4 of us from Reelers Racing signed up to try and push him out of the points, so we finished on negative points. Because we're good friends like that.
You really like Campbell like that.
And I do think there was a 4-car crash pulling off for the parade lap, if I remember correctly. I think it was about a 4-car crash.
That's not how you want to start a race. Per Rockford is in the pits though. SimHQ at the moment in the 19 car, having a good race in 4th after the problems of Tapper, who's now down in 6th. That's how much it's hurt them, this disconnection.
And you're saying that, it looks like he might be about to lose another place. Adam Hodgkinson in the 3 car is hunting Tapper down.
Yep, the lovely Hodge is hunting down Tapper there in the
Tapper
number
comes
3
into the
DHR
pits.
car. Yep, Tapper pits, so he'll go through. Through goes Adam Hodgkinson into 7th and into 6th place, from 7th to 6th rather. Like one going from Russia with love, but yeah, Hodgkinson will overtake.
There we go.
That's the important thing though, and Adam Taylor continues his pursuit of Oscar Hardwick, which again is an important battle for him. Has to overtake Hardwick to get back in the championship lead, of course, remember.
Also, you just saying about startling incidents, I do remember it was the 12 hours of Bathurst, wasn't it? Was it you that you got hit off at the start, coming down Conrad State at the start of it, Josh?
At the 12 hours of Bathurst, well, I think I may have had a couple of incidents, but...
I saw it. I was...
yeah, I saw it as well. I was at the back of the pack in the GT4.
Yeah, one of the guys, the car to my left, I can't remember who it was, we got the call to go green, and either he didn't lift off the limiter quick enough because the Corvette was going to come up behind him and hit him, so made a move to the inside to ensure he didn't hit that car, but then caught the Porsche that was in front of me, speared that Porsche into the wall, who then rebounded and wiped me out. So carnage. So I was in the pit within a lap, trying to.
Yeah, because I do remember I qualified 5th in class in GT4.
Well done.
Let's just ignore there was 5 GT4s,
Five
but I qualified
yeah.
5th in class. I qualified 5th in class. I just do remember seeing absolute carnage because I don't think anyone was expecting the green flag. Actually, I was expecting it coming out of the chase, but it happened halfway down Conrad Straight.
Yeah, I think that's what caught the car out, and obviously the car behind responded. I took the limiter off. We all went by that one car, and because the car tried to take avoiding action, he hit the Porsche, sent the Porsche 90 degrees right where the wall was, and he drove straight to the scene of the accident, came back, and I was the scene of the second accident.
I do believe that's why I went from 5th to 2nd in class.
Yeah.
I think I passed like 4 GT3s as well.
Yeah, because all got held up, and everybody was trying to recover, and you did a good passing move.
And I'm not sure I have anything to say about all this.
That quickly went horrifically because Campbell Wallace retired the car in that race as well.
Yeah, and Josh, you retired. You went sightseeing, didn't you, over the back?
Yeah,
road?
I went sightseeing. I decided to go have a barbie with the kangaroos. I thought, this racing isn't going. I'm going to go talk to the kangaroos instead. I'm stuck in last. What's the point? And actually, it's a bit impromptu. It was like, all right, I'm driving.
You were missing the booth, I think.
Yeah, that was funny. A lot of people actually said, "Oh, Josh had just left, so he can go do commentary." It wasn't actually Josh. I couldn't get on track, but
you just wanted to be with Jimmy, didn't you?
I just thought I could be of some use if I wasn't going. If I wasn't going to be in the race, I was going to be of some use commentating on it.
Yeah, T-boy.
Yeah, T-boy for the Bathurst race. That was fun though.
It was very much
I'll never
fun.
quite forget.
It was very fun. The 2 and a bit hours I did.
Yeah, I mean, maybe we'll have more special events in the future because they were really good. I mean, they get people involved, don't they?
They were really fun. They were really fun.
It's a good route in because obviously Jimmy let licensed 4 guys into that race to give them a sort of feel of the spirit of the SRC, and hopefully mid-season we might have one.
They let me in. I didn't even have a license 5 at that point.
I think it was open to everyone.
Yeah, I think it was
that's
open
right.
to
Yeah, it
everyone.
was open to everyone, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was open to everyone, and of course, some events are, some events aren't. Some things in some series here at SLC require licenses, and your best way to get a license is to manage to get yourself through the SimRacing.Club Academy. As I'm just watching Ed Terrelling Johnson, who's in the Porsche Budball now, chasing down Yuri Kasdorf, actually trying to unlap himself into the Ford chicanes, and Terrelling Johnson yields. But yes, sign up to SLC here if you want to get your endurance career on the road. I'm sure Enzo Fazio will be touting the links in the description and the chat.
Most definitely, and that way you can get spotted by teams on the lookout for drivers. I know that's something that we've looked at. We've got a driver that we're looking at, that I was informed of by Ben Willis after my stint when I came back from the booth earlier, which I'm very happy if we do require the driver services, so I'm really pleased about that one.
Is it me? I haven't been asked yet. I just presume it's me.
You're on the reserve.
There we go.
They're thinking about you.
It's where I've always wanted to be on the reserve list.
You've always wanted to be on the sub bench.
Yeah.
Ed Terrelling Johnson, though, not subbing in perhaps for Dawei Tapa, but in that car now in the night hours of this race, going to chase down Yuri Kasdorp, and going to continue on with his chase of the Velis driver.
P1s are really split up now, haven't they? There's
Yeah.
quite a gap between each car, whereas before what we were talking within, remember when Jimmy was in, he brought the gap right down, didn't he? And now we've quite opened up. Hopefully it'll close up, and then we'll have some more exciting wheel action from them. But it's strange how it's happened. For the first few hours, they were within seconds of each other.
Yeah, very interesting to see how this is all split up, and well, I'm seeing a lot of 0.000s on my live scoring screen, which means cars are on different laps. So a lot of cars on different laps at the moment, and well, Daniele Tully is actually quite close to overtaking the Velis car of Kalikuri, and that would not go well for Kuri, because he'd lose points. Well, actually, strike that, he wouldn't. It's a Wedgwood VLMS him. He wouldn't lose points. But
Yeah.
It's not disastrous in that sense, but it's disastrous in terms of overall track position. Tully, though, is actually quite close here and closing in on Curry by the looks of it.
It really is. All of these VLMS entries have really shown what they're made of, haven't they?
Oh,
Which is good. It's what it's all about.
breaking news! SimHQ off with no front bumper and no rear bumper coming around the Porsche curbs. That's not good for them. That's really bad. And Neil
What has
Healy,
happened?
He's
Neil
crying.
Healy making the noises of doom there. Per Rockfist, or what actually? Oh, he
Has-
lost it into Indianapolis.
Yeah.
He lost it going into Indianapolis, lost it under braking, and then absolutely Robinson Crusoe'd himself into the wall. Narrowly missed Hodgkinson, I believe, in the Doug Henson racing car, and he's going to come into the pits now, so all is safe, all is well.
Oh, SimHQ is now in a land of shattered dreams, aren't they?
It is a Shattered Dreams production, this race, for Per Rockfest. But look at Matty Alley and Adam Hodgkinson and Ed Trevelyan Johnson all going to gain places as a result of this. The football get something out of
What?
this.
Are you looking at Perrockfist? It's stopped at pit entry.
This will be. I know what this is.
Are they
I
waiting
think
for another driver?
I'll
they might
be
be waiting for another
waiting,
driver.
that's
With the
right.
damage, they might just be waiting for another driver who's not here yet.
He may have been due a driver swap, and this might be the thing that they're trying to do, the driver swap as well, instead of doing another stint or a
Yeah.
short stint and then another pit stop. So
In the long run, it makes sense.
yeah, this is what it'll be about. We'll be waiting for the join.
We've seen this plenty of times before in the VEC where teams don't quite sync up their driver swaps with the drivers. We see a car just pull off, although Okvist is actually partially on the pit entry. He's on the side of it. It would be easy enough for someone to hit him, I guess. But Okvist is in a decently safe place, I guess. It's okay, but it's not fantastic.
It's not ideal, but it's out of harm's way, so to speak.
You know, there is room for drivers to avoid.
This really is a night to forget for SimHQ, isn't it?
Yeah, not gone well for
Massive,
Okvist in that
massive
incident.
accident.
Absolutely smacked it into the wall big time there. Huge crash and huge damage. I imagine that'll be near enough that makes no difference to the full 1200. As we call it, the full 20 minutes of damage repair. Look around here, he goes through for track position in pits. Ooh, it's not good for them at all. Really not looking good in this. And, well... Oof.
But that's what it's all about, this race, isn't it?
Rodeli's come into the pit.
He has, yes,
And number
ahead of
5 car.
Ogfest, who's just overtaken for track position. I bet this is just a splash of fuel for the Sim. It's going to be a GT tally at LMP1, which has had a bit of a comeback, actually. Not had a great start to this, but they've come back to 4th.
They have come back to
Determination,
4th.
isn't it?
A nice run there. Because they had the big incident with Dindegard in the 50 car.
Yeah, Dynagard, I think they may have an incident with Dynagard.
That's a
but-
question mark. I think it might be the 50
Oh,
for
Ogfest
Dindegard.
in. Ogfest has made it to the pits, so the driver swap will be ready to line up, stack up, and 2 on anyway, which they like. I bet it's Pedro Gomez who's going to be getting in that car. So Gomez will be getting in the SimHQ LMP1, and that will be an occurrence. At the moment, though, in LMP1, it's all UV Cast Open Vela Simsport on the course for the titles. And that'll be great for them if they can get it. They've been brought about by the disconnection in the Vodbull car, but a win's a win no matter how you slice it. Just like a cheese pie.
Cheese pie.
Oh,
Cheese pie, yes, you slice a cheese pie.
Cheese pie?
You eat cheese pie. Sure.
What's a cheese pie? Go.
What is a cheese
What is it?
pie? It's
What
a
is
pie
it?
with cheese
Go.
in it, but it's also got potato usually.
it's a northern thing.
Very northern thing.
It didn't quite make its way to the borders in the south.
Didn't
of
quite
Scotland,
make its way to
I'm telling you
Scotland.
that
No,
now.
you
Didn't
won't.
quite-
You won't be familiar with the brilliance of the Greg's cheese and onion pasty, then, will you?
Oh, Greg's. Yeah.
Greg.
Greg's, yeah. But
Chicken bake.
I lost faith with Greg's when they stopped making the steak ones.
oh,
You still make the steak bake. You get steak bakes here.
No, they used
they're
to
not the same.
not the same, not the same at all.
Well, times change and so do the bakeries ultimately, but you know, the whole. Yeah, I can't. Me and Jolly Shields, I can't walk down King Street for 5 seconds without seeing the Shields. There's like 3 of them. It's not a proper northern town if you don't have at least 3 Gregs.
Yeah, we've only got the one, unfortunately.
Yeah, well,
There
Still a
was a
few
time.
private ones, so that's good.
There was a time when I was walking to one of the nearest train stations where I live here from a flat, and the Greg's was moving from like a normal storefront to a corner shop, to a corner, and at one point they had both of them open at the same time, and there's literally a Greg's, there's like a haberdashery shop, then another Greg's, for like a month. You just had 2 Greg's right beside each other.
Did you have
It's
people
like-
outside pondering, wonder which one was cheaper?
Wondering which one to go into. Yeah, pretty much.
well, I tell you what though, up here in the north, it really is all little at the moment. They've been opening loads of.
Other low-cost stores are available.
Yes, I know, like Aldi and other low-cost stores like Costco if you do a nice cash and carry. But
And
yeah,
Iceland, I do like a bit of Iceland, must admit.
they almost had to change the name because Iceland tried to get them to do it. The actual country of Iceland tried to get them to change.
That's true.
What would they have called themselves though? Finland?
Yeah.
Frozen.
Greenland? Blueland?
I remember,
Waterland?
I remember when Oasis were getting quite famous, and they had to pay off Oasis, the store, a big pile of money to keep the name.
Yes, I've heard that GNS Insurance are going to trademark the term GNS and then charge anyone who wants to use the term GNS £500 per use.
Oasis is a fairly common word, though.
Yeah, it is.
How can you have the word Oasis like trademark?
It would be like if I tried to coin the word, trademark the word coin. I know a certain member of our SRC team would get very annoyed at that. But yes, if I tried to trademark the word react, people would kick up my arms.
Definitely.
Oh,
But yeah, I mean,
nice
it's-
Fine Brothers reference.
yeah, I know it's like Lidl have been opening loads of stores recently, but the bakery there is really nice.
German efficiency.
German efficiency, the thing about
German
England,
efficiency.
right? The thing about England is you have your supermarkets, and I'm sure Nick will agree with us on this.
Come on.
You have your supermarkets. You kind of have classes, like we have in Le Mans racing.
I know where you're
can-
going. I know where you're going with this one.
He knows, and I can link it to motorsport because you have classes of supermarkets. You have your entry level sort of.
Little Aldi.
No, not Lidl and Audi. The German supermarkets are kind of in their own class because they kind of combine the best of both worlds here. But bear
Yeah.
with us. You have your Tesco's and your Asda's, your consumer level supermarkets. You have, that sort of thing. And
And then I know where you're going next, and then when you've won promotion, you hit Sainsbury's.
yeah,
Sainsbury's is above that. Sainsbury's is a special thing. Where
Yeah, it
all
is.
their food is a bit rubbish, but it's hilariously over expensive.
Yeah, because the thing if you charge more, it's automatically better. Where it's not.
Like, it's like Sainsbury's is your step up from your Asda's and your Tesco's. You know,
And
it's a
your
little bit
Morrisons.
better. And then you've got, in more years than recently, Morrison's going super up market. Like,
Yeah.
they're really trying to move their way up into Waitrose territory here. That's when you start to get high end with your Heston Blumenthal recommendations and all that. That's when you get your Waitroses in your boots. That's your proper top end, spend lots of money supermarkets, you know?
Waitrose are still looking down on them, thinking you haven't earned your spurs yet, young
No.
man. You know.
They're still looking down on them.
You don't give people coffee when they go into the stores. You don't give have a free weekly newspaper just sat there the Waitrose Times.
And you haven't got a security guy at the door saying, "Morning, sir."
You don't have that, no, but
No, they've got one of those at the Tesco. They've got one up in the Iceland, up in Byers Road here in Glasgow. Got a security
Yeah.
guard at Iceland.
Well, there you go.
I'll tell you this though, Matthew Allen in the chat wants to get a little supermarket discussion. He says Sainsbury's is only ever worth the trip when Doritos are cut to a quid, so the Doritos sauce is also cut price. You stock up on it. Well,
That's
that is
the
true,
man.
but
Anyway, I'll give you a top tip. Supermarkets, especially Asda, have 2 times of the day where they cut the price. Okay,
Ooh.
the first time they cut the price is 2 p.m. Okay. The second time they do, you know, the yellow stickers across where they
yeah, the
Yellow
road
stickers.
stickers.
Yep.
okay. The second time is 5 p.m.
Oh,
They're your two.
2 and
change
5.
of- Yep, 2 o'clock and 5 o'clock.
Here is a VEC top
VEC
tip for you. If you
exclusive.
want to go to Asda, go then. Aye, there you go. We're being helpful. We're giving people consumer advice.
As Oscar
Exactly.
Hardwick comes into the pits.
If
Yes.
you're living on a shoestring and you need to pay for your VEC entry fee, it's always worth saving.
Always worth saving, and I think it's worth saving this moment in history. I'm going to go get my dinner now, so it's Neil Heatley and Nick Hucombe for a while.
Indeed, with 16 and a half hours to go, I do just quite like on the stream 220 people are just listening to us listen to
Top tips.
talk about different various supermarkets in the UK that you probably don't get anywhere else in the world. But there we go, 16 and a half hours to go in this most fantastic race. Oscar Hardwick has came into the pits in the GNS number 22. I think he will stay in that car. Just need to see if anyone is looking to take over from that car. Broadbent is actually in the waiting room. So that might be a driver change for the GNS car. Jimmy Broadbent might be getting to the wheel. No, it's actually Joe Champa's now in the wheel of that. Joe Champa is now up in second. So a successful swap there for the GNS number 22 has managed to keep third place over Virus. Indeed, Champa is just coming through the Tetra Rouges, and Adam Taylor is just coming through Maison Blanche. So still a nice little healthy gap there for the 22 car.
Yeah, Joe's a fast driver. Been on the server when he's been on, and he's really can put the laps in. 3:22, no problem. So could the gap's down to 50 seconds, so between GNS and Team Virus. So there's a shortened time. It was 1 minute plus before.
So there we go, April Dillon is still in the lead of that P2 class. She is just coming through the first chicane. Michael Bernard, the car behind, is just coming into the Porsche curves. It's about a half a lap lead for the number 32 car there, in the lead of the championship, and again dominating this race so far with Philippakos, now Dillon.
A flat line of clawed some time back. It was the gap was around the 2:49 mark just about 40-50 minutes ago. It's down to 1:54 at the minute.
Very interesting. Perhaps that's that's actually consistent with about a pit stop, I'd say. So perhaps Bernard and the flatline car have yet to make perhaps Dillon's made an extra pit stop.
It could be. we'll see how it shakes out. We'll keep an eye on how the pit stops are shaking out.
And the current leader in the GT class is Eunice Revio in the number 89 VLS car.
Yeah, with a 56-second lead on the dark race.
Ramada in the dark
yeah.
car.
Yeah.
Which is very good for their championship hopes, actually.
And it's nice to see Caspian sitting in 4th, VLMS with Flatline GT 53 just behind them, 9 seconds behind Caspian.
Indeed, that Caspian Motorsport car had a little bit of a rough start today. Was a lot of the time down about 8th or 7th for the first couple of hours or so for the race, but since then they've been constantly 2nd, 3rd, 4th.
I noticed that they were a little bit down, and now they've pushed through, and I'm sure they'll be confident. They're only 26 seconds behind, which is easily overcome, isn't it?
But it's easy, yeah, 26 seconds is so easy. It could be a little bit of an off at Indianapolis, could be a little excursion through the gravel, the four chicanes.
Being lapped in a wrong, like a place where they want to carry some speed through, but are unable to do that.
So that might be that's certainly something to look out for over the next 16 and a half hours. You know, just 16 and a half hours to go.
I know, you say that so casually. Yeah, there's just 16 hours to go.
It's 16 and a half hours to go.
Get yourself a brew.
As there is a couple of GTs just into the pit, and one of the prototypes have just came into the pit as well. Nichols in the 64 Satellite Racing cars just came into the pits. Same goes to Adam Hodgkinson, the number 3 car. He's in as well. He was up in 5th place. I know certainly before the vaudeville car came in, he was battling Dow Tapper. That is Hodgkinson just going right now. Trevelyan Johnson, who's now driving the vaudeville car, has just came into the Ford chicane, so he's managed to gain a lot of time on him, and Matt Richards is now in the number 24 Magenta Warriors car.
Yeah, the thing is, because of certain issues that certain cars have had throughout the classes, it could be only a few cars are on what we could call the sequence. A lot of cars could now be off sequence technically.
I think now it's just a case of get to the end.
I think that's the main focus for everybody. You're fighting the track, you're driving against the track, not just your opponents. It's long duration tracks like this, 2-3 minute plus. You are really, it's you man against the track, isn't it? Really.
Indeed, it's so easy to. It's so easy just to fall in mistake, fall into a trance, not exactly follow where you're going. How did you find that when you were driving the car, Nick?
I think you get into a sequence. You start feeling it, and the only thing that sort of like can upset the rhythm is the P1 car coming up behind you. Depending on where that takes place, you try not let it affect your drive. But obviously, there's certain places where it's quite easy that you're not affected whatsoever. Same with GT cars. It's just a case of like just trying to keep in the groove, keep your mind set, and nothing's upsetting you. You've got your teammates engineering for you, telling you who's coming up, which car's next up on track, accident, yellow flags, and you're just getting the information. All the teams will be doing that.
So did you have someone spotting for you while you're in the car? Did you have another person from the team telling you what was going on?
I had Ben. He was next in the car, so he was sitting in watching the broadcast and watching the live timing. So he knew timings of the cars in front, behind, how we're doing. and also checking how we were doing on fuel, time to the next pit stop relative, how much fuel we needed at the entry to Porsche curves to be able to do another lap, stuff like that. So it's just all information that you technically need, and obviously support, pushing you forward, driving well, obviously keeping information on leaders overall in class and stuff like that.
So, yes, Yuri Kanstorp is in the lead of the race still. He's coming through the Porsche car. Second place, Joe Champa. It's just coming through Tetra Rouge. So I'd probably say Kanstorp has a good, best part of about a 2-minute lead at the moment. It's 2:17 in the last split point. So that number 21 car really pushing at the moment. As there's a yellow in the middle sector. There was a yellow in the middle sector.
Yeah, I'm wondering if teams have worked out who's more comfortable through the nights in the car, or if everybody's quite happy with it. I know we've worked the way we're doing it. Myself and Ben are really happy with driving through the night. That could affect things as well, couldn't it?
It could have, yes. The Texas Squadron Corsa has no front end though. To go back and see what happened to them. Again, that Texas Squadron Corsa 68 car has been in the wars today. That is very interesting. Coming down towards the first chicane. It appears that he just totally outbrakes himself. He brakes far too late. He brakes at about the 50-meter board for the first chicane.
Oh, that's a bit late. Even I'm not that brave.
Which is suggest, and he goes straight on and hits the tyre barriers that you're supposed to go round if you miss the chicane. Hits it at a fair whack, about, just having a look back, about 120 kilometres an hour. He hits it with a fair whack, there's a complete 360. That's the front end of that car. And did quite a bit of suspension damage, it looks like, as well, on the 68 car. A lot of suspension damage. In fact, you almost can't get around Arnage.
Oh dear. We have.
In fact, that's not Arnage. That's Mulsanne Corner. Oh.
Will there be a code 80? Is it okay?
I'm not sure. That will be up to the clerk of the course. Our version of Eduardo Freitas, Jimmy Allison. Oh, but he's off the track. He just did a massive jump over some grass, hit the barriers on the left-hand side again on the run-up to Indianapolis. Oh! Oh! Very... That was almost a dangerous rejoin into the path of April Dillon, our current P2 leader. Oh, that's someone else. I think that was Broadbent. Oh no, that Broadbent isn't currently driving, but it definitely looks like a Nissan. Had a very close call. It might have been Champa then. Had a very close call with him coming into Indianapolis corner. But Marcelli, indeed, the one that car had done the quadruple roll. I thought I just heard something on a replay there, but it had the quadruple roll coming into the Dunlop chicane, but coming up into the Porsche curves, possibly the most dangerous part of the track.
Yeah, cars will have to be wary. We'll see the yellow markers, knowing that there's a problem ahead.
Trevelyan Johnson's crashed. Trevelyan Johnson has crashed as well.
Yeah,
Ed
moving
Trevelyan
slowly.
Johnson. What on earth has happened to him?
Front end.
That is most peculiar. From the vaudeville driver, he just almost suddenly loses control. Halfway down the straight coming up to Indianapolis and clatters into the barrier on the left hand side.
He's got suspension
That's
damage.
most peculiar from the vaudeville driver.
He's pulling left.
But yes, he has got suspension damage, you are right.
So that'll be a rather lengthy pit stop, I would imagine.
That's Marcelli just came into the pits as well, but it's just gone from bad to worse for the number 14 car. Into the fire for Trevelyan Johnson. That's him going extremely slowly coming out towards the Porsche cars.
Yeah, Marcelli's safely back in the pits now. It's engines off, so it's obviously a long
It's
stop.
going to be quite a long stop, yeah.
Trevelyan Johnson's hitting the grass, trying to keep the car out of the way.
Everyone has to be careful. Here comes Bert.
Yeah.
That was Bert in the 3 wide car. Got to see who's coming up next. They just need to be careful of the slow vaudeville Porsche 919. That's Ben Willis, your
Yep, just
teammate.
passed. Yep. Ed's
And
done
lapping
well
himself from Trevelyan.
Ed switched to the left side of the track, safely staying off the racing line, and trying to stay to the left still until he hits the pit entrance, and he'll have to, he's just switched right, ready for the pit entrance.
Very, very smart driving there by Trevelyan Johnson.
Now it's a case of the length of the pit stop. I would imagine it'll be quite a long one.
Indeed, and that's him back into the pits.
Yeah, I'm safely back in.
SimHQ car has changed drivers as well, I do believe. That's Gomez at the wheel, unless it was Gomez before. Anyway, 10th place for the number 19 SimHQ car.
Yep, good call. Pedro Gomez back in.
That's put Hodgkinson in the 3 car up into 5th place. Originally started today with Stephen Bailey. Had a fantastic race going actually. Then and then it's just gotten downhill from there.
Yeah, they had a really good start. Then it's just it's bringing it back, trying to claw it back. At the minute, there's only 2 cars on the lead lap, Velis and G&S. Vira's 1 lap
Taylor's
further
just
back
came into the
and
pits.
DHR further lap back.
That's Virus now into the pits now.
It is, yeah. Virus switching on lead lap as well now.
Must say the Ravio in the 89 car has a very nice lead over Pedro Ramada. Ravio is just coming up towards, coming up to the Porsche curbs actually, and Ramada has just came into Mulsanne corner, so a very, very nice lead there. It's about 50 seconds or so his Ravio.
Yes. It's I'm just hoping that in the next couple hours, I would imagine some of these cars are going to close up, driver swaps and such like, and we'll get some close racing very, very soon from these guys.
Wow.
And
Oh no!
you go.
Of course, Nick Needham doesn't like the fact I'm back because there's now 2 Geordies in the booth at once, but there's also welcoming to the booth a certain Stephen Bailey.
Good evening. I'm not sure how I feel about 2 Jordans in the booth either, to be honest.
I know it's a weird concept, isn't it?
I feel intimidated, Bailey. Please come save me.
You only ever had to deal with one before. Now you've got 2 of them.
Sorry. You've got a
but it's
dirty
fine.
southerner to even it up a little bit now. So.
We've got some southerners to deal it up. Yes, even it up. Of course, Doug Henson Racing, your big return to the VEC in this 24 Hours on Le Mans. Your car's 5th at the moment. Obviously, not really, where you'd like to be, possibly, given certain incidents, but we'll try and gloss over those a little bit. I know it's difficult. But
Yeah.
a bit difficult, perhaps. But aside from that, how's it been?
Well, I personally love Le Mans. I couldn't really resist the urge to do Le Mans. The car itself it's fantastic. It's so hooked up. I'm I'm personally looking forward to getting back into the car and trying to do a sub 21 fastest lap because it can do it, especially on this level or other. But it's a shame that things haven't gone so well because the car's so fast. It's just so fast that let's say it started very well. We had the 20-odd second lead.
Got a car off at Dunlop. So
Have we now? Have we now? We're going to car off the Dunlop curbs, and I don't know who it is. It's Pedro Gomez. Pedro Gomez in the SimHQ car's gone off in the 19.
Yeah, trying to overtake Ramada on the outside. Came in far too hot. And
Yeah,
just
came in
went
the inside.
straight
And,
off,
he
yeah.
almost went over the bump. And he just missed it. Oof, that was
Yeah.
narrowly missed.
Yeah,
There's been
misjudgment.
a couple of incidents like that where cars have actually gone over the bump, and it's not ended well for them. And oof, it's caused damage and then caused them to have to go round. And luckily, none of that has happened to either the DHR car, Stephen. But obviously, incidents of their own have occurred. But still, number 3 car still in a decent place at the moment. It's a 24-hour race, remember, so anything can still happen. And you could be walking out of here perhaps with the number 9 of Max Scheider pulling off a miracle 7-lap recovery and getting in contention for the title. It can happen.
It'll take a hell of a turnaround. No, nothing's impossible, but that'll take a hell of a turnaround.
It would, but
Go on.
don't rule it out. Don't rule it out.
No,
It
I'm
could
not ruling
happen.
anything out.
The number
No,
3
no.
could still win the race as well. From 5th, 2 laps down, it's a winning place, perhaps. Anything can happen in 24 hours, as we say. And, whew. It has just been great to have such a veteran of the VEC back in the Le
How
Mans.
steady on.
A veteran.
I mean, last season as well, we saw you in the full campaign with Doug Henson Racing and almost winning the title in the I believe it was the number 7 car that almost won, or the number 8. But it was the 8 that almost won the title, but just missed out. It's been great seeing you back.
I've really enjoyed Le Mans. I don't think I have the urge to do more than Le Mans, but
Yeah.
I might just do Le Mans for the next few seasons. That might
Fair
do
enough.
me.
You can be the Le Mans specialist for DHR. There's nothing wrong with that at all. There's other teams that brought Le Mans specialists in. I'm sure.
There's a word for that, It's called a ringer.
Never
wow.
been described as a ringer before.
There's a first.
Let's bring Mr. B in.
Yeah. Things getting serious when Stephen Bailey gets in the car. It's.
I knew we couldn't resist.
Stephen Bailey is just the VEC version of the road course ringers they have in NASCAR.
Yeah.
It's just
drivers.
I wish.
It's the next round to Le Mans. Let's get Bailey.
Crikey. If I could get paid doing this, I'd be alright.
Well, if
If there's anyone that wants to sponsor our cars, please feel free.
Yeah, do send it to DHR head office at wherever it's based, England, and well.
My house.
Oh, wait, yeah.
Well, I'm sure Neil Hitley and Nick Newcomb have some questions for the Stephen Bailey.
I'm just glad you're back. I'm sure there was a catalyst for it, not just the fact that it was Le Mans coming up. Something must have sort of got the juices flowing again. Ready? What was it? Come on.
Well, in truth, we needed another driver in one of the cars, and we don't like shopping around so much. We like to get people that we know and that we can trust, and so on and so forth. So I put my hand up to drive him initially the 2 car, but then obviously Nicodem became available very recently, so we put him into the 2 because as much as I like Le Mans, I haven't done much racing in the last few months, so it seemed a little odd putting someone that was a little rusty into the car that could win the championship. I saw the rust
shaking off during qualifying.
I don't want to talk about qualifying, to be honest. But
You got pulled, Bailey. You got pulled.
Technically.
You got pulled. You got pulled, Bailey.
Through technically. What he wanted was on the track, wasn't it?
I did. I kept it on the road. I tried.
You did well.
But no, truly, Le Mans to me is just a massive draw, and it would be enough to get me into the car, even if it was once a year. That's I can't help. I cannot resist the place. Just can't.
It just
So is that
you go on the lap, you can just practice and practice and practice, and you just get lost. You're like, is that the time? You're like, gee, and then when the race is on, you're just lost in your world of just you against the track, cars coming up, right, we're gonna overtake them. It's just amazing. You could just drive for. Whereas in other tracks, you can do like a couple of stints or whatever, triple stint, and think, oh, I need a break, I need to get out. For me, you can just go on and on and on, and it's just an amazing track, I think. And this version is just absolutely brilliant now.
This track is, it's fit me quite well. If I'm honest, it's felt really good.
Yeah.
I mean, like I say, this place it does eat time like no other. I mean, I was in the car for, I don't know, what was it, 4.5, 5 hours or something?
Yeah,
maybe even more than that. I don't know. It was something silly, but I wasn't even tired. I was angry because of what had happened, but I could have done more. To be honest, last year as well, in the middle of the night, I was doing 6. I was on for doing 6, and I was looking at doing 9 in the middle of the night. But I can't
Is that
help
like
it.
your famous season 3 run?
Oh God, I don't. No.
So
Don't
I take
mention that.
No.
What? Was this, by any chance, was this the 8 hours of Daytona where you did the
was.
entire race by
It was.
yourself?
I didn't bring this up. Anyone asking, this wasn't me. But yes, I did.
Shall
do all
we
8
just
hours.
park that one there?
I must say, Daytona is a wonderful track. I love Daytona.
Can't stand it.
Yeah.
No, it's
So
not right, is it?
boring.
Bit of a
It's meant to
love-hate
go round and
relationship.
round. You're not
But-
meant to drive on the infield.
But by the last 2 hours of that race, my brain had turned to mush. I don't remember anything about it. Nothing. Other than finishing, I think. We had a 1-2 that day
I'm just stunned
somehow.
that you did that.
I guess if
Never
we may
again.
get back to Le Mans, we actually have quite a bit of thank you for Stephen because he did the trackside billboards and the all the advertisements that we see on the side of the track. So thank you very much for your work towards that because they're very, very nice looking.
Thank you very much. I was quite happy with them. I did. I had to. Thomas obviously did all the physical, like filling in holes, fixing the track surface, the trees, and all that sort of stuff. I had to. My bit was to make sure all the textures were DX11 ready, and there were. In the initial build of this track, there were 900 DDS and TGA files in the folder. I looked at that. What have I volunteered
Did you
for?
go and get a coffee?
Coffee wouldn't have done it. I mean, that was.
Did you go
now
get
we
coffee or
know.
start hitting your
Yay.
head against the wall? Which one?
I felt like I should have done, to be honest.
Yeah, it is difficult work. Track modding. Oh, Adam Hodgkinson gets a little bit squiggly on the grass there, but he saves it nicely. But yes, yeah, obviously you've got a lot of work to do with all that, making sure all the textures are, you know, albedo mapped, all the different things regarding that, and difficult work then.
It's not difficult. It's just long. It was so boring. I don't want to see Photoshop for another couple
What
of
would
months
you
at least.
rather do? What would you rather do? Going through all the DDS and TGA files, or doing the 8 hours of Daytona again?
You're allowed to say no comment.
Deafening silence there from Mr. Bailey.
That's not much of a choice, is it? Really? Let's be honest.
I think the silence means both were as bad as each other.
Yeah, in their own ways.
Yeah,
Their
but
own
you know,
ways.
the amount of done new stuff for VEC, Stephen, is really just sensational. We can't thank you enough for it.
I don't know about that.
No, you really are one of our key instrumental members. And of course, nowadays you find yourself within the social media role.
I do. I'm still not sure how I feel about it, to be honest. I mean, it's okay. I've quite enjoyed it really when I've not been busy painting other things or who knows what. It's been a nice change of pace really, and like I say, I'm quite happy not racing every race in this. To be honest, it's quite nice to do something that can help the league grow somewhat, maybe bring our factor to some attention.
Yep.
Here and there as well.
Rep that 397.
Obviously, I've not been able to do quite as much for this race on the social media side because I've been practicing and doing the texture stuff and all that. But it's been good. It's been quite enjoyable, really.
Yeah, I mean, actually going from a driving role to, you know, role within the management, you know, it's a big switch. I've had that before in other places where I've gone from being an active driver to an active commentator, and it is a big switch actually calling the action instead of racing in it. And the same for you. Instead of racing the action, you're watching it unfold and doing the social media for it. It gives you another side of the experience, though, really.
It does. It does. I have having been part of the background team, so a little on and off for the last 2 or 3 years, this year I now have much more appreciation for what the admin group has had to do, and especially now with how much organisation there is. There is so much work behind the scenes that people just can't see. No matter what you say, you can't see it unless you do it. And yeah, we have to thank Lord Allison up there. Without his work, obviously, it wouldn't be possible without Thomas Behar as well. We wouldn't have a mod that we could race. So it's...
There was a lot of, as you say, the back scenes work. We talk about Thomas Bear, we talk about even Problems McConis as well, GNS driver, who did our fantastic standing tower that you see on our overlay. He's done all the graphics for that, so we got to thank him as well. A lot of work goes into it.
Oh, absolutely. And this is, for the overlay itself, this is just the beginning. I understand Coin has some big ideas for it, so I'm looking forward to seeing the finished product. No pressure, Coin, or anything.
No pressure, but the check's in the mail. Hey, well, it has been an absolute pleasure talking to you once again, Stephen Bailey. Thank you so much for joining us, and welcome back into a driving role with, even if it is just for Le Mans, with Doug Henson Racing. And of course, best of luck to you, the team, and everything you do with us in the future in VEC. And thank you once again.
Thank you very much.
And I'll see you at Silverstone next season.
Well, maybe. I should be able to save some money by then, yeah.
It only took me 5 years to get you there in the first place.
You were persistent, I'll give you that.
I was.
Persistence can pay off.
And you ended up in the Aston Martin garage. So you picked the right time. Thanks to Mr. Broadbent.
That was
awesome. Yes. I was in the Nissan when the GTRM was there, so I know how it must have felt for you guys, So yeah,
like another planet.
It
It was like...
different world. I was there when with the Nissan team qualifying for the VLMS race. Absolutely amazing experience being in the garage.
If anyone ever gets the chance, even for only 5 minutes, do it. Don't turn it down. Just do it. Grab that opportunity. We walked. Sorry, I'm taking up time. When we walked in there, me and Jimmy, we said, "That's David Richards. There's Pedro Lamy over there." It's like, what? It's a little surreal.
Yeah, I imagine it would be surreal. It's just like, I'm yet to go to a motorsports event myself, but it's like, the day I do, it's going to be like, oh my god, these are all the people I've seen. Help. I don't know what to say. I'm a bit interviewer and they've pointed. I'm lost for words.
Yeah, just the event itself. Anybody gets a chance to go to a WEC event, wherever it is in the world, get yourselves along. The family area, what they've got going on is second to none. And you get access where normally in F1 you don't get, but the WEC make it all-encompassing. Everybody can really get into it, talk to the drivers, see them, and it's a great experience. So wherever it is, if you can get a chance to go to a WEC event, just get yourself along.
Let's do it. I've never been to something quite like. I've been to BTCC, British GT, some stuff at Castle Coombe, things like that. But the WEC race was amazing experience.
You saying about the access you can get. I was almost skewered by Pietro Fittipaldi's front wings in the paddock. That's how close you can get to all the action.
That'd be an honour, wouldn't it?
I wonder if Ed Trelling Johnson's had such a close shave in a motorsport experience.
Well, depends how you define sim racing. Yeah, I mainly just come on to apologise to those involved. Yeah, I missed my. I don't think you quite caught it on stream because I think we were looking at the Texas car, but yeah. Well, yeah, I just Yuri had to brake early, and I was watching some GT cars ahead of him just to try and size up whether I could repass him, and yeah, it was just idiot moment, and I had to swerve left to avoid him because I knew I was going to go long in the brakes, and luckily I've just checked with his teammate Alexei Kivella, and there was no harm done to his car. So that's the at least there's that. And I think there was also a bit where the suspension was. I was going kind of up to speed after that initial crash, and then the rear suspension just kind of gave way when I turned into one of the kinks on the straight after the Mulsanne corner, and yeah, a pretty close shave with the sim racing for Holland car. So I hope. I think I missed them as well. So
Yeah, you did. I saw that when I saw that
Yeah.
that one, but I didn't see the initial.
well, both
Initial
pretty
with Yuri.
regrettable. Yeah, and it was a shame to pass Yuri the first time with that kind of cutting the track. Although the game didn't give me a cut track, it was just total power oversteer, and I had fresh rubber. I just wanted to get away from. But yeah, that's not how you pass someone, of course.
Well, we all make mistakes, Ed, and nobody's infallible in the mistakes. You've got Ricardo Costa in the Vaudeville car now, so don't know how Ricardo is going to do, but it's going to be very interesting to see how he does.
Probably better than me. I think. I'm not sure I'm going to be allowed back in the car now.
Well, you say that, but you're
got a bit of a liability tag.
You're quite
tag
good.
on
I'm
myself.
sure. I know Mike Pittman, who runs Vaudeville Racing, very well, and I know he's a very, very forgiving person. So.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I've actually had any contact with Mike.
Oh.
I mean, it's pretty much
Oh, is
James
he,
and Dower that run the show.
I was about to
for
say,
this
is it
car.
run differently? They've been the endurance effort.
Yeah, I think I can hazard a guess because I don't know for sure. I think Mike is sort of more involved with other leagues.
The organisational side of the endurance effort, perhaps, or
Yeah. I mean, he
If
signed
not-
up as a manager on the forums, but
if not
really
directly involved, but
it's James and Dower who
yeah,
are the main guys.
they do a lot of the legwork. Well, I can't vouch for James and Dower's forgiveness, but I'm sure that Mike would certainly be all right with it, because everyone makes mistakes. He understands that it is just part and parcel of racing. But yeah, thanks for joining us, Ed. Pleasure to have you with us again.
That's all right.
And of course, thank you, Stephen Bailey, as well. And again, good luck for everything.
I was very quickly going to say, Ed, I have to own up to a proper rookie mistake today. Before my pit stop,
Like when I spun in front of you when you were catching me.
No, I might have enjoyed that. Anyway,
Well, I didn't. I felt like I was the worst driver in the world at that point.
we all make mistakes. No, I am going into the Porsche curves. I realised I hadn't changed my pit menu from because I took tyres at the stop before that. I hadn't taken the tyre change off. I found myself scrabbling around changing the pit menu whilst going through the Porsche curves and might have grazed the wall a little bit.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Might have.
Yeah, might have. It might have been pulling to the left. It might have been 3Ks down as well.
Gosh.
Maybe.
Maybe. Just maybe.
That's the rust I was talking about earlier, Nick.
Well, we've spoken about rust before, I think, and I think you mentioned it on the Bathurst thing. It's just a case of when you don't do races for a long time, and not regularly either. I mean, I suppose I could have stomached you passing me, but I really didn't want Oscar to pass me earlier in the race, and yeah, I mean, he was just catching me hand over foot, or whatever the phrase is. And yeah, it was just I just thought like that there's not enough confidence in the car. It's just a bit too nervous. But I mean, I can't say that of you because you've just been the form guy all race. I just dread it when you get in the car because you just start pulling a second or two off everyone else.
Why? The car I said earlier is it's felt spot on around here. It was why I did those we did those test races for 397 for the testing the screen freezers and all that.
Yeah.
It was partly because I knew I was probably going to be racing at Le Mans and I hadn't raced in a few months, so I had to go off and do something. So it was
Yeah.
Well, I tell you this. Great racing still to come ahead, and great guests we've got in the broadcast booth as well. Thank you, Stephen. Thank you, Ed. Both been pleasures to have, and hopefully your races for tight drivers, teams, and other involvements will go well.
hopefully. Thank you very much. I will now stop interrupting you and bugger off.
No, your pleasure's been. It's been a pleasure having you along.
Thank you.
We'd keep you for the full race if we could.
No, I'm due in the car again.
Commentary's not really your favourite thing to do anyway.
Please save me from the Georgies. Stay.
Yeah, there's 3 things in life that are inevitable: death, taxes, and Geordies. Especially in sim racing, because you can't get rid of me. Anyway, thank you, Ed. Thank you, Stephen.
Catch you later. Have fun, everyone.
See ya.
It is always so nice having them around, isn't it? A lovely pair of people. And, well,
Indeed.
we are now about to launch into an R-Factor 2 hourly update that is 8 minutes late. Brilliant timing, ladies and gentlemen. And, well, I don't know if Nick Newcomb has access to the standings, but maybe he'd like to try. I'm taking his silence as enough. Right, okay then.
I think Machado, I believe, has crashed.
Oh, Mateus Machado may have crashed. Mateus Machado may have crashed here. Oh, yes, talking door car off the circuit.
No crash, actually.
No crash.
Doesn't touch anything.
Crash has not
Doesn't
occurred.
touch any of the barriers. Very.
Yeah, looks like
it
he's
went.
still fine.
It went off. He had a massive tank slap at the beginning of the Tetra Rouge S, and managed to catch it very nicely before it went.
Looks like he's got some form of suspension damage actually, so may have hit something. He's got some form. Oh, he's wiggling. He's wiggling. He's getting his Sinner Snake on. Oh, blimey, Mateus. He's taking to the right of the track here as they go into the first chicane. Well, there, looks like there's suspension. It's a slow, suspension damaged car here. And, well, Machado in the 35 placed 71 talking door car. As they come down into the first chicane, he's being overtaken left, right, and centre here.
I hope he's not being overtaken to the right, because there's no room between him and the
wall.
wall.
There's no room at the end of the right, no!
But indeed, that is him going at about 150, 120 kilometres an hour down the Mulsanne Street.
Yep, he's going to come into the first chicane now, but yeah, Machado going slowly. Seems to be keeping out of the way, but we are going to go to Cody in 10 seconds, says Jimmy Allison. There you go, we're getting a Cody for it. That is going to happen, and that actually, unbelievably, gives us the perfect chance to go to our late hourly updates. There you go. We've been led into it. So here we go then, because the standings aren't going to change. We have Yuri Kazdorp in the 21, Velas Sim Sport, LMP1, in first place, currently on form for the title. Then it's Joe Ciampa second in the 22 GNS cards, all of the 2s there, and it will be position number 2 in the championship for Team Virus if they don't get out the third. They are about 30 seconds on track behind that GNS card. They need to get through to get into the championship, potential credential championship elect position. Luca Radiali's in fourth in the number 5 GT Italia LMP1, and rounding out your top 5 is Adam Hodgkinson in the Doug Henson Racing number 3 car. Moving into LMP2 now, and it is Diego Carranza, number 32 car, in first place. Atlantic Motorsport, so far ahead in the LMP2 class, really bossing the championship at the moment. Michael Barnard, second in the number 31 Flatline LMP2. Then it's Nicholas Papadnik in the number 46 Seawolf Net Race Motorsport car. Stefan Holtzkamp with no rear wing is fourth in the 48 Magenta Warriors car, and rounding out your top 5 in P2 is Christopher Pickford in the Undercover Sim Racing number 50. To the GTs now, and Jonas Raivio leads for Velas Sim Sport in the 89. That's not the championship leading car, but it's the sister entry. Marius Bert is second in the 3-wide Motorsport car in the 77. Then it's Ahmed Dimakan in the 175 VLMS entry, the Caspian Motorsport. Then Nuno Pinto, Dark Racing, number 84, going to pick up third place points despite being in fourth. They're favourites for the championship right now. Tom Schenkels is in fifth place in the 66 SRVN car. Then it's the 53 Flatline of Boyd Bryson in sixth place. Marius Nikolai seventh in the Atlantic number 54 Porsche. Then the 94 Velas car, Kalikuri, possibly out of the championship? Maybe, but maybe not. They're in 8th. The Tyre Scrow 75 Piro Logitech is in 9th. And running out your top 10 is the VLMS 169 Witchwood GT car, driven by Daniele Tully.
Indeed, this is now done. Our longest race of our longest regular race of the season, if you like, the 8 hours.
Yep, we're into unknown territory here, with the exception of the 12 hours of Sebring.
We're into unknown territory, apart from the one that we've already done.
Yes, of course. Yuri Kazdorp is leading the race from Yuri Kazdorp. I just had to. had to.
Josh, please.
I think the time has come for me to open the ice cream.
Oh, Josh, no, please don't change. But yes, that is indeed the rundown of play at the moment.
Yep, and while I open a very, very soggy tub of ice cream because it's melted everywhere.
Oh, Josh, no, you're better than that.
Yuri Kasdorp is leading the
I
race.
shall see what happened to the 48 car.
You'll find out what happened to the 48. That might be useful. Oh god, I've bit me toe.
Why has he not got a rear wing? He has not got a rear wing because he lost it by himself coming to the first right hand of the Porsche curves and backed it into the wall at quite a large velocity, actually. Backed into the wall at the best part of 100 kilometers an hour. It's quite a sizable impact. The rear wing just pops off. That's it. No rear wing through the Porsche curves for the 48 car. But it was squeaky bum time for him.
Yeah, it really is a, scary moment. Sure. And he's good thing he's back going again and all that. But Champa Taylor, that's going to be an interesting battle going to be going on. I think there's about 3 minutes on track in the Code 80, so about a minute in actual time between these two cars. It's going to be an interesting battle because Taylor has to get past Champa to win the championship in LMP1. Otherwise, it goes to Vela Simsport.
Indeed it does, and that is something that you really didn't envision because you thought because Vodpool retiring that would give well, not retiring, Vodpool having the connection and some of the Tapper, you would have thought, oh, Virus is getting to place. That's wonderful. That's it for them. But in fact, no. It's allowed Kasdorp to go from second to first, gain 10 points, and that's just swung the championship in favour of the 21 car.
It's a bit surreal, actually, isn't it? Because you've actually got a team thinking, you know what would be really good for us right now? If the car ahead didn't disconnect. Oh, snap, they just did. That must have been happening in the Team Virus camp. They'll have been running the numbers, surely.
Surely they will, yeah.
Surely. They'll have been running the numbers. All self-respecting teams run the numbers at some point.
All self-respecting teams, oh no.
Says Josh Randerson, who runs the least respectable sim racing team in the world.
Well, you do know one person that we know. We both know very well, Mike Bell from the 199 Release Racing Car. We know whenever he tries to crunch numbers, he gets a nosebleed.
Yeah,
no idea why.
Not his strong point, is it, Max?
Not his strong point, indeed. But Amish Sunarain has just got into the 170 car.
Oh, hello, Amish Senurain. Yes, that's lovely to see. Senurain there in the 170 RSA car. Nice to see Amish in the car, definitely, and very capable driver in his own right, as we know from VLMS. If he drove there, of course. My memory may fail me on that one. I think he did. I remember his name.
Yeah, he did.
There you go. I'm not terrible.
For the VLMS. I definitely remember it.
I'm not terrible, except for the times where I am. Oh god, the ice cream has melted everywhere.
You've got ice cream. I've got chocolate cake.
Oh god, this is actually seriously melting now. Help!
Josh, you brought this upon yourself.
Look, I'm sorry, but I've got to enjoy my Ben & Jerry's during a race, okay?
Oh, it's Ben & Jerry's. This good ice cream that you've let melt. That's even worse. No.
There is other ice creams available.
Yes, in the interest of SOC impartiality, other ice creams are available. I'm just having difficulty with this one.
You let it melt, now you're drinking it, oh no.
Oh, well, I'm sorry, right? But I had to let it try and melt a bit so I could actually eat it instead of just digging into a block of ice. And now this has happened. I'll tell you what, Neil, will it make it any better if I tell you that it's Ben & Jerry's fish food?
What?
Oh, it's not even one of the good flavours.
It's the chocolate one with caramel in it.
It's not even one of the good flavours.
I see I'm doing everything wrong.
I think even the correct answer is half-baked.
Oh, half-baked is lovely, like.
The correct answer is half-baked.
It is a lovely, lovely ice cream.
Or the chocolate brownie. Both of those, wonderful.
I'll double you up on that. Chocolate brownie by Ben & Jerry's. Brilliant ice cream. Brilliant.
Is this your supper, Joshua?
As we're going green in 10 seconds, I'm so busy looking at my ice cream I didn't notice. A green flag racing we go once again. Oh, I'll tell you this. This racing has been so good.
Indeed, it has been a fantastic motor race so far.
And of course, we still got pretty much 2/3 of it to go.
pretty much 2/3 of it to go, just under 2/3 of it. We have about a Sebring and a VLMS race to go. As we've got a yellow in the final sector, we immediately had a crash.
Oh dear.
No, I think that might have just been a
Yellows beget yellows, they say, isn't it?
Yeah.
I think that might have just been a small
Incident.
small glitch within the timing. Yeah, perhaps.
Or something happened, but either way, we've resolved it, and it's not happening anymore. Just like you winning SRCA, Neil. It's not happening yet.
It's not happening, and I doubt it's ever going to happen.
Don't have I said winning SRCA? That doesn't mean getting a license.
That's also probably never going to happen. But something that I found quite nice in this mod, on the side of the cars during the night, the numbers on the side panel light up.
They do, yeah. Glow in the dark numbers. They do that in it's kind of a half emulation of the big panels they have on modern prototypes, like the position panels, like every IndyCar.
I think
Sort of
that should
half
be,
emulation of that.
that would be something really nice, because I know they have leader lights in WEC.
Oh, we'd like that.
1, 2, and 3 lights by the side. So I'd like if they had leader lights, or perhaps made a LED display like they have in IndyCar. I think that would be a really nice idea.
Well, if Marcel
Ladies and gentlemen,
oh,
I have it on authority from the head cheese himself.
Oh,
Wait for it. It
Wait
could
for
be
it.
happening.
oh, interesting.
Oh, thank you very much. I think that would be a great addition.
That would be amazing. That. Oh wow.
Yep. You wish and Jimmy delivers.
This is the thing when you got a Lord Allison, he can make anything happen.
Jimmy delivers within 3 seconds.
Wonderful. Where else can you get that kind of...
Efficiency. Forget the Germans, the Danish, where is that?
Jimmy in particular.
The most efficient man in the world. Probably.
Probably.
Most certainly. I don't even have to say probably.
I
This
used
isn't
to,
Carlsberg.
I was in a team...
Other beers are available.
yeah.
Someone's not got a front end. Someone's not got a
Oh,
front
no,
end. They're
who's
just
it?
coming through me, so I don't know. It's Matthias Grau.
Oh, it's Matthias Grau. That's the pair one. Logitech driver. Grau has no front end. Come on, he's got no rear spoiler as well. That's bad. That's bad, but he's already at the pit. So
He was coming through the top of the Porsche curves. The first of the left-hander gets ever so slightly too much over the curb at the top of the hill. Just sort of loses it slightly, goes into the wall on the left-hand side, then spears into the wall on the right.
oh, that's bad. That is a big accident for Grau, actually. I do hope they're going to be able to get that car fixed in a reasonable amount of time. That Pira Logitech car, we saw in some great battles before. I do hope they can get it fixed.
I think that might just be a little bit of a lag on my end. Indeed it is. I thought Roy Shorten had followed him off, but no. That was just a little bit of lag on my end.
No, he didn't.
Almost giving Nick the scaring Nick there by saying saying his car had died again.
Oh snap, the Swedish racing car's gone off, or it's not in the race.
The British race. Campbell Wallace has managed to single-handedly retire 3 cars this season.
Campbell Wallace is retired from this race and he didn't even take part.
He managed to retire 2 cars at VLMS, then retire the 12 Hours of Bathurst car for the GT4.
I have to say, his finish rate needs to improve. His finish rate really needs to improve.
It really does.
I tell you whose finish rate is already good enough as it is, though. Matt Richards. He's going to get to his end of this stint in what I believe is his VEC debut.
I can tell you that Campbell's finish rate is 0% because he's Scottish.
Does that apply to you too, Neil? Are you a different kind of Scottish?
Are
you the right kind of Scottish, Neil?
In me. I have 0% finish in me.
Well, I've already said I'm going to become an honorary Finn. Jimmy Allison's actually blaming us entirely for the half-eaten peanuts on his keyboard. Well, if I hit them, I'd die because they have a nut intolerance, but...
Oh dear me. Anaphylactic.
Matt Richards is going to get in that Nismo, maybe get out of the Nismo, and I suspect it'll be changed to Alexander Van der Waal, so he'll complete his first stint in the Virtual Endurance Championship, and the Welshman will be happy with that.
He will be very happy, and he's done a pretty good job as Richards, up into 6th place in the Magenta Warriors car.
Yep, Van der Wouter in the car then, as I suspected. Maybe we could even get Man in for an interview. He's a lovely lad. I'm sure he would not mind if he wanted to, but we'll see.
He's a lovely child, he is. Lovely child.
You've never met him!
I know. I'm just imagining.
How can you know? How can you know? I'm not saying he's not, because he's lovely. He's driven for me.
Because we have no bad people in the VEC.
Yes, no bad people except for the ones who aren't as good as in me. I'm just not as good as anyone. Everyone comes before me. After all, it is not every sim racing commentator who says curved corners. You're not gonna.
Jimmy knows one, but he's not going to tell us.
The thing is, right? You're not going to let me live that down, are you, Neil?
Nope.
I say stuff, and it happens. Oh God, I've done it again.
Well, you know, it's like some of the things that people say in realist racing. Sometimes, you know, I've got a little book of them. I've made a little text document on my desktop of them. Just put them in whenever someone says something stupid.
Yes, you've got your book of stupid stuff.
I've got my book of stupid stuff. Yep.
Do you realise now they're going to be very, very careful with what they say when you're around?
Oh no, they already know.
Oh,
they already know, and they still do it.
Anyway, shall we get back to the racing? Because I've just been reliably informed by the live timing that Adam Hodgkinson's catching Luca Radiali at a rate of knots, and this is significant because it's for 4th overall. And they're on the same lap, and they're actually doing stuff.
They're actually quite close. It was 4.5 seconds Hodgkinson took out Radiali last lap.
Yeah, Hodgkinson on an absolute flyer, really, and he's catching him up at a rate of knots here. Diego Quaranta in the Atlantic car ahead of Luca Radiali at the moment. So Hodgkinson just going to be aided by this, but he's stuck behind Ahmed Dimakan. Really needs to get past here, Hodgkinson, and he does on the exit of Indianapolis. But Radiali's still stuck behind. This is Hodgkinson's chance.
This is Hodgkinson's chance, he says, as Hodgkinson is still 5 seconds behind him.
Well, he's catching up. Give him credit.
It's like trying to buy a bag of crisps when you're 5 pence short, isn't it? You're not going to get the bag of crisps.
You aren't going to get your bag of tuna crisps with the 5p less than the required amount, and Adam Hodgkinson is not quite there yet, but he's certainly saving up the funds to get Radiali. Although positions are not won based on money in Virtual Endurance Championship, they're based on if you can overtake.
Pedal to the metal.
Yeah, absolutely pedal to the metal. In fact, look at this, he's going for Quaranta into the 4 chicanes. Beautifully executed, and Radiali's past Nichols in the Saturday racing car, but Hodgkinson's got to get through. Oh, he's got stuck behind there. Now he's going to get past on the exit, and he's going to do it. And now it is a straight fight between Radiali and Hodgkinson. I'd love to go on board with Hodge if we can. Just listen to the Audi and see how close he closes up to look at Radiali, because it's going to be an interesting duel between these two when it kicks off. Apparently we already are. Jimmy Allison, again, so efficient, he's read my mind. You see, this is the sort of efficiency you get in the VEC. You get race directors that read the commentators' minds, and fantastic racing too. So, Hodgkinson, Radiali, who's going to win?
As Jimmy Allison rightly points out, nobody can read Josh's mind.
Yeah, I've got it on encrypted, mate. I've got it on the encrypted set, and you're not getting in. Hodgkinson has a serious chance of getting in 4th, though. He's drafting now, or trying to get in the draft. Pobadnik there in the P2 wants to try and go through here. Radiali is on the outside, going past Gridello. Hodgkinson will get there as well. He's closing the gap. Faster and faster and faster, and he's gonna break for the chicane. He's not gonna get through just yet, but Hodgkinson is making serious inroads, and I reckon he'll have it done either by the end of this straight or the next. Chases the GT Italia. He's in the slipstream now, into top gear. The full 7-gear experience for Adam Hodgkinson really kicking in now, and he's on the full throttle now. Is he going to look left, or is it too soon? Oh, I think it's too soon. He's going to brake earlier. He's going to set it up just like you would a checkout in a game of hours. Hodgkinson going to look forward into Mulsanne. formals aren't even. He's going for it now before they even get to the corner. Hodgkinson on the outside, Ron Early on the inside. This is Audi versus Audi. It's GT Italia versus DHR. Full acceleration going on here. Hodgkinson for the fourth position in the race. He's side by side. He's got the side draft going on. There's going to be a kink and a braking zone, and Adam Hodgkinson through into fourth.
Roselli let Hodgkinson through because he knows that the DHR driver is so much faster than himself. There's no use wasting time battling him.
Yes, indeed. Now, I tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, it is time to welcome a Jimmy Broadbent back to the chat for more absolute applause from GNS fans, I'm sure.
Yeah, damn right. Hello, Josh and commentary team. I've come with an interesting update.
Have you now? Have you now? Please
yes.
tell.
Has Joe Champa suddenly lost a leg?
It's in that sort of vein at the moment. Basically, Joe pulled into the pit stop last time, looked around and said, "I'm bleeding." I was like, "What?" Okay. He was saying that blood was running down his neck and his back. I think he scratched himself or something. But so I think he's not gonna die. I think he's all right. Like, if the car veers off, he's died. But hopefully that doesn't happen.
We're sort of hoping that doesn't happen. We kind of don't want a fatality in a VE series. That's not really what we want. But
has he got talons instead of nails, Jimmy?
I mean, maybe. I mean, we've gone from Oscar trying to kill the car to Joe dying, so I'm not quite sure what I need to do to follow that up when I get in the car next. But we'll see.
I think the only way to level him up is to actually die. I think that's the next step.
To level up, that is. That's the next tier commitment to the team.
Next tier commitment.
Joe committed to the meme actually dies on stream.
Yeah,
you know,
well, Joe Champa,
the
everybody.
force feedback on your wheel is too much, it just rips both your arms off or something like that.
He's still going. Like, he said, "Oh, I'm alright," and just continues. So I assume that he's now sitting in a pool of what must be like sweat and blood at this point, which is a great advert for people wanting to sim race. But
pure commitment to GNS there.
Yeah, I mean, blood oath is what we do, Nick.
Yeah, blood oath. Shaky hand club.
Yeah.
Oof, well, I tell you this though, your race has been pretty good so far. Second place, and you're actually seriously, and I'm not kidding here, you are instrumental to the championship fight.
No, if we stay ahead, well, I know Virus need to clinch it basically. So of course we're mates with DHR guys, so we'll see what we can do. But no, our race comes first, seriously. So if we win, we win. If we don't, then we'll just meme until the next season, I guess.
Yeah, you currently being in second place is currently denying Virus the championship. Are you going to show Virus some compassion?
No.
Well, that's bluntly put then.
We will race. We'll race them like we race anyone else. There you go, I think I saved that.
Yeah, just go for it. And, well, Adam Taylor, if he wants to do on Joe Champa, he'll have to force it.
Yeah,
just
but don't do the forcing you did earlier, where, like, you sort of push past.
Don't do that. Not that kind of forcing it. But
where you overtake fairly. Well, saying that, I guess I nearly wiped out half the field earlier, so I can't really talk, so...
No, you did wipe out half the field, it's not nearly.
Okay, so, yeah, cool, that did happen.
Yeah. Well, the less said about that, the better.
Start. That was sure.
So, best case scenario, we win, and then we get banned, so...
Can't confirm GNS last one season. But
what season?
You see, the thing is, GNS insurance doesn't cover banning, does it?
No, it doesn't. That was in the admin decisions in the small print there, so I'll have to see if I can work something out with Reese. But the poor guy is out of pocket already after this race, so I don't want to know how much more he's got to do.
I think it's going to last literally Le Mans.
We'll see. We will see. But otherwise, to be serious for a second, the race is going all right. You know, we're just sort of pottering around at the moment, trying not to hit anything with sort of varying success, and just trying to be there at the end where it'll be decided. But for now, it's just surviving.
Yep, all about staying alive, as the BG's put it, and well, that's exactly what you're doing right now. Please, Neil.
You say that the 175. That wasn't me.
That was Nick. That was Nick, man.
The 84 is going to try and go around the outside of the American coming down into Mulsanne corner. That's not going to work though. This is for third in class.
It is not going to work. No, Dark Racing the wheel. Can he get him on the exit? He's going to get him on the exit of a Arnage
that's
here.
slightly cheeky.
That's not Arnage, that's Mulsanne. I'm getting the corners mixed up.
That is Mulsanne.
It's my favourite corner. How can I not miss this?
It's been a long day.
It's been a long day and
And there we go. Pinto has made the pass on the run down. Rivero is trying to pass the both of them though, coming down into Indianapolis, and he managed to complete the move before the final right-hander before Indianapolis. Will Demirkan come back immediately? The answer is no. Pinto stays ahead. Third place in class for the 84 Dark Racing car.
Yeah, well played from Pinto to get through there. That was a sensational move from him, and well, it's been a good race so far. I'm sure it's going to get even better. I think we should probably let Jimmy Broadbent go now with this on-track action going.
Yeah, I've got to go and make sure Joe's got enough blood to survive the stint, so I'll be back
Get the
later on.
transfusions on.
You'll be
Cheers,
fine.
guys. Catch you later.
Good luck in the,
Thanks, Jimmy.
in the next stint.
Thanks.
Well, I tell you this. It's an interesting race, isn't it? It's getting a bit mild, and I may be leaving you in a couple of minutes, unfortunately, in about 15, because... But it has been a pleasure commentating.
You need your beauty
It's
sleep, like-
because you're weak, Josh. You're
It's because
weak.
I'm not, the thing is, right?
Okay,
Nick
come
Newcomb is the superior Geordie, because he can keep on going.
on. Ever ready, bunny.
Yep, he is the ever-ready bunny to my zinc batteries.
That's about right, isn't it?
Yeah, I tell you this, but Neil Heatley is the proper energizer, because he's going to do the full 24.
Yeah,
The proper energizer.
As soon as he
my
comes back in
goodness.
5 minutes, of
He's
course,
got the
but-
rechargeable
As soon as they come
batteries.
back, yeah.
Yeah,
back
he's
in
going to be
5.
he's going to be the full-on energizer experience.
Yeah.
Great.
I'll be interested to hear you're coming back in after a great night's sleep in Neil.
Just absolutely groggy.
20 hours into the race.
Yeah, I just imagine I'm going to be like, hey, look at me, I'm back in the morning as I kick my microphone, and Neil Heatley's going to be like, what is life?
Neil just puts you on mute.
Neil's going to be like, I can't be doing with this, like, I need to get rid of the annoying Geordie who's just come back after 12 hours away. Well, not 8, I mean 8, but yeah.
Are you coming back in at 8 a.m., are you?
8 or 9, hopefully, if all goes to plan. If all doesn't go to plan, I will probably be later.
Yeah.
Fashionably late.
My last stint now was because of the issues we had at 139. My last stint now will be finishing around 8 a.m. as well.
Yeah, bit of a long haul for you then, Nick Newcomb, but thanks for
Yes.
joining us if you're going to be going that long.
Yeah, myself and Ben Russell will be doing the stints through the night. Ben's due in the car in another 30 odd minutes or so, and then from then on it's a two-man run through the night.
It is pretty difficult, the night section of the race, isn't it? Because, you get into the darkness, you can't see where you're going, you've got maybe less staff.
Yeah, this is just going to be me and Ben running through. So
Not going to be easy, is it?
No, Roy's on call in case there's any issues. We'll
Roy
just
is the super sub.
Yeah, we'll just kick him up, give him a kick at the back of the garage and bring him forward.
Yeah, if it needs
Point
to
him
be.
in the right direction and say, right, off you go.
Just give him all the energy drinks of the world. Say, you're up, mate. Good luck.
Yeah.
Hey, well.
Jimmy's got some messages for you there, Josh. If you want to read them out, I can't read them out. They're X-rated.
Yeah, I'm gonna miss the sunrise at 6. I know it's
It's gonna be gorgeous.
It's gonna be, especially in lovely DirectX 11, which we are now broadcasting in.
Yeah, it looks good in DX11.
It looks pretty good. I think we have a Matthias Machado waiting in the waiting booth, so it might be a good idea to bring him into the area for an interview and talk to the Talking Door racing driver, because, well, always an interesting interview to be had with Matthias Machado. Hello there.
Hey, hello.
Great to have you with us. Now, of course, Talking Door racing driver, you are Matthias, and, well, problems for you because we saw your car crashed.
Yeah, I touched the curb in a weird angle and it threw the car inside the banking, the gravel trap, and it just flipped up the car. And surprisingly, the car had no air damage, but the suspension was pretty much destroyed. So it was a long crawl back to the pits.
Yeah, a long way back, but you've got it back, and you're racing again, really. At this point, is it just about getting to the end?
Yeah, it's just about getting at the end. Like, as soon as I think João had 2 issues as well, we just from the start of the race, we also had like just a focus to just get to the end, no matter what happens. And yeah, it's been a really fun one for the team, like to share everyone and go through the night. Le Mans is always a special race.
Yeah, Le Mans always really the special one, isn't it? You know, the one you always want to get to the end of. Just getting to the end of a 24-hour race can be an achievement in itself.
Yeah, for sure. Like 24 hours, a lot of things can happen, hardware issues, and the car, like the engine, my engine had a little problem at the last stint. Out of nowhere, it just lost power, so we had to draw drivers to get it back. And yeah, just those little things that make it amazing. And with the DX11 update, it just looks fantastic as well. The track is really good. So yeah, this year has stepped up the quality for the Le Mans event. Like, it's been really good.
Yeah, it's been a great event so far, and I'm just looking forward to seeing when I come back, because I'll be going in a little bit, just how good the racing can continue to be. And I'll miss the sunrise. We'll be back for about the last 4 hours, 5 hours of this race, and well, I'm sure that you'll be watching along with your team as well, Matthias, and just watching how this goes.
Yeah, I will be taking the night stints along with Evan, the Australian. He'll be joining us in about an hour or so. So yeah. It's gonna be a really fun one through the night. Like, I love racing at night. It's just so easier to see everything in the track, and the track is cold, so it's very easy to push because the tires cool down really well. So yeah, this just can get better for us from this point.
I think Australians are in demand in endurance races because they're on the other side of the world, so the nighttime for you is daytime for them.
And
when
Americans.
England. And the Americans as well. In big supply, aren't they?
Yeah, me being Brazil, like, I'm 5 hours behind the European time, so it also helps, like, to take the early night stints. So yeah, like, having drivers from all over the world helps in that case, just to do the racing in more normal times that you are supposed to be awake.
Yeah, I mean, it's, obviously, you know, as we say, you know, having people in multiple time zones can help an endurance race. Sometimes you can stick yourselves up and the likes of that. But yes, any questions, Nick, for Matthias?
How many stints will you be doing through the night? Are you going to be triple, double?
Yeah, it should be a triple stint for me again. I was supposed to do a triple stint now, and the Caldati was gonna extend it to 4, but then, yeah, the engine damage and the car flip just didn't help. But yeah, through the night I should take another 3 stints, maybe 4, another one early in the morning. So yeah, and then after that I'm going to a karting race, so this is gonna be a long weekend of racing.
Oh.
Yeah, I'm sure. It's gonna be a long one, innit? You know, if you go to a karting after this. I mean, I've got stuff to do on Sunday after the end of the 24, but oh, it's going to be an interesting weekend for all the way involved, I think. Thank you, Matthias Machado, for joining us. Pleasure to have you as always.
Yeah, thank you for having the broadcast. It's been really awesome. That's looking really nice. The commentary is just top notch. Just yeah, it's awesome.
Thank you, Matthias. And I do think, unfortunately, we're not just saying goodbye to Matthias Machado, we're saying goodbye to me, because I think I've run out of the amount of time that I am able to do before I need to go to sleep and prepare for the coming morning, unfortunately. The Champagne Supernova, Neil Heatley, rejoins us, and it will be Neil Heatley and Nick Newcomb taking us through the night here in the 24 hours of Le Mans.
Can you just wait another couple of minutes? I need to get some paper towels. I may or may not have spilt water all over my desk.
I can't wait too much longer, but yes, you can go and get whatever you want. But yes, Nick Newcomb, I must say,
he's been dribbling again, hasn't he?
Oh yes, he's spilt these drinks. Neil Heatley. But yes, it has been an absolute pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, joining you for these. I started at 2 o'clock, so it's been about 8 hours of the 24 hours of Le Mans. I've been here for pretty much a third of the race now, and I'll be back. I'm aiming to be back around 10 o'clock Central European time. That is 9 o'clock British summer. For then until the remainder of the race. Maybe I'll be back earlier, maybe I'll be back
You'll not be
later.
able to sleep, you'll just want to know what's going on, you'll not be able to sleep.
I want to know, if I can't get to sleep, the first thing I'll do is be tuning into the broadcast to listen to you and Neil go for the remainder of this broadcast.
You'll be listening to Nick Newcomb's lovely, soothing voice.
Yeah,
The thing is,
when,
right,
when I'm not in the car, that is.
You're guaranteed
When you're
one of
in the
us for pretty much at least half of the broadcast. So, you know, if it's not me, it's Nick.
Yeah.
And, well, there will always be a northern flavour.
Can't get away from these damn Geordies.
Hey, you're Scottish, you're more northern than us.
Whoa.
You're just Geordies with your heads done in, aren't you, really?
You're just Geordies that are constantly drunk.
I'm not drunk apart from the times I am.
apart from the times you are. Yeah, so I think with that might be my signal to
depart.
Depart. So thank you very much, everybody, for having me. As always, I'd like to thank Jimmy Allison, of course, for running this event. Thank you to Nick Newcomb, Neil Heatley, and all of our guests for joining us. And, well, from a certain Joshua Anderson, I'll be seeing you on the 4th of June, which is literally tomorrow, for some more 24 hours of Le Mans racing. But until then, I am getting my Geordie butt out of here. Bye for now.
Have a good sleep.
I think I will.
And that's him gone. He's now dead to us.
we don't know.
We don't know whether he's alive or not. It's just going to be Schrodinger's Josh before until he comes back tomorrow morning.
He's done well, poor lad.
Poor lad. But indeed, we now have 15 and a quarter hours to go. And your car, the 139 car, has made its way up to 36th place.
Yeah, with little targets.
Little targets.
Obviously, it's the GT field. We're just crawling, bringing them back in. But we're getting there. Just enjoying the racing. We've got Ben Russell jumping in about 30 minutes. Double stint at least. See how it goes, and then it'll be me and him taking it through the night. We've got to make it a little interesting. We've got a little side bet going on for lap times. There's a pint or two on it, so
a pint or
keeps
two.
it interesting.
Just a couple of pints in it. That always makes it
keeps it
more fun,
interesting.
isn't it? But Go was top 20. You're currently 13 laps off of that. You've got 15 and a quarter hours to get it. You're bound to get up into the top 20.
Yeah, but that's the beauty of it. You can set yourself little targets, and the bigger picture, if we'd had no issues, would have been fine. But obviously with the issues we've had, you just reset your targets, so you've still got a goal, and that's what you're going for, and we've set top 30 by such a time, top 20 aiming top 20 by middle of the night, morning, and then push on from there.
Say that as Marius Nikolai has came into for a stop. Number 54 Atlantic GT car. But I think what's very interesting for the Atlantic team in the GT class, is that they've got two teams in the GT class, but they've both got different cars. The 54's got the Porsche 911, whereas the 72's got the Corvette C7R.
Yeah, I've noticed that. That's I wonder what the thinking was behind that. Yeah. Because if they'd both had the same car, they could have all worked on the same set. They could have worked on a setup between them, unless they were sort of like hedging their bets on the car itself. I find that strange, actually.
Yeah, perhaps they just sort of like naturally split into two and found that they preferred the one half preferred the Porsche and the other half preferred the Corvette.
It could be, especially within the driving style of each guy. Could have enjoyed the way the Porsche drives compared to the Corvette. So there's a few variables. If one of the guys could actually say what steered that decision, that would be quite interesting. Actually, I never really thought that.
And with us at the moment, joining us off of the number 2 DHR car, is Mr. Kieran Parton.
Hi Neil. Hi Nick.
Hiya. How's it
going?
So,
interesting.
How's it going? Also, speaking of interesting, you've had a rather interesting race, haven't you?
Well, me personally, no. My
sorry, your car.
My four stints in the car that I've had so far have been incredibly boring. I've just been fiddling around.
The 2 and the 3 have had interesting
as cars, yes, there have been several issues of varying magnitude. Most of them are quite large, unfortunately.
Quite large.
But
So,
yes,
so tell us, all of us on the watching the stream, what has befallen the 2 and the 3?
if you'll give me a moment, I shall find the list of happenings so far.
He's got
Where-
an entire list. He's
I
got
just
an
need to.
entire list.
Well, it's been posted in the YouTube chat. I just need to find it.
Team Vera's up to P2 in class.
Oh, Virus up to P2. That is absolutely pivotal. That
It
means
is
the
indeed.
championship now swings to Virus.
That's a good comeback.
The championship now swings to Virus.
Ah, here we go. I have found
So,
it.
so am I right in saying that if you look up into the sky, you're going to see a constellation of tears from all the crying that DHR has done over the past 9 hours?
There has not been nearly enough DHR bias, and we're putting that down as the reason as to why. Yeah, this is your fault.
It's not my fault. Sorry.
So a rundown of basically what's happened to us so far. The 2 earlier on in the race, when Max got in the car for the first time, he had a short screen freeze, which caused a P2 car to ram him at great speed. This happened just before, I think, Mulsanne corner. So going at quite high speed. Car
Yeah,
was destroyed. That was a
just
10-minute stop.
It was just about at the hump on the last
Yeah.
section of the Mulsanne straight.
Yep. And then when we swapped to Ethan, it was okay for a couple of laps, and then he had a wheel issue, I think, coming down to Indianapolis. I'm not 100% sure where it happened. Again, the car was destroyed. And again, of course, with the way it works in R-Factor 2, when you get damage, it kills your top speed. I think when I hopped on board to take over from Ethan, his top speed was 322 kilometers an hour, which I'm pretty
That's
sure
P2
LMP2
speed.
cars are going quicker than that at times. So, you know, it's not great. But I got in the car. I was planning to do well, the plan was to do 4 stints on a set of tyres and then do a swap, but my tyre wear was so low and the car still felt fine. I decided to go as long as I could. I was planning, well, based on the wear, I was predicting 6 stints on a set of hards quite comfortably. But Code 80 came out, we thought, you know what, I'm pretty much at the end of the 4th stint here. Let's get a fresh set of boots, get a new driver in the car, and I can sit back, take a break, refresh before I need to get in a little bit later.
So where are you in next? You said you were in at about 1 o'clock.
Max, has Max recently pitted? I'm not too sure. If he hasn't pitted yet, he'll be doing 1 more stint after this. If he has already pitted, he's on his final stint. He's then going to hand over to Ethan. Ethan will do 4 stints or as many as he feels he can do, and then I'll get in after Ethan. So I figured, well, I have the time. I said I'd come up and keep you company for a bit in the night, so I popped up.
See, you're not going to be alone.
Yeah, I told you.
Everybody's going to help you out.
Do you think I was lying to you? Do you really not trust me?
I don't trust you. I trust you more than Mike, who keeps on setting default setups.
Oh, good.
Oh, Neil, I've got a really good setup for you. Pretends to send the default setup.
Yeah, it's funny because you fall for it once, but you know, then you learn, but you continue to fall for it.
I have learned.
Yeah, now after about the 3rd time.
While you were speaking,
You should learn straight away to not trust Mike.
I already reached past that point. But as we were speaking,
Costa's in the pits, I've just noticed.
Costa's in the pits from the ninth place, number 14. But
yes.
But something I think we should really be looking at. It's battle for 2nd overall. Virus versus GNS. Champa's right behind Taylor. And Taylor is fighting for the championship.
Now, didn't Taylor recently overtake Champa on track?
I thought it was via pit stops.
Or was that through the pit stop rotation?
I think it was via pit stops.
So now Champa's coming back at Taylor.
Yeah, Champa's last lap was a...
Do we know if...
Champa's last lap was a 408.
So he's just pitted. In that case.
Yeah.
So he is not taking tyres in that stop. Right. I was just trying to gauge what kind of life his tyres were at.
I shall have a look at when Taylor did his last pit stop. Now let's have a look. Taylor's last pit stop. That's a 7:56, so I imagine it was then. It was lap 134, which is 11 laps ago. 10 laps ago.
So that's soon. They'll be pitting soon in that case. It all depends on what their fuel strategy is. I know it's varying throughout the P1 field.
Because obviously the three cars have different.
The 3 cars doing
different strengths.
3 cars doing something different to the 2. I know that GNS are doing something different to most people.
That's because they're GNS.
Well, yeah. Well, they're doing never change the rear tyre strat. I hear that they have yet to change their rear tyres, and they're still at 95%, something like that. So that's quite incredible.
That's because the rear tyres are literally just there to keep the car up.
Yeah, they don't do anything.
The potential to keep them tyres on till the end is quite high.
Yes.
In fact, it's more than likely.
I don't think they will. I don't see any reason for them to change. It would be banter if they managed to do 24 hours on one set of rear tyres. That would be banter.
Banter?
It would be completely ridiculous,
but also bantering.
Indeed. How's that gap looking between GNS and Vires?
It appears to
kind of stabilised at about 2 seconds.
Just have a look at that
3 seconds.
Lap.
It's 3.4 at the minute.
That last lap. That last lap Taylor took extended lead by 2.5
had a good lap.
Extended it by 2.5.
25.4 compared to a 27.8.
Yeah, it wasn't Taylor having a good lap, it was Champa having a bad one.
It's still an okay lap at this point, I feel. I mean, the fastest car on track right now is Max, interestingly enough. Which is kind of strange, actually, because I'm pretty sure he's not long out of the pits, meaning his car's quite heavy, and he's on the 4th stint of that set of tyres. He's just done a 23.6. That's not bad at all. Go on, Max.
Good.
We've been ever so slightly catching Monaco over the course of the past, well, since I got in the car. So, a few hours now. Slowly catching them, so... It's something to aim for, a target.
Yeah, that's what it's all about. Set yourself little targets and try and achieve it, and then set yourself another one.
Certainly helped when I was in the car, because I was just trying to stay on the same lap effectively as the Monaco car.
And the taco.
Taco time.
Taco time. But did Champa was a little bit of it running with his surname there.
One might see that in a second. I'll keep an eye on the stream. Stefan Holzkamp in the pits for Magenta Warriors in LMP2, 4th place.
Wow. So how did you find driving yourself today? Did you have a?
Hang on a minute. Has Costa gone in the pits again? Or has he remained in there since
Remained in
time?
there.
Okay, he's had an incident then, I guess.
Probably. That's why he's in the pits with no front end.
Ah, there you go then. I figured that he just had a scheduled pit stop and... No, never mind.
Nope.
Do continue.
How did you find driving this evening? How did you find lapping?
Lapping, I wasn't pushing at all, I'll be honest. I was more concerned with the situation we had when I say woke up. It's not really woke up. It's more dragged my lazy ass out of bed and got on TeamSpeak. But with the 2 fairly major accidents that have happened, I just wanted to get a solid, clean stint in, and just to get us back on track. I didn't want any drama. I didn't want to I won't lie. My confidence has been. It's not very high, so I was being extra careful because last season 5 hours into the race I binned it big time at the Porsche curves and we were out. That was in the back of my mind. I know it's a different version of the track. I know I've improved a lot over the past year, but it sticks with you, something like that, because that sucked. That really sucked. I didn't want to do it again. But yeah, it's been comfortable. The cars felt very nice. Nico has done a very good job with the setup. It's a good setup, but I will say I don't feel like it plays to my strengths. Like there are places on track that I still have yet to figure out how to take fast, which is why my pace isn't exactly top notch at the minute. But I was just happy to be setting fairly consistent lap times, staying out of trouble, just getting it around. As Radielli has come into the pits. Yes.
And Gomez just did a little bit of a half loop at Mulsanne Corner. Nice little save there, so the 19 car still in 9th place, second last in P1.
Yeah, they had a very, very big accident at the run down to Indianapolis. Still not sure exactly what happened to Per Rockvist, but it looked like he just lost it through
the rear end. It looked like he just lost the rear end, and the momentum just took him straight into that wall.
I've done that in practice. You just, like, especially on used tyres, just coming out the pits with a heavy car, the rear will just wobbles a little bit, and sometimes it will wobble just enough to throw you off. It's quite violent in the way it happens. But yeah, we did actually see that briefly on the broadcast because we were watching Hodge, and because there's a bit of delay compared to what Hodge sees in the game and what we see on the stream, he alerted us that somebody had crashed, and then we saw it. So,
did you think about not doing that? About not crashing?
Well, it wasn't us, so you should probably ask a SimHQ driver if they pop up.
Yeah.
Who you thought about not doing it? Alberto Pastorato has gotten back in the number 5 GT Italia car.
So
that is a driver swap.
In 5th place from someone. Another driver.
Luca Radielli.
Yeah,
He's been in
Radielli,
the car
that's the
for
one.
quite a while, so that was probably well timed. That puts Hodge back up into 4th. Still 2 laps off Camper though. Gap is increasing some more.
As Mr. Allison has just gone for a power nap.
Power nap.
So,
being told.
So, I will now be in charge of cameras. What could possibly go wrong?
Yes, I was just about to say. Simple instructions that even Neil will probably struggle with.
Just click on the name, says Jimmy Allison, as we've got a yellow in the middle sector. Who for?
Hold on.
Someone, I'm guessing someone will not have a front end somewhere.
Middle sector, I'm looking for a slow
It's
car.
gone now. It's gone now.
Okay,
so,
might just run
it was
deep
just
into
a flash one.
Mulsanne Corner. Or something
Mulsanne
like
Corner is
that.
part of Sector 3.
That's true, actually. One of the Mulsanne chicanes, then.
Or Tete Rouge. Because I know when Bailey had his incident earlier on with the MVP car.
I trust that you've seen that video.
That came up as a yellow for Sector 2 because it just begins before Tete Rouge.
Yes. I trust you've seen that video.
Yes, I believe he got a stop hold 60.
Yes. Which I say is pretty fair. But yes, enjoy your rest, Jimmy.
Yeah. Well earned.
Yeah, I'd say so. Who should we take a look at, Neil? As we've got Yuri Kazdorp in the pits, Adam Taylor just leaving the pits. Max Shader in the pits. Okay, so I will keep an eye on that because that could be a driver change. I'm not sure. Is Ethan Patty in the waiting booth in the server, Neil? Can you see?
Just have a quick look. Is Mr. Patty here? There's no. Patty's not here.
Okay, so that's going to be Max going on to his 4th stint. Final stint for him before Ethan gets in then in that case. if everything goes well.
If everything does go well, at least that should be. You're right. That should be him. The only people in the waiting room at the moment are Ben Russell, which Nick Newcomb has said from the Fanatic Drake car.
Yeah,
Per
he's due to take over.
Ockfist and Ricardo Costa, which I believe are both SimHQ drivers.
Ricardo Costa has just jumped out of the Vodbull car. James Johnson has just this
Of
moment
course,
gotten
Costa-
back in. Pedro
Costa's in the
Gomez
Vodbull
is
car.
coming into the pits for SimHQ. So that means, who did you say? Was it Ockfist?
Yep.
Yep, so Ockfist will more than likely be getting into that car.
Yeah.
Right then.
So, yes, the night time at Le Mans. How's it like driving at night at Le Mans, Kieran?
A lot better than driving at dusk or dawn. I wasn't supposed to get into the car until it was at least this dark. Because right now I would have only just got into the car according to our, a plan, let's say. But obviously with the incidents happening, it just so happened that me getting in the car earlier was the best way to go forward. So I had to deal with it's very beautiful, especially in DirectX 11. It is stunning, but you cannot see a damn thing. It's very difficult, but
I've also
now,
heard. I've also
now
heard from,
it's fantastic.
I've also heard from the YouTube chat, as we've seen before. James Johnson, the Vodbull car, have the last pit stop in the pit lane, and apparently coming out from his last pit stop when James Johnson got into the car, he managed to hit the safety car box. He's now not got a front end, and he has to do a lap without the front end.
James Johnson has not lost his front end on the safety car.
Yes.
Oh no, JJ, Vodbull are just having an absolute
Nightmare.
mare. What
It's
is
just
going
not
on?
well.
I hope,
It really-
and I spoke to JJ earlier after so many incidents, and I wished I wished Ricardo well, and that I hope that he had a trouble-free stint. Evidently,
Oh no,
he
that's
didn't.
Vodbull out. Vodbull's out. They just went straight on at engine up at the first corner of the Porsche curves. The front left is off. That's Vodbull out.
Has he had a screen freeze, or is that intentional through sheer frustration?
I
That way
think
Tapper saying, "Okay, car is done. DNF, see ya."
Yeah, that's it. The front. Obviously, not enough front downforce. At least not as much as James Johnson expected. Almost went straight on at the right-hander, the Porsche curves, the first right-hander.
Because I feel like he'd be aware that he didn't have a front end by long before that point in the lap. So I'm wondering if that's just. It doesn't seem like JJ to just throw it in the wall in frustration.
Also, Van der Velde
I'm not ruling it
crashed as
out.
well.
Yeah, I'm seeing that. He's in the pits. Pointed out to us by Nico Barclay. Thank you for that.
By Nico. What happened to Van der Velde? Let's have a look.
Yeah, let's go back and have a look if you can.
Oh no, that's play. Well, he came in with the front end off. I'm not sure what happened
So
with it,
he's
but
had
he's now back out on track. He's in 6th place.
Yep, just seeing him leave. Slightly balked by a Corvette leaving the box at the same time. Okay, so that's Vodbull out before the halfway mark. So
No
that's
points.
No points. So that's one down in the hunt for the championship.
That is one down, and indeed you are right. That is no points because unless we have
Most outside chance is gone.
It's now you.
Well,
you are now the outside chance.
That's not going to happen.
Yes, it is.
Don't say that.
I say that as Joe Champa's gone back into 2nd. I do believe that Taylor's
He
probably
has.
done his pit stop.
Taylor has pitted recently. Yes.
Hodgkinson is very close to Taylor though. No, Hodgkinson's just in front of Taylor though, so that makes Hodgkinson the
Hodge is a couple of laps.
best part of
laps
2 laps down.
The
Best part of 2 laps down.
Yeah. Hodge won't want to give up any time though.
But indeed, this is
If possible.
Champa just going through the Porsche curves, and Adam. Adam is just entering Arnage with a question mark.
Yep.
I do believe it is Arnage.
Yeah, Hodge has got the undercover car coming to the first right of the Porsche curves. He's got the taco car not too far behind him as well. He's behind a GT.
Then get the tack right.
Adam, is he going around the outs? No, he's waiting. I was going to say it looked like he was going to go around the outside of the undercover car coming off the Porsche curves there, but
Yes.
he's let him go.
What could possibly go wrong?
Many things. I did actually go around the outside of the Fanatec drag car earlier, coming off the Porsche curves. Yeah, I didn't think that was possible, just because of I guess just the downforce of the LMP2 allows them to stick to the inside of it easier than a GT car.
Yeah, the way it's set up, it does. It sticks.
Wonderful.
Nice and tight line.
I was surprised. I was like, can I really do this to a P2? Oh, okay, I'm doing it.
Yeah.
This is happening.
It helps if you got the way it is. If the car's set up right, then it really helps.
I was going to say we've got a close battle on track, only 2 seconds between them, but it was actually between Cagnoli and Capella. As you will notice, Capella's in the 40 car, Cagnoli in the 169. But
that's a
speed differential.
That's kind of a bit sad, really, that's the closest battle, and it's between two classes.
No, we've actually got one for 5th place in the GT class.
Tom Schenkels. Let's go on board with Mr. Schenkels in the 66.
Hang on a sec.
SRVN car, one of the wonderful orange Dutch Ferraris.
I can't quite go on board because I've not got the
onboard.
I've not got the onboard, but I've just got the TV cameras.
Well, close enough. It'll do. It'll do. It's fine.
Close enough.
No, it's not good enough, Neil. You should be ashamed.
That's fine.
No, that's okay. As long as we can see the action, I feel like that's the most important thing. Eunice Ravio is in the pits from 2nd in GT. It's just left, actually. Ignore that.
No, you came in from the lead.
Ah, okay. There you go.
Came from the
That puts
lead.
Marius Burt temporarily, I would assume, up into the lead.
Car.
In the 3-wide car. They've been quietly pootling along, haven't they?
They have been 3-wide car, being the 77, but I don't believe they've got a chance with Neuropinto being... They're only gaining 14 points on Dark at the moment, and they need to gain 22.
Yeah, they're going to need a bit more misfortune for Dark Racing, which... it's very difficult to count on stuff like that, and you don't... in the spirit of competition, you really don't want to do that. Like, you might say, oh, we hope that these guys crash so we can win, but you feel dirty saying it. Schenkels has dropped back a little bit from Schoenfeld. I think Schoenfeld is not too long out of the pits. Judging by his last lap time, 4:38, that would looks like an outlap to me.
4:38 might just be a bad lap. I'll just have a look at what happened.
Yeah, 4:38 for a GT. I'd say that's a
The
stop.
average is about 4:01, so 4:38 would be pit stop.
37.
Yeah,
seconds
4:38. Yeah.
Just fuel because they'll be running hard.
Yep. He would have lost a few seconds on the in lap as well. So added up, it's about 40 or so seconds, which would equate to just a fuel stop.
But the battle between Schoenfeld and Schenkels, though, Schoenfeld has appears to pull out a little bit of a gap. He'll need to pull out a little bit more of a gap on Schenkels at the moment.
Well, Arna is extremely talented, extremely quick driver in GT, just in general. Looking at the best lap for the car, the VLMS Sim Sport car has a full second advantage. So I think I wouldn't say that battle is going to happen. I think Schumflate's just going to get into a rhythm and pull away.
Yeah, we've seen how fast that both those Velis cars can be. They qualified first and third.
Yeah.
So we know the Velis cars are
Well,
set up beautifully around Le Mans.
Yeah. And Arna's lap was blisteringly fast and cut free. So it just shows
Yes.
the level the guy is at.
As Pickford in the undercover sim racing car, the
Yep.
50s came in.
5th place. How is the LMP2 championship looking as of this moment?
Hang on, we've got a yellow in the final sector.
Have to assume.
That is
Oh, it's Schroten.
Schroten.
It is. Fanatec Dragi's slow in the Porsche curves.
Oh, he's just understeered through the first right-hander, and it just clipped the end of the tyre barrier on the left-hand side. That's the front end of the car came off.
Drat.
I better go and investigate.
Yeah,
Better go
that's
and
probably a good
investigate.
idea. That's a shame. They've not been having a good time.
Unfortunately not. It's been war after war, but we're determined to
keep
get to the
pushing.
end of the race.
Oh, absolutely. I think, as he leaves, I was going to say, it's all about getting to the end. I know in Season 7, we're back with the 28 car, the old Toyota. I think we finished something ridiculous like 28 laps down, but we were so determined to finish.
Yeah.
Like, that was it. We didn't care. Like we got beaten by the LMP2 class winner overall because of just how terrible our race had gone. It was just issue after issue after issue all through the night. But we finished, so that's all that matters. Marius Burt is in for the. Oh no, he's just left. I'm good at that. I'm good at spotting cars
You're
just
very-
leaving the
yeah.
pit.
I must say, excellent job so far at that.
Oh, as JJ has just sent me a message on TeamSpeak of what happened to the Vodball car. He's run into the safety car and lost the front end. Oh.
Yeah, that's what was reported on the YouTube chat from people in the from the Vodbull team. But you know, I haven't. As with us right now, oh, it's Nick Newcomb again.
Oh, sorry. Just update on the 139 into Porsche. Got offline a little bit, hit the marbles. Just couldn't recover it, straight into the wall. Just in the pit now. We're going to do a driver swap. Ben Russell's going to jump in the car, and it's a 16-minute stop.
Oh, so not that long then.
No. Could be worse. Could have been the full 20. It's a 970 something like that.
Ah, that's fine. No, it's although it's have a look at the between the top two at the moment, between Champa and Champa and Taylor, second and third, I should say rather. The lap times between the two of them are actually fairly constant with each other. It's just that pit stop gap that's currently the difference between the two of them at the moment. So, got to see what's going to happen. It could come down to the final minutes of the race. It could come down to a fuel-saving effort by Champa to try and stay ahead of Taylor. But of course, Taylor has to push because he has to pass Champa to get that championship for Paris.
Do we know how long the repair is for Fanatec Drake, Nick?
It's 970 seconds.
Ouch, that is...
I know, 16, I know.
That's 15, 16 minutes.
Yeah,
Ouch.
16 minutes, yeah. I just worked it out. Yeah, he hit the marbles, and yeah.
Oh,
when,
wow.
I was switching with Ben, when he got in the car, I was calling out where, if he got offline, where the marbles were. So when he jumped in the car, he had an idea where he could run into trouble if he got offline a bit, especially if he was, say, overtaking a car or was thinking of letting a P1 through, stick to your lane, because marbles either side, and they do take you away, because caught me out a couple of times, and somebody just drifting slightly wide, especially at the second Mulsar.
Absolutely.
And at Indy. So obviously at Porsche, one of the exits at Porsche, it's just laden with marbles, and that's where it came off. It caught, like Ben was said, he fair play to Roy, nearly saved it.
Yeah.
It just got away. So all the work we did to get ourselves back up to where we were, we're going to start
undone.
again. Yeah, we're going to be undone.
I know you guys won't give up, so.
No, we're not like that. We've had up to there. We've just had technical issues.
Yeah.
But at least with that crash, it was only us involved. We didn't catch anybody up with it and spoil their race. So it was the first on-track incident we've had in the whole race. So
that's good.
We'll just get on with it.
Yep, absolutely. And it's the right mindset to have for a race like this. Adam Hodgkinson in the pits from 4th.
I guess this will just be a standard pit stop then for the 3 car.
Yeah. I take it nobody's waiting.
I shall go for no.
Okay. If anybody's going to get in the car, it will be Bailey.
Yeah, Bailey's there.
Right. Okay.
Bailey's next in, yeah. He'll be doing another 4 stint, won't he? Four
yeah.
Stints,
Eight stints, easy.
Oh, yeah.
You said earlier on.
He's actually going to the end. Wilson's gone to bed.
Yeah, I was going to say. He said earlier on that he could drive this.
No.
He said earlier on he could drive this track for what, like 6-9 hours.
He has hands down done the most laps out of anybody in preparation for this race. In the first 2 days of the original version of the track being released to us, he did over 100 laps, which is just utterly ridiculous.
That is not healthy. That's not healthy.
There we go, Stephen Bailey in the number 3.
Mr. Bailey.
Let's see what he can do. He's come out about 30 seconds ahead of Alberto Pastorato, so I know Bailey. He is extremely quick and extremely good around this track, so I don't think GT Italia are going to be a worry for him. He is going to have his sights set on trying to claw back some laps off this top 3.
The question is, though, could Bailey do 70% of the race from here? Could you just keep him in for the last 15 hours?
Well, he won't, because Wilson's coming back at about 3 in the morning, UK time, so about 4 hours from now. Which is about right.
Yeah, that's
just
what he
the
said.
4 hours for Bailey is fine.
So then he'll
just the 4 hours for Bailey.
Go and get his head down and then come back a little bit later.
I think so. Whether he'll actually be able to sleep or not is a different matter.
That's the point, isn't it?
I know earlier on I was supposed to sleep up until about 7, but I happened to.
What's going on?
I had a nap for a couple hours. I woke up a few minutes before the race starts. So I thought, you know what? I'll just watch the start, and then after I've watched the start, I'll go and sleep a bit more. Unfortunately, it kind of all kicked off straight away, and then from that point on, I was fixated on what was going on. And then after that, just wide awake, couldn't go to sleep. I kept trying, but
yeah. Have you thought about not doing that? Just sleep.
I have. I'm trying to power through it.
I mean, just lose consciousness. Done. It's easy.
Maybe coming up here to communicate with you wasn't the best idea to try and stay awake, but
no, it's the best idea. It's always the best idea.
What, Bailey? Pushing his way through some GTs there, kicking up some dust down the Mulsanne.
Yeah, absolutely disgusting. Absolutely disgusting.
Joe Ciampa in the pits for GNS.
Do we know that what was the offset between the GNS and the Virus again? Was it something in the region of 3 or 4 laps?
No. Oh, as in between their pit stops?
Yes.
I'm not sure. Haven't been paying attention too much.
You're a terrible person.
I've got 2 other cars to focus on, man, and I'm tired. Okay. Taylor,
Taylor
I believe, is
Knight
going to take second place.
He has indeed. He's just passed him. Champa
We'll see
still
what the
sat
gap
in the pits.
is.
What is he going
I'm not
to
sure
do?
what phase of the tyre stint they are at. I
Because
feel like that's a full service.
I do, but the question is, we still have Champa's coming out now.
I think that's a full service then.
Champa's coming out, so indeed coming back out in third place is Champa.
I wonder if I can get a confirmation on that's a fresh set of front tyres for the Nissan.
Oh, just the fronts then.
Yeah, well, they don't need to change the rears, do they?
No.
They can if they want for bands, but
well, they can. But I think even before before the track was even released, it was the talk was, oh, can the Nissan do an entire 24-hour race at Le Mans with the one set of rear tyres? So I feel like half of it is they don't need to change it because they're not wearing them, and the other half is the challenge. The gauntlet has been thrown down. Can we really do that? Yep, Jamie Otis confirms to me new set of boots for Joe.
New half set boots. Half set
Rears at 94% with 14 hours and 37 minutes to go.
So that means they'll
insane.
still be 90+% by the end of the race.
Was 94% now? We are.
It'll be in the 80s, I think. He's used 6% in 10,
80s.
just under 10 hours.
Yeah,
So.
which is pretty good.
Mid-high 80s. I'm going to go with 86 by the end.
Okay.
Well, I did.
What do you think? What do you think, Neil, percentage-wise, if they take them all the way to the end? I'm going to go with 86.
What is it? 94% at the moment.
Actually, no. 84.
It's going to be
84.
more.
I'm going to say 84. Because we're not quite at half distance yet.
What did they say it was? 94.
Oh, good news. Oh, the rear tyres currently on the GNS car. They're at 94% currently.
It's going to be 85 by the end of the race.
Yeah.
85, 86, depending on their
more good news from GNS. Joe has apparently stopped bleeding, so that's good.
Oh, excellent.
Ooh, that's good.
We won't require an emergency blood transfusion from one of the GNS. What do we call it? The fans. Take one of them as a sacrifice.
The Nippon Steel lovers.
Commit glorious seppuku. No.
Oh my god. Jesus Christ, you can't say that.
With Jimmy wielding the blade.
Yes.
Jimmy charging at you with the samurai sword. Bleed for this!
Bleed. No.
Can I point out that we are equal opportunities here at SRC?
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But Joe Champa going around the outside of the Porsche. Wires are now back in that. When outside the Porsche in the long right-hander in the Porsche curves.
Okay.
So we were talking about this earlier, Kieran.
Yes.
What's your favourite car now? Here.
I mean, as a filthy downforce peasant, I'd have to say the Porsche curves. But I don't know. I quite like the way our car at least takes the Mulsanne corner. Stops well, pivots on a dime, and I can just smash the throttle to the point where I can feel the rears squirming, but it just feels so nice. So yeah, Mulsanne corner and then Porsche curves, because downforce and speed. And terrifying.
Yeah, it is, isn't it?
It is wonderful when you get it right.
It gives,
just right.
It gives, but it can take away at the same. You know.
And I know it can take away because I have died there before.
Yeah. We'll all
Did you
have
see
our
yours,
versions.
Nick?
Yeah. Okay.
I like the way we can just hurl the car into Indy as well, and bringing it down to turn it for the turn. I just love the way, because at the beginning when we were building the set, we couldn't do it, and suddenly the set was coming to her, little subtle changes, and when I was testing it, I just went just full bore. into it, and I was like, yeah, we've got it, we're getting there.
It's wonderful when you find that after hours and hours of work.
Yeah, it's developing, and feedback, and it comes to you.
So, you're up at this point in the time, Nick. Aren't you usually up at this point anyway, because you do a radio show at this point?
Yeah, my show normally finishes
I will
about 11.
point
Finishes
out
about 11.
that we have a battle for position in GT.
Let's go there.
Just noticed the Sim Racing for Holland car, currently driven by Rudy de Witt, has been catching Rinus Janssens fairly rapidly.
Yeah, it's 2.2 at the
now
minute.
within 2 seconds. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Indeed, within 2 seconds. I shall just make sure that the stream has gone on to that.
Did click it. There we go.
Oh, you clicked it. Oh, you've got
I
it
did.
as well. Nice.
Yeah, I've got it.
We both
See,
do.
I'm helping. There's a DHR car there as well. Look at it, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful.
It just happens to be there.
Yep.
It's DeWitt and... Oh, I tell you what's very close.
Rinus
Very
Janssens.
close. No, I was going to say what's very close is Boyd Branson Capella, but of course Capella's in the P2 as well.
Well, it was very close.
Yeah.
No, there's still to pass it. Still to pass it.
Oh.
Took 3 seconds out of Janssens.
Wow.
Last lap.
Indeed.
Yeah.
And overall, it seems the car's been a little bit quicker.
Yep, definitely. Of course, Mr. Janssens famous for being sent to space, Narnia, whatever you want to call it, at Interlagos by the
Narnia.
GNS car.
It's Narnia.
Oh, was that
Narnia.
that
was the cartwheeling flying Ferrari that actually got sent into a lake.
That nearly gave me heated kittens, didn't it?
Oh no, I think it broke both myself.
It definitely broke
and
Josh.
Josh was
It broke
upset,
you
wasn't
to a
it?
lesser extent.
Hilarious. It's just the fact that the GT just pinged off into the lake.
Yeah.
I think it was one of the most memorable moments of commentary I've ever heard on all my days.
And it lost a wheel, like, just about 15 seconds into the crash for no reason.
I must admit, I think it was nearly matched by the VLMS race.
You say that as Janssens has gone wide through the long right hand of the Porsche curves. That's like DeWitt to catch up very, very nicely. Coming through Maison Blanche, what can DeWitt and Sim Racing checkerboard for a Holland car do?
Yeah. Reno de Mühlmeister, teammate to Rinus Janssens, saying that he's just got in the car, so he might be just feeling it out, getting up to speed.
As there's a car. Oh, that was a car. Was that Carantha?
Carantha's coming into the pits, yes.
Yes, I do think Carantha.
Has he
that was not
had an incident?
Yes, that was not. I don't think he wanted to come.
He didn't want to come into the pits, but has come into the pits. What's happened there? Can we get a look at that, Neil?
No, you can't. You can't get replays on this because it doesn't quite work. But
I want to see if he's lost anything.
No, he hasn't lost anything. It came through the second of the Porsche curves.
Yes.
And he just took a dead right.
Interesting. Maybe he locked a wheel, and it just threw the balance off.
Maybe. But
Very
anyway,
interesting. I'll have to ask a certain somebody about that later.
Indeed, coming down the first section of the Porsche...
Back to this battle.
Coming down the first section of the Mulsanne straight, DeWitt no closer to Janssens this time round.
Yep. Gap's down to nearly half a second, so he is... Oh, he'll be in the draft now. He'll smell it.
Coming through the first chicane, DeWitt has closed up nicely. Coming onto the second straight, of course, the top speed of this one
There we go. I think we should be back now.
I
Thank you,
should
Jimmy.
just quickly see on stream, once it comes through after 20 seconds or so, whether I start hearing myself.
Thank you, Jimmy.
Thank you. Yeah, that's it.
Alright, we're back. Confirmed.
Yep, that's us. I'll just put this stream back on. There we go.
Yeah.
Although it does sound like we're in a bathroom, apparently.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, we are in a bathroom.
That's fine.
It's fine. It's commentating. I would suggest having a look at someone that isn't the talking door car in the garage.
I've just done that.
Wonderful.
We'll get some DHR biasing.
Some DHR
Look,
bias.
I've got to do it. I've got to do it. I have control of cameras. I mean, of course. Got to do it.
Got to do it.
But
there we go. So that has been the demise of the talking door racing car as well, and the vaudeville. So the curse of darkness is coming. When all lights fail, it seems to go horrifically wrong for all of them.
okay.
But yes, having a look at on track, you said Rinus Janssens is still in the pit in the rare endurance number 76
I'd say they're going to be in there for a good while yet. They had several fairly major
incidents on the way back to the
Yeah.
pits. Yeah. But still, Champa and Taylor are fairly equal on lap time still. There we go. We appear to be no longer in the bathroom. That's fine.
Excellent. Perfect. Thank you again, Jimmy. I'm sure you did something.
Love you, Jimmy. You're my favourite Danish person. Apart from the man who invented Lego, I think I might like him more.
Andres Rivero for in the 47 car in LMP2 is in the pits.
With a yellow in the middle sector.
We do.
There's a car sideways. I think that might be Witchwood. The Witchwood car is spun halfway down the straight.
Who's in that car right now? Cangioli.
That is Cagnoli. Oh, the reason he's spun halfway down the straight is because he's got suspension damage and a broken bonnet. Let's see what happens. Happened fairly early on, just coming through the Titch Rouge S, going backwards down the S's. The Dunlop chicane.
We have a code 80 for the Witchwood car. All right.
Trying to tell me what happened to the Witchwood car because it came out from the pits. There must have been some sort of damage from before then because it came out without the bonnet and I believe the suspension damage. So I'm just going to have to see what happens to the Witchwood. Yeah, it had an incident beforehand. This is on. I think Cagnoli might have fallen asleep at the wheel by the looks of that. He didn't even make an attempt to turn.
Weird. Do you think maybe he had a game freeze? Does it look like that might have been the case? Because if he hasn't tried to turn, then that suggests that he's not had control.
He stayed at full throttle. Coming up from Arnage to the Porsche curves, there's a couple of kinks.
Yeah.
The first left-handed kink, he's just gone straight on at full throttle into the wall, then gone down to about 2/3 throttle and hit the wall on the left-hand side after bouncing off the one on the right. Then gone to pits and he hit the wall on the right-hand side again, so he's ping-ponged across the track a couple of times.
I think we have somebody wanting to join us now.
Pardon me, we do now have Mr. Southpaw Racer himself, Reese Gardner.
He is a sim racer.
He is a sim racer.
He makes videos about that and other stuff.
Yeah, I do. I'm also eating breakfast.
Good morning. You
Hello.
sound awake. You sound awake.
Yes, it is currently 6:40 in the morning here in Perth, Western Australia. And I'm getting ready to jump in the number 24 car in some point in the future.
Wonderful. So you are driving today?
Yes, I am. I'm going to be taking it through the early hours of the morning, and then I'm rostered on for the finish of the race as well.
Lovely.
Nice. I must say, I'm sorry for qualifying to saying that you're from New Zealand.
Oh,
You know,
I didn't watch qualifying too, so that's the
Or
first
maybe-
I knew about that.
Or it might even qualifying one actually. Yeah, New Zealand, Australia, same country.
Well, just be careful who you say that to, Neil.
As we've had Max Shader in the number 2 car. He's come into the pits and switched over to Ethan Patty, taking advantage of the Code 80. We've also got Alberto Pastorato in the pits for GT Italia.
GT Italia car in 5th place. It's been a bit of an up and down day for them so far, but it's gone. It's gone pretty well at the moment. They're certainly on an up.
Well, is it lonely up here, guys?
That's been alright.
Yeah, it's been fine. What? Yeah. It's been a very fun race so far. I must say it's been very interesting as well. We've had the interesting start line incident at the beginning of the race, and sort of like the fight back from a virus since then, and just also the fight back from the number 3 car, and
I don't know how much of the race you've seen, Reese, but
I caught the start.
Oh, okay, you've seen that.
I wasn't too happy about the start, the way it eventuated, but we'll sort that out after the race. Our car's currently in 6th after being like upwards of nearly a lap behind at the start. So yeah, I mean, it's a 24-hour race. There's 14 and a quarter hours to go. There's plenty of time for stuff to go right.
Absolutely.
Yeah, other than that, I'm just going to be focusing on keeping it on the tarmac and just staying out of trouble. Which given Magenta and GNS's history in the Nissan this season, is going to be quite some feat. But we'll see what happens.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, you say it might happen to you, but then it could easily happen to everybody else. I know that we've had our fair share of incidents in both the HR cars so far, so you never know.
You don't.
We've got SimHQ in the pits and out again. Marius Burt in the 3-wide Corvette, also in the pits. I'm with Boyd Bryson and Rudy DeWitt in the Sim Racing for Holland car. Yeah. So I've just been informed Jimmy needs to restart R Factor 2 to get the in-game sound back, so bear with us for a few minutes.
We'll be right back.
Until then. See, right now would be perfect for like an ad break, and then you could play the GNS insurance ad.
Yeah.
It would be perfect.
It would, especially given our respective situations in the race. I need some of that sweet, sweet GNS insurance money.
Yeah, I think a lot of people do.
Unfortunately, we only cover glorious Nippon turbos. Sorry, everyone else. Maybe if we get the Toyota in next season, we'll be able to cover them as well. So yeah, make sure you choose the Toyota.
Hintity hint hint. Well, we need to be able to choose the Toyota first. It needs to be available as a choice. We'll see. Good point. It would be nice to have a Toyota back. I will say I don't really miss the one from season 7, but you know, it's a Toyota.
Mm-hmm.
Do very much like good Toyota prototype. As Neil Heatley has returned. Neil.
Yes. What?
We are having. Jimmy's having to restart our Factor 2.
I've seen that in the chat, but I must say I've cracked open my first energy drink of the race.
Ah, it's that time. Well, you've got nearly 10 hours in without it, so
go harder, go hard.
Just 14 more hours, Neil. It's fine. It'll be easy.
Got a 4-pack in the fridge. It's fine.
Meanwhile, I'm sitting here with my cup of instant coffee.
Look at you, coffee.
We'll see. We're about to go back under green conditions.
And back
to
green
flag. That's a green. Look at you, coffee, you posh person.
I will just point out that Adam Taylor has just been into the pits, switched over to Nicky Jakovic, and as the Coyote has been removed and we've gone back to green flag, they have just left the pit, so that has worked out very nicely for Virus.
That is going fantastically well for Virus. Of course, they need to keep hold of that second place to win the championship. They needed second to guarantee the championship, and that's what they are doing at the moment. So, advantage Virus at the moment.
Indeed.
Alright, well, I'm almost due in the number 24 Mustard Warriors machine, so I guess I'll leave you guys to it, and yeah, best of luck with the rest of the broadcast, and wish me luck out there with just my headlights guiding me.
You'll be fine.
What could possibly
pump some Eurobeat so that the GT cars hear you coming.
Yep, I'll hook up the big speakers and subwoofer to the exterior of the car.
Oh yes.
Yep. It'll be heard at Mulsanne while I'm at Tete Rouge.
Yeah, perfect. Well, best of luck, and hopefully nice clean stints for you.
Yeah, cheers. Thank you very much. You guys will hear me coming.
There we go.
Gardner
that is
Magenta Warriors.
Racer. He is a sim racer.
He's about to go and get in the glorious Nippon front-wheel drive. I was going to say pink lol bus, but it's not a pink lol bus anymore.
It's not the pink lol bus.
No.
The yellow lol bus.
Mustard lol bus.
Indeed, that's worked out very well for the Virus team, hasn't it?
Yep. They are 13 seconds ahead, approximately, of GNS as it stands. Still nearly a lap behind the leaders, who we haven't really spoken very much about. They've been plugging away. Yuri Kazdorp in the VLS Sim Sport number 21 car.
Since they got into the lead of this race, they really have just been motoring along. Their closest rivals were, it was Bailey. It was the 3 car, then Maxi Scheider had this incident towards the beginning of the race. And then that's really been it. The VLS Sim Sport car have been relatively untroubled since then.
Yuri very experienced in multi-class endurance. Obviously, Christian Michel driving in that car, incredibly quick driver in general, but especially around Le Mans.
He did actually set the pole time before penalties were applied.
He set the fastest time in Q2, which was the fastest time of over the 2 days.
Overall.
But he's a filthy cutter. No, I can't say that. I do believe that they took pole last year as well by quite some margin, so...
Very interesting, but yes. That VLS car has done very well. And Joe Champa is still 12.5... Pardon me, still 12.5 seconds behind Djakovic.
It's taco time, pit time for the taco. Osvaldo Angeloni, currently in the 7 car.
Pit time for the super hacker time.
Yep. Yuri Kazdorp also into the pits from the lead.
So he is, pardon me. I now have the hiccups. I just need I don't know, Kazdorp to crash from the lead of the race. That'll be a big enough scare. But yes, that is Kazdorp pitting from the lead. Cagnoli's still in the pits with his broken Witchwood car.
And as he mentioned, the Magenta Warriors Nissan, driven by Alexander van der Woode, into the pits. That'll be Rhys Gardner getting in.
Fifth Paul Racer. He's a sim racer.
I think we've covered that, Neil. But anyway.
No, it's something that you just have to say every single time. Every single time you mention his name, you have to say that. You know, it's some sort of Pavlovian response.
I need the Southpaw Racers. Oh, I need to add that to the Neil Heatley soundboard.
The Southpaw Racers, there we go. But how far ahead is Radio actually of Heiko Koffenbach?
About 39 seconds. Nuno Pinto is 8 seconds back from Kolvenbach, so...
Every time I've looked at that 77 car of 3-Ride Motorsports, Kolvenbach's always been in it.
Marius Burt has just got off a fairly long stint. So, he's not long been in the car, Mr. Kolvenbach. Also, we have Alexei Kivela in the number 21 Velez car, taken over from Yuri Kazdorp. Yuri has been in the car for quite a while, so...
Kivela did do a very good job earlier on when he was chasing down... I'm trying to remember who he was chasing down actually. He might have been chasing down Djakovic.
Possibly. I was quite satisfied earlier to be pulling away from him when I was in the car. So... I'm keeping an eye on the gap between Nuno Pinto and Heiko Kolvenbach. Because we know how quick Nuno is.
Dark racing car.
Yeah, we know how quick Nuno Pinto is. I kind of need to wait a little bit to see what their lap times are. Because it's currently showing me the Code 80 affected lap, so I don't really know what kind of pace both cars are at.
Pinto coming around to lap Tomashenko's.
Okay.
That last lap it does say 8 seconds, but I believe Koffenbach might have just started his lap under Code 80.
I feel like, yes, that's still probably affected by Code 80 because the gap has gone up to nearly 9 seconds.
So we still need another 4 minutes or so before we get the real lap time between the 3 wide and the dark racing car.
The Atlantic Porsche has just overtaken Tom Schenkels, I've noticed. Change of position there.
Between Schenkels and
Sido. Sido in the 54. Oh,
indeed that.
Ooh. Oh, he was helped. Schenkels was helped. Bailey in the 3 car I've just seen on the stream. He robbed. He gave him a little bit of a bash in the Dunlop chicane. I don't know who's at fault there. But it put Schenkels into a half spin, and that's allowed Sido to gain the position. Might be worth having a look at that, Neil.
Yep, I shall have a
Bailey
look
on Schenkels.
myself.
Is the Magenta car still in the pits? That's a long stop. Maybe Reese has had to get in a little bit sooner than he originally intended because Wonderwood has had an incident.
Pinto was actually already ahead of Schenkels coming into the Dunlop chicane.
No, I mean Bailey.
Yeah, I know, and then there was a contact between the two of them. I think that was a bit of a racing incident, to be honest. Schenkels just drifted out slightly wider off of the apex into the side of Bailey. I think it was a racing incident or so.
Yep, that has allowed the 54.
Oh, that's someone across the grass. Demirkan just completely cut the first chicane. Demirkan, the 175 car.
Yeah, they've been having a strong race, the VLMS graduates. The one of 3 GT invites for the 24 Hours of Le Mans for their excellent performance during the VLMS season.
Schroeder's had a spin.
Schroeder. Frederick Schroeder, Seawolf Net Race Motorsport. You got him, Neil?
What has happened?
Let's have a look.
He just lost it himself coming out of the Roush Corvette. Didn't touch anything. Somehow didn't touch the wall on the left-hand side coming out the corner. But a little bit of a scary little incident there for Schroeder. No harm, no foul though.
Oh, I'm looking at Jakovic and Chiampa. Nicky Jakovic's last lap's a 3:29.0. Joe Chiampa has just done a 3:23.5. The gap is down to 5.7 seconds.
Dude, here comes the Nissa.
Yeah, pumping the Eurobeat. Stephen Bailey into the pits from 4th.
But there's only one GT car between the two of them at the moment. It's Matthias Ground, the PRL Logitech car. It's the only car between Jakovic and Champa at the moment. And Champa gets past Grau unbelievably easily halfway down the straight to Mulsanne. And that's really where you can see the speed differential between the GT and the LMP1.
Yeah, especially the Nissan. The way that car accelerates in a straight line.
Oh yeah.
Incredible. Gap's down to 4 seconds. Joe is really making good use of the traffic right now. He is. He's dealing with it a lot better. Using the strength of that Nissan.
No, he's managed, but it seems like he's catching all of the traffic in the right place as well.
Well, he's catching it in a better place than Nicky.
Yeah, like coming onto the straights, Champa always manages to pass the GT cars on the straights, it appears. However, Nicky's sometimes balked ever so slightly, but we've just got to see what Champa could do. Champa has just passed even Gradell in number 68. Tech Squadron Corsa GT car, currently 38th overall is that car, the last car running.
Yeah, Jakovic has got quite a clear road up to Indianapolis. couple of LMP2 cars just exiting Arnage. The 72 Atlantic Motorsport Corvette also just going through Arnage now.
Of course, the 72 car
It's closer again.
being driven by the Fortin brothers, Felix Antoine Fortin in the car, and I do believe Olivier is getting in next.
Yep, just seen that. In about an hour, supposedly. Fortin twins. Very quick.
For all we know, they could actually be the same person.
Yeah, as they say, they took a break from racing, and good to have them back.
But indeed, coming through Virage Corvette is Joe Champa. Can he improve on that last lap at all? It seems to be a good lap for Champa. Jakovic just coming through the second of the four chicanes right now. Comes across the line. He does a 26 knot. Champa comes into the pits in reply.
Ah. Well, there we go. That settles that. That should just be fuel for the GNS driver. So we'll expect them to drop back about 35 seconds, I think.
I'm also expecting Yus Ravid to come into this lap because Gergely Barros is in the waiting room to come into the car. And indeed, Ravid decides to not come in though, so just got to have to see.
Ready.
And then Jalalmir Jalali, which I think is a Caspian Motorsport
That's
driver.
Caspian.
Yeah, he's in the waiting room as well, so that might be the 175 coming in. Currently Demirkan at the wheel. Demirkan just coming through Mulsanne corner.
Christopher Pickford in the 50 undercover sim racing car. An LMP2 is currently in the pits. I don't know how long he's been in there.
Might just me, but that feels like a really long time, that 50 car's been in
Yeah,
for.
I feel like he's been in there a while. Nuno Pinto has really closed down on Heiko Kolvenbach. The gap is now 3.6 seconds.
Very, very fun.
Keeping an eye
Very,
on
very
lap,
fun race.
4:19 for Kolvenbach, 3:59.1 for Pinto. He is
59.1
him
for
in.
Pinto. Wow.
That's pretty rapid. Well, currently it's quite rapid compared to his fastest lap. It's not that impressive, but rapidly gaining on the 3-wide driver.
Champa has came out of his pits now.
Yep.
Just got to see when Jakovic decides.
5 seconds behind Jakovic now.
How long's the pit stop roughly? You lose you here, especially
That's
in
the
the
thing.
P1 field.
It's for us. I think we lose about 43 seconds in total. But I don't know. It might be. It's a little bit less with the Nissan because obviously they only have to change one set of tires.
Yes.
So I don't know. It seems like he's lost a bit more than I expected he would if he's only just taken fuel. He might have taken a new set of tires. I don't know if anyone from GNS can confirm or deny that for me.
No, they won't because they're filthy marks.
Wow.
I know. Indeed, with just under 14 hours to go now, and I do believe, especially here in Glasgow and down in Bristol where Kieran is situated, it's time for a bit of midnight madness. Just past into midnight, it's now officially Sunday here in the UK.
It's
so
now
midnight madness
well,
coming on.
Yes, and since we've just gone past the 14 hours to go mark, Neil, I know it's a little bit late, but why don't you give us the R Factor 2 hourly update?
There we go, an R Factor 2 hourly update. Currently in the lead of the race at the moment is Alexei Kavala in the number 21 VLMS Sport car who has done 163 laps. In second is Niki Jakovic, who's also on the same lap, a minute 43 behind in the Porsche 919 number 4 Team Virus car. In third is Joe Champa in the number 22 GNS Endurance car, 2 minutes 34 behind the leader. In fourth is Stephen Bailey in the number 3 Doug Henson Racing car, hashtag DHR Bias, 2 laps behind the leader. And in fifth, on the same lap as Stephen Bailey, is Alberto Passerato in the Scuderia GT Italia number 5. In the P2 class, in the lead is Dayu Carantha in the Atlantic Motorsport F32 car. Second is Jason Holden-Jones in the Flatline Racing 31. Third is Frederick Schroeder in the 46 Seawolf Net Race car. In fourth is Nicola Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors Racing number 48. And fifth is Andres Rivero in the 47 MVT Racing Team car. In terms of the GT class, just came into the pits is Yunus Ravio in the number 89 Vela Simsport Corvette. In second is Heiko Kalvenbach in the Ferrari 3-wide Motorsport 77. Third is Neo Pinto in the 84 Dark Racing. Fourth is Ahmet Demirkan in the 175 Caspian Motorsport BMW. And in fifth place is Arne Schoenvliet in the championship leading 94 Velis Simsport Corvette.
Wonderful. As
So
we
there we
watch
go.
Nuno Pinto.
Nuno Pinto currently in 19th, chasing down Kalvenbach. That last lap, that last lap, Pinto was 1.3 seconds faster than Kalvenbach.
Yeah.
And we just have to keep an eye on Radio. I do believe this is going to be a full driver change, and Barros will get into the car.
Yes, as you alluded to earlier. Pinto is getting a lot closer now.
And indeed that is Barros now to the number 89 car.
Yep. Here rejoining third, although I'm expecting 3 wide and dark racing to pit
rather
in
soon
due
for
time,
both of
and
them,
that will hand the lead in GT back to the 89 car. They're a little bit off sync compared to the rest of them, so.
But being that little bit off sync does mean you can put in a little bit of fuel at last stop. Or indeed,
So
if it does eventually come this way, you can stretch the fuel ever so slightly and not make that last stop.
It's all about trying to avoid that final splash and dash. Like if your final stint can be a full stint or as full a stint as possible, then that's exactly what you want to aim for.
But trying to, if you need to, it's very difficult to get an extra lap of fuel at Le Mans because it's such a long track. It's 8.5 miles long. It's so difficult to save a whole lap of fuel.
Pinto is nearly within a second now of Kalvenbach. I feel like this is only a matter of time, Neil.
It's time for DRS. No, it's not. It's fine. But indeed, that is Pickford back at the track now. Actually, he's managed to come back from his long pit stop. Indeed, his lap is currently on an 8:17, and he's just coming into Tetra Rouge. So it was a very long stop for the 50 car. But coming down through through Mulsanne corner, Kalvenbach trying to fend off Nuno Pinto, but I don't think it's going to last that long. Of course, Kalvenbach really needs to win if the 3 wide want a chance of winning this championship, but it's definitely not going to happen if Nuno Pinto is in second.
This is going to get very tasty very quickly, I believe. I've been keeping an eye on it for a while. I do hope that they don't dive into the pits. I want to see blood. I want to see a battle here. Not even halfway into the race.
Oh my. Vehicle Kalvenbach coming out of Arnage though, they seem fairly even through that Indianapolis Arnage section. The car behind them is Rivero in the 47 MVD car, which is a P2. In fact, that's a lie. It looks like it is a P1. It could be the one of Per Oxfist. Indeed it is. It's a SimHQ car. Going round the outside through the right-hander, very, very brave from Oxfist. We're coming through the second of the left-handers, now the long right-hander. Oxfist is going around the outside of Kolvenbach. Oh, and Pinto is far closer now. He's got Rivero right behind him in the 47 P2 car.
P2 could play a part here if he wants to try and get one of the GTs before the 4 chicanes. And he will. Will he get to?
Oh, that's a little bit of a touch, I believe, between Pinto and
dear.
the P2. I do think that was a little bit of a touch between Pinto and the P2. The P2 really not helping there, and that has shown Kolvenbach gained two-thirds of a second on that last lap.
Gap's gone back down to 1.5 seconds. Pinto
But we know,
slightly. Ever so slightly held up.
You know that Pinto is absolutely flying.
Yep. Interesting.
Apparently,
just keeping an eye on the Magenta Warriors racing car, we believed that Rhys Gardner was getting in soon. He said so himself, but Alexander van der Woede is still piloting the Nismo. So I guess he had an accident and came into the pits before Rhys could get in to the server, and he's just decided to go around and keep going for the time being.
But apparently the 89 car lost the lead of the race because they were going to pit under code 80.
Barros was taking a shower.
He's taking a shower. Gurgling was busy taking a shower. Oh dear. That's
what a guy.
That's not going well for the 89 car. Pinto appears to have fallen. Oh, I say that. I was actually looking at the wrong GT car. But Pinto's a bit like the Black Mare riding through the night, coming to chase down Kolvenbach.
Dark racing in the dark.
Whoa!
Do you like that? Did I just blow your mind with that incredibly bad pun?
I must say it's on my
Should
mind.
I show myself
it's
out?
Absolutely blowing. No, it's fine.
I should probably keep one eye on my teammate, Mr. Patty.
No.
Okay, I will need to take over that car at some point, Leo.
No.
Can't stay here forever.
Yes, you can.
Well, I mean, strictly speaking, I could, but I don't think I want to listen to you.
In-car driver.
I don't think I want to listen to you warbling while I'm trying to not die in an LMP1 car around Le Mans.
Oh, it's fine. It's only Le Mans. It's only double points, and there's only an extremely slim chance of you still winning the championship.
I don't care about the championship. I just want to finish. We didn't finish last year, and I want to finish.
That's a lie.
It's not a lie. I just want to finish.
You do care about the championship.
No, I don't. I really don't. I just want to finish. I want to enjoy driving the car. Pinto's back within 8/10.
Here he comes. It's the Flatline GT car that's ahead of the two of them. That is the 53 of Boyd Bryson.
And Bryson would be a lap car.
He would be indeed, and coming up through the Porsche curves, the right-hander. Now for the double apex left.
Got the 31
Pinto.
car coming up
Pinto
through
with
the Porsche curves as well.
Pinto with a big wiggle.
Yes. Just
Over
keeping
the
an eye on,
crest of the first left-hander.
keeping an eye out for any prototypes behind, because as we saw last lap, LMP2 wanting to go past before the Ford chicane kind of balked Pinto, made him lose a decent chunk of time in his pursuit of Kolvenbach. Looks like they'll get through it cleanly this time though.
Let's have a look at this last lap. What did Pinto gain? Pinto gained
8/10.
8/10 on Kolvenbach.
He's
Coming
half
up
the gap.
towards Dunlop curve for yet another time. These cars coming through the Dunlop curve for the 145th time. Through the Dunlop chicane, the left and the right, down the hill, diving left and right again. But Covenbach appears to be slightly stronger in this section of the track. I say that as Pinto has came right in.
Oh, this is going to be
Bryson. Boyd Bryson will give Covenbach a nice run, but Covenbach has been extremely slow through Tetra Rouge, going side by side. Pinto slips to the right hand side. Both of these cars are Corvettes, of course. It's really only going to be wing difference between the two of them. And I do believe that is no, indeed, they are still side by side. This is rather extraordinary. Coming down, they're both sharing the
and remember,
Boyd Bryson.
this is currently for the lead in GT.
It's for the lead of GT, still side by side. Jakovic flashing his lights behind, trying to get past them. But Covenbach stays. In the lead of GTs. Jason Holden-Jones is the car behind. They go too wide yet again. This time Pinto has to go to the outside for the chicane, as opposed to the inside he had last time. 3 wide between the two GTs and the P2 car. Still side by side, nothing to part these two cars. Braking for the second chicane. Will Pinto keep it round the outside? Oh, they're still side by side through chicane. A little bit of banging doors. Covenbach and Pinto. Oh, very close between the two of them. Although they're still side by side though.
I'm watching on the live timing. Their names just switch back and forth. The gap is thousands.
Now that's Pinto. Now ahead of Covenbach, so Covenbach has to try and get that place back as quickly as possible. He's going to try and brake around the outside of Mulsanne corner. He brakes slightly earlier, perhaps looking for the switch back on Pinto. Pinto very slow through the apex, has to take out ever so slightly tighter line. This allowed Covenbach a nice little run out of Mulsanne corner, coming up to the 3 kinks before Indianapolis. Let's see what they can do. Covenbach getting closer and closer towards the rear wing of that Corvette, of the dark racing car. Going side to side slightly there, Pinto, forcing Covenbach to have to go around the outside through the second kink, now through the third, still side by side. Absolutely glorious racing between these two GT cars. A little bit of a touch. Pinto has to take to the grass on the inside of the kink before Indianapolis, and Covenbach has allowed Pinto to keep that place. So that is Pinto and dark racing car now in the lead of GTs. Does Covenbach have an answer coming through Arnage corner? What does Covenbach in that very beautifully liveried Dacia 3-wide motorsports car do? Indeed, he can do nothing. Boyd Bryson is still there as the laps of traffic.
This is quite a duel in the dead of the night. They are going at it hard, and we're not even at half distance yet. Oh, just seen
Pinto blocking ever so slightly. Covenbach coming into the Porsche cars, but Boyd Bryson is still there. The blue light boxes have not yet come on for Bryson, the 51 car. Not the 51 car, the 53 car. The blue boxes have started to come on for Bryson. Surely he knows the two leaders are there. Indeed he does. He pulls off between Maison Blanche and the 4 chicanes. Covenbach is not letting go of the back of Pinto though. Covenbach breaks himself quite spectacularly for the 4 chicanes, and has allowed Pinto a little bit of space there. I do believe that the dark racing driver will now streak away with the lead of the GT class.
That was a cut track there that Covenbach picked up. His lap time by was invalidated, so his excursion has cost him one of his 3 strikes. I don't know how many he's used.
Yes.
Hang on. Is my live timing going funny? Or is Covenbach back in front?
Hang on, I'm just going through. No, Covenbach is back in front. My goodness, what happened?
What happened to Nuno Pinto? I feel like maybe he's had a slide at Dunlop.
Pinto,
because Covenbach was a second and a half back, and
Pinto
all of a sudden
Pinto got over the curbs on the Dunlop curve far too much. Got a little bit of oversteer in order to deal with it, he had to let off the brakes and cut the right hand over the Dunlop chicane, and that's allowed Kovenbach back through. So yes, but they are right nose to tail again, coming out of the first chicane, then the second straight of the Honodier.
In the meantime, we've got Nicholas Hillebrand in the Magenta Warriors racing LMP2 car in the pits.
Jolalmir Jalili has spun it in Indianapolis. He's just got into the Caspian Motorsports car. That's been a spin it in Indianapolis. He just completely outbrakes himself and goes just goes a little bit of a half spin at Indianapolis. As we have a look back at the battle for the lead, and Nuno Pinto has managed to get past Kovenbach on the run down to the second chicane. The draft from the Dark Racing Corvette was just superior to that of the 3-wide car. Nuno Pinto up the inside very nicely into the braking zone for the second chicane. Does Kovenbach have an answer? Has to try to have a look up the inside of Mulsanne corner. Nowhere there though. But Kovenbach has a very nice run out of Mulsanne corner. Pinto with a little bit of a twitch. Coming up on the run up to Indianapolis, will it be a similar story to the previous lap? Kovenbach looking for a way to get by Pinto again, looking towards inside and the outside. Pinto's just taking the racing line, which of course meanders across the track a little bit here. Oh, very, very close. Just forces Kovenbach onto the grass a little bit there through the third kink. Let's see what he can do. He can do nothing. Kovenbach stays in second. Nuno Pinto keeping in the lead of the GT class. Oh, Nuno Pinto's gone wide at Arnage, and that's allowed Kovenbach right back through again.
This is never going to end.
As soon as Pinto passed, he outbroke himself at Arnage corner. Oh, and
we've got P1s coming up. Here comes the GNS car, and Bailey is not too far behind him. This could play a part. Oh, the 22 car appears to be slow.
22 being Joe Champa.
Joe Champa, what's happened to Joe?
When was he slow?
Porsche curves.
Just
Bailey is overtaking him very... Yeah, I think he's had an off at the Porsche curves. Joe Champa in the GNS Endurance number 22 car. He's fallen foul of the barriers. I think he's had an off because Stephen Bailey... Stephen Bailey made... I think he has. I think he's lost the front end.
No, he's not. I'm watching the replay at the moment. I think he's critically low in fuel.
Ah.
Because round the entirety of the Porsche curves, he's not even using throttle, or he's only using maximum of half throttle.
Ah, okay.
To get it back to the pits from using the Porsche curves. So I think he's ran critically low in fuel.
That is fuel. He's got it into the pits, which is the main thing. Yeah, I was going to say, I saw on the track map Bailey make very short work of the Nissan, and I know the Audi has an advantage in the fast sweeping corners, but that all looked a bit too easy.
Apparently not that much of an advantage.
Collided with the GT car, so I'm not entirely sure what the cause is. Neil, you're thinking fuel. Some people are saying that he's hit a GT car, and he was right on the back of that lead battle in GT.
Indeed, the lead battle in GT was actually getting my R-Factor window back up. It's between Kovenbach and Pinto yet again. Angeloni in the number 7 car, which has got up into 7th place actually. A fantastic recovery drive there from the Wanaco team.
Well, while we're talking about the Wanaco car, I've just been informed that they pitted and lost 8 kilometers an hour. So I'm not really sure what's happened there. So Osvaldo Angeloni.
Generally, that's not what happens when you pit. But Nuno Pinto is trying to find a third way past Kovenbach in as many laps. It's been an absolute ping-pong battle between the two of them for the lead of GT. This time, Nuno Pinto is behind coming into Mulsanne corner.
I have confirmation that Joe did in fact hit a GT car in the Porsche curves. So that is unfortunate. I'm wondering who he ran into, because I don't think it was Pinto or Colvenbach. I'm just trying to
It wasn't, no.
see who is near them on track right now.
Pinto trying to go around the outside on the kinks up to Indianapolis. Surely this cannot work for the dark racing driver. Indeed it isn't. He falls back into line. Colvenbach still in the lead of the GT class coming into Indianapolis. And indeed Colvenbach, I thought he might have outbroken himself coming into Indianapolis, but no, coming through Arnage corner, Colvenbach maintains the lead.
I think it might have been the Flatline GT car that Joe has run into. Apparently, he hit one at Indianapolis.
Indianapolis, not Porsche curves.
So he's lost the front end at Indianapolis, and as he's come up to the Porsche curves without the front end, he's just had to take it so carefully, which would explain why he was off throttle a lot.
But
I have to assume that it was the 53 car.
53 car being the flatline racing car.
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on that.
This dark racing car seems to be absolutely awesome through the curves, especially through the Dunlop curves. It's gaining heaps of time on Heiko Colvenbach in the 3 wide car, coming through the 4 chicanes. Again, closes up an absolute heap of time, a little bit squirrely coming out of the 4 chicanes. What can Nuno Pinto do on this lap? This is going to be lap 148 for the two of them.
Yeah, I've had it confirmed to me it was the Flatline GT car that had the incident with Joe at Indianapolis. Joe is back out on track though, so just fixed the front end, I assume, topped up with fuel and back racing. Hopefully they haven't lost too much top speed.
But Nuno Pinto trying to find a way past Colvenbach again. We know that Pinto is faster than Colvenbach. It's just that every time he gets past him, he just immediately loses the place again. So coming down Tetra Rouge yet again, down the first straight of the Honda, what can Pinto do?
Paul Schumann, the pits for Champion Racing. As is Alberto Pastarato.
Cavello, the current leader, managed to lap these two very, very easily halfway down the straight. Nuno Pinto just going slightly out wide, just making sure that Colvenbach knows he's there, as if he doesn't already know that he's there. Coming through the first chicane and accelerating out of it. Nuno Pinto no closer than he was before it. Pinto tries to move to the inside of Colvenbach, coming up to the second chicane. He's pulled up very nicely due to the slipstream, but there's not enough room for him to make a passing manoeuvre. But he's extremely close coming out of the second chicane. Let's see what he can do coming down into Mulsanne corner, through the first kink before Mulsanne corner, down the straight, coming to start climbing the hill of the hump. Nuno Pinto closing, pulls to the outside for Mulsanne corner. Could this be a daring move from the dark racing driver? Side by side in the braking zone, still side by side. Nuno Pinto falls back ever so slightly. He might be looking for the cutback and Colvenbach. Indeed he is. He gets a slightly better run coming out of the corner.
This is a fabulous battle.
Still accelerating. He's now moving towards the outside for Indianapolis. Is Nuno Pinto. They've got Matthias Grau, the lapped car, ahead of him. That's the number 75 PR Logitech car, but indeed side by side, and this is a P1 car trying to come up behind them. It's Ethan.
Yep.
Your teammate Pinto's managed to get around the outside of the kink for Indianapolis.
Brilliant.
A fantastic move there from the dark racing car.
What a move. As Mr. Patty has a nice close group of GTs that he can pass all at once before the Porsche curves. You'll like that. He's I've been keeping an eye on his progress. He's been they're very slowly catching the taco car, although we do know that they have a top speed issue. I need to keep a close eye on that, because I will eventually be getting into that car, probably sooner rather than later. I don't want to be up here when Ethan needs me to get in the car, because that would... I'm not ready. I need to prepare. So... But I will let you know when I need to shoot off. This battle has been going on for how many laps now? 4? 5?
Yes.
How many laps? Yes. It's been going on for laps.
Matthias Grau, very, very close. Not allowing Covenbach any room, actually. That's hindered Covenbach slightly into the first forward chicane, but the two of them still very close together. We've got to see what Nuno Pinto, can he actually manage to pull away this time without making a mistake, coming across the start-finish line to start lap 149 for these two GT cars.
Ethan Patty in the pits for number 2 car. I have a feeling that may be him coming on to start his final stint, so I will ask and I will find out what the situation there is.
Oh boo. Nuno Pinto is trying to hold off Covenbach now. Roles reversed for the Dark Racing driver and the 3-wide driver. Covenbach making an attempt coming down the first section of the Mulsanne Straight, but it appears that he's really not close enough. Just have to have a look. But this draft is so helpful in the straights, isn't it?
The draft for Covenbach is really making it very simple for him to stick to Pinto. It's what made the original move for Pinto so easy down the straight, just getting in the draft, breezing past. But now that the roles are reversed, Covenbach is fast enough to keep within the slipstream of the number, I forget what number Dark Racing is, the 84 car.
84.
Alright, cool.
Jason Holden Jones is looking to put a lap on both of these in the Flatline Racing P2 car, currently second in class.
Okay, Ethan's starting his second stint, so I've got a while yet. Nicky Jakovic into the pits from second place overall and in P1. And out. Again, I'm very good at this, just spotting when people come into the pits. And immediately leave us point out. Stephen Bailey is coming to the pits. Now, I know he's definitely just coming to the pits.
Covenbach with a massive run through Mulsanne corner. Moves to the inside, up the kinks. Is there just room? Pinto is giving him no room at all. There's about a car width of 3 inches on the right hand side before the grass. But Covenbach has managed to slot it in there. Coming up towards the inside. This means Covenbach will have the inside for Indianapolis. Pinto going for a crossover in a flat out corner. That is rather impressive, but Covenbach has managed to get that time back as he's got a yellow in the final sector. That's for Ryan. That's for Walker,
Ryan
the
Walker.
Racing car.
He's gone off at Indianapolis.
Oh, how's he not touched anything? That is a little bit of a miracle. Under braking for Indianapolis, he's just lost the rear end at the right-handed kink, and has somehow not touched the wall on the right-hand side. Incredible bit of luck there for Ryan Walker.
Indeed. We've seen plenty of accidents at the Indianapolis corner.
But Covenbach has
big ones as well.
Indeed, Covenbach has managed to get back ahead of Pinto.
This is never going to end. It's going to be like this for the next 13 hours.
Coming through the 4 chicanes to start yet another lap. This must be going for at least 7 or 8 laps, this battle. Kovenbach has led lap 149 in this GT class. Who will lead lap 150? Kovenbach's actually managed to pull a little bit of a gap on Pinto just now, actually.
I've noticed that Wanaka have pitted. I presume that is to do a driver swap.
Kovenbach's off. Kovenbach has lost it at the Tetra Rouge. Yes.
Oh no!
Don't. It's fine. Oh my
Is
goodness.
it okay? did he die?
No, he didn't. He lost it at the Tetra Rouge. Yes. He got a little bit too wide and got on the back end of the curb on the left-hand side along the top of the hill. Oh my goodness, how there were several cars that really should have hit him. Van de Voude in the number 24 car really should have hit him. The same for Ryan Walker as well. Both of them really should have hit him, but only pure reaction saved Kovenbach from an absolutely ginormous accident.
Word, I'm just seeing it on the stream now. How did how did he not get T-boned?
De Witt has stopped in the runoff zone for the first chicane.
Right, get a camera on that.
I shall see what's happened to De Witt.
Yeah.
He's been sitting there. He sat there.
I will say, I noticed...
Coming down to the braking zone, he suddenly goes to half throttle, half brake. So I'm wondering if his wheel's been disconnected.
I do remember, I believe in actually the race earlier today, I'm not sure who it was, but a GT car had an issue where they stopped on the runoff coming off Tete Rouge.
Yes, it was, yes.
I believe that was a technical issue to reset his wheel.
Yeah, I think this looks like it may well be a wheel reset needed for Rudy De Witt in the number 52 Sim Racing for Holland car.
He is at least out of the way. I don't think he's safe, because people are known to outbrake themselves at that corner. And he is in the firing line if somebody does, so hopefully they're all paying attention to the yellow flags. As we have the 94 Velez car into the pits on a Schunfleet.
Number 94 being championship leaders coming into this race. However, they would currently lose the championship if it happened like this at the moment. If the race finished like this due to Nuno Pinto leading in the GT class. However, if it finished as it did just now, number 89 car, I know that wouldn't work because they'd be tied. That's a good point. So this is just me thinking aloud from my notes again, sorry. So in order to win the championship, the 94 car needs to finish second in class. It needs to pass Kovenbach. Because you've got to remember the 175 car, currently fourth in class, is not eligible for points, and surely if push came to shove, the 89 and the 94 would switch places.
We're a long way away from that. We'll have to wait and see. Alexander van der Woede is into the pits. Number 24 car. Is Reese Gardner in the lobby? Neil? I have a feeling it's probably about time for them to make a swap. Nuno Pinto into the pits as well from the lead of GT.
Mr. Gardner is really De Witt's gone back to the garage.
Oh dear.
It's just under DNF, it's not came under accident or anything. It's just a DNF, so we've got to see what happens.
We'll keep an eye on that for sure. As I say, Nuno Pinto into the pits from the lead. That promotes Gergely Barros back up into second overall in GT. Yes, Reese Gardner joins the race in the 24 Magenta Warriors.
Southpaw racer, he's a sim racer.
Very distinctive mustard coloured Nissan GTR LM.
Distinctive is certainly one word for it.
Yeah.
Not one that I personally use.
He'll be pumping the Eurobeat.
He'll be pumping the Eurobeat coming from miles away.
I've also spotted that, I did try and say this earlier, I got sidetracked because of Colvin back nearly dying. Edgar Ruiz in the number 7 Monaco car. He's now driving.
The
Taco Taco. I believe that's a scheduled driver swap to fix their top speed issue. I remember Nico Barclay mentioning earlier they were 8Ks down after a pit stop for some unknown reason.
Because our Factor 2...
Because our Factor 2. I hope that that's fixed now. But yeah, Edgar Ruiz, 7th in class, 7th overall. Now only 18 seconds ahead of Ethan Patty in the number 2 car. So, I know that Mr. Patty has not long come out the pits, so I will keep an eye on that.
Very, very interesting. You try to see the lead that Jakovic has got over Champa at the moment. Jakovic is just coming into the second chicane. Champa has just gone through Indianapolis. So Jakovic has a rather large gap over Champa in the 22 GNS GTR LM.
You have to remember, though, that Champa had that unscheduled stop, and he came to blows with the GT car at Indianapolis and lost the front end. So the gap is probably bigger than it otherwise should be, but still very impressive from Vires thus far. We believe that it will only be Jakovic and Taylor for the entire 24 hours.
Oh my.
Doing a good job so far, considering the unfortunate setback that befell them at the start of the race. Up into second, and matching pace with Cavella at the moment. Cavella's still leading LMP1.
I do believe as Holden Jones almost has an incident with Champa there. Holden Jones just coming through the final for chicane, the P2 driver. That is true. Carantha and Holden Jones, the leaders in P2, are actually on the same lap. Holden Jones has just crossed the start-finish line. Carantha just coming through Arnage. So a lot of time Carantha has in hand.
2.5 minutes.
2.5 minutes, yeah.
Ahead
2.5
of
minutes
Holden
in hand.
Jones.
But in order to win the championship, the Atlantic can finish second.
They won't be thinking about that. I know them. They'll be thinking about just trying to win the race. And so far, they've been doing a wonderful job.
Indeed, because it's actually the 31 car that is in second. They can also finish
still in
third.
contention, can't they? The 31 is still in contention, right?
31 is still in contention, yes, but they need to win.
Yeah.
Seawolf and Seawolf or Scuderia cannot be second.
Yeah.
And Atlantic needs to finish sixth.
I'm not going to say anything because I don't want to jinx it. But you know what I probably would say if I didn't want to say it. If I wanted to say it, you know what I'd say. I'm not going to say it because I don't want to jinx it. It can happen to anybody. But it'll be fine. They're doing. Everything's gone fine so far. I hope that continues. If you now have a crash, please don't kill me, April. I'm sorry.
No, sorry, you're dead.
I'm sorry.
Sozzles.
Not a commentator. There's no curse. It's fine.
You are a commentator.
No. Driver.
You are a commentator.
I'm a filthy downforce peasant. I don't do the words.
Commentator.
No. Right.
No.
Right, enough immaturity. Bram Balin in the number 66 SRVN
he's
car.
He's back in the SRVN car.
He's back in the SRVN car, and he is catching. That is the Atlantic Porsche.
The Atlantic Porsche with Buchan
by
at the
wheel.
I'm
not sure how to.
The wheel.
I am not sure how to pronounce that name.
Although it's Buchan now at the wheel.
Oh, Buchan, yes. Buchan. Well, he's Scottish. How do you pronounce that?
It's Buchan. Right. Oh my God! It's Rudy DeVette has taken the most unorthodox line into the pit lane that I think I've seen anyone ever take.
Wonderful.
coming up towards the pit lane. He completely misses the first chicane, goes straight across the gravel, misses the second chicane, goes straight across the tarmac, and eventually comes into the pits. One of the most unorthodox ways I've ever seen of someone entering the pits. But yeah, Buchan is now on his way to catching. Brambalen is now on his way to catching Buchan. He took 1 second out of him that previous lap, but Buchan did take 5.25 seconds out of Redshaw in the flatline car.
Nuno Pinto has hopped out of the dark racing car, handed over to Pedro Ramada. Fantastic stint from Pinto. Extremely entertaining as well. They've rejoined in 3rd in class.
Indeed they have. I believe there's supposed to be a driver change to the 46 car. Gillian Hansen's now in that car.
Yep. I believe it was Frederick Schroeder previously in the 46 car.
It was Schroeder, yep. Yep.
Yes.
So indeed, Martin Buchan is just seeing Brad Balin get bigger and bigger in that rearview mirror. The 54 car has only had 27 points this season, so they would have been hoping for a far better season than that Atlantic Porsche. Of course, the other Atlantic car, the Corvette C7R with the Fortan twins, have done far better. They were currently 7th. They were 7th in the championship domain here. The last place outside of the championship battles. We've got a yellow middle sector. Marcel Offermans has spun it. Mr. R Factor 2 has spun it, coming through Tetra Rouge. Just loses the rear end and turning for Tetra Rouge and kisses the barrier on the right hand side and the inside of the corner ever so lightly, but Mr. R Factor 2 with a small instant there. But
cheeky smooch for the barrier.
It is so easy to lose that car through Tetra Rouge. I tried it myself. Just doing some banter laps in the P2 before the VLMS race.
Yeah,
and then just getting on those curbs on the outside of Tetra Rouge was almost instantly sent the car around if you just hit them wrong.
Chris Pickford is in the pits, the number 50 undercover car. I'm wondering if that's scheduled, because we know from earlier he had quite a long stop. I'm hoping that is just scheduled. The undercover guys do not need any more setbacks, of course. I do believe they are still in the championship. Yep, that's a scheduled stop. Anthony Jans is getting in the number 50 car. Right.
Jans in the 50
Watch
car.
the timing screen. Now, Mr. Jans, extremely talented, extremely quick, especially in this car. Originally, at the start of the season, driving for Team Spirit Racing in LMP1. Various reasons forced their team to withdraw, but he's back now driving for Undercover in the second half of Season 9, and he has been just absolutely unstoppable.
He actually did the fastest lap before penalties.
He did,
in P2, he was fastest in Q2. And he had some penalties added because, of course, for every track limits violation, you had 1 second added to your time.
Yep.
So that's what happened. That's why they did not start on pole. Pedro Ramada's got into that dark racing car. Did we say that?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe Arne Schoenfeld has just gotten past the BMW of
the Caspian car.
The Caspian Motorsport.
Indeed he has. I'll go and see where that was. I imagine because of where they are just now, it would have been on the run into Indianapolis.
Yep.
In fact, no. It was the run through between Arnage and the Porsche curves. Schoenfleet just got a far better exit and accelerated out.
Beelen is all over Buchan now. Gap's down to under half a second. We get some Ferrari on Porsche action. VEC Room 1 is very much Corvette dominated in terms of manufacturer, but here we have Ferrari and a Porsche going at it.
A Ferrari and a Porsche going at it, indeed. It just shows these two marks are absolutely so unbelievably close, aren't they?
Yep. Can they top the excitement of Pinto versus Kolvenbach? And will it last as long? Who knows? As a prototype, I'm just seeing the GNS car making his way through.
But Bram Beelen is bearing down on Buchan now, coming down to Mulsanne corner.
Mulsanne.
Oh! Accidental dive bomb. That's it.
Oh,
Beelen's
best
through.
kind of dive bomb.
I think
Didn't he do that earlier on in the race?
he did. He did.
He's good at that. Accidental dive bomb. Maybe they're not so. Maybe it's not such an accidental dive bomb. Well, there you go. Bram Beelen. Cheeky move, but that puts them up into 7th in class.
7th in class, indeed.
I don't think it's over. I don't think Martin's going to take that line down. There he is.
Yeah, pures that Beelen and that Ferrari F458, the bright orange Benelux no, that's just the Dutch entry. It's the rear endurance Benelux entry. But that Ferrari F458 does appear to have the speed at this moment in time over Buchan in the Porsche.
Very easy to mix up the SRVN and rare endurance Ferraris because they're both Ferraris, they're both orange, they're both Dutch teams. Incredibly confusing at times, at first glance at least. The liveries are quite similar. Edgar Ruiz is in the pits for Monaco, which promotes Ethan Patty up into P7.
Very nice Ethan Patty, of course, in your number 2 car. Definitely not had the best luck.
Nope. Ruiz about 10 seconds behind now, so that would have been fuel only for the Monaco car.
Monaco super happy taco time has indeed.
Taco.
There we go.
It's all quite spread apart at the moment, apart from the brief battles in GT. Although they have been electric.
Just having a look, Ruiz Patty, you said, is a very close close battle at the moment.
Fairly close.
Schoenfleet and Mir Jalili.
I think Schoenfleet has passed and run away quite quickly from Mir Jalali.
Buchan, Beelen managed to pass Buchan with ease, but the Porsche is still staying there, not letting go as they come down towards the first chicane.
We're seeing a similar situation to the Pinto-Kolvenbach battle. When Kolvenbach got in the slipstream of Pinto, he was just able to stay with him, and I feel like Buchan is it's working out the same. He's just got in the slipstream of the Ferrari and is sticking to him like glue. Buchan. Right, gotcha.
Not Buchan. Buchan.
Buchan. No.
Buchan.
I'm sorry, have I offended you?
you always offend me.
Wow. Yeah, Buchan. I got it. Yeah, keep an eye on that battle. Closest on track at the moment. Diego Carranza, the leading LMP2 car, Atlantic Motorsport, in the pits. Is there anybody waiting to get in that car, Neil?
For the Carantha car.
If anybody, I think it will be Tonga.
Yep, Tonga's here.
Alrighty, that'll be a driver change for Atlantic. Tonga Guardia, ready to get in. Monster stint from Diego. They lead by, well, about 2 minutes at the current moment in time. From Jason Holden-Jones in the Flatline Racing LMP2. They've been doing well. They've had a solid run so far at Flatline. They've been near the sharp end all race.
Always been near the sharp end, indeed, that Flatline car. Up in second place at the moment, a fantastic effort would be from them. 102 points at the moment. It would certainly launch them a couple of places up in the championship because they are just beating the 40 car quite convincingly. The same with the 38 car. It would vault them up into a couple of places in the championship. I do believe third place.
Buchanan's dropped back a bit from Balin now. Gap's about 1.5 seconds. So
Indeed, just perhaps
Balin might have broken the draft.
Just.
You okay now?
Oh my god! I just saw Pedro. I just saw Ruiz almost Alan McNishik coming down the S's with a Heiko Koffenbach.
Don't do that.
I almost saw him do the exact same thing.
Taco, please.
Oh my goodness! That was
new trousers, I think, for Edgar Ruiz. And Kolvenbach, for that matter.
That was so close. As Redshaw gets back Kolvenbach to get back one of his laps.
Kolvenbach has shown that he's extremely proficient at nearly getting absolutely destroyed by other cars. Yes! Oh dear me.
As the Vincenzo Capellas came into the pits in the 40 car.
They've been pulling away quietly. They're back. They're up into 8th in class. I think that's the last of the runners.
Now in the pit. So, coming in a lap after
Hillebrand also in the pits for Magenta Warriors. They're in 4th.
So they're coming a lap after the Atlantic car, isn't it? It's just one lap after.
Just one lap after. I believe that the Magenta Warriors LMP2 car was caught up in the start incident, so they've done
only
4
LMP2s weren't. Only 4 out of the 10 LMP2s were not caught up.
Yeah. I know that Capella
definitely Fanatec Drake was one of them. I think Atlantic was one of them as well. I just don't remember which other ones.
Capella got caught up with Max when he had his screen freeze. They've been silently getting on with it. Just they've got onto the back of the P2 field, a couple laps down from Anthony Jans, but they're still going. Julian Hansen for Seawolf Net Race Motorsport in the pits as well.
Hansen?
Yes.
Hansen. Indeed. But yes, it's good. They've got a fairly solid race going on. Have the Seawolf car?
They have. Hey Neil.
What?
Well, it's getting near the 11 hours complete mark. We are almost halfway. Still 13 hours to go. That's I mean, 13 more hours of racing, yay, but also oh wow. That's almost depressing. No, we love it. But it is time for the R-Factor 2 hourly update, Neil.
Indeed, having a look through the classes yet again. In the lead of the race is Aleski Kavala in the number 21 Velis Simsport Audi R18 Audi bias. In second is Nicky Jakovic in the Team Virus number 4 Porsche 919 hashtag Porsche is underpowered. And in third is Dure Champion number 22 GNS Endurance car hashtag Nissan OP. In fourth is Stephen Bailey in the number 3 Doug Henson Racing car hashtag GNS Bias.
GNS Bias.
DHR Bias.
Get it right.
And in fifth place is Alberto Passerato in Scuderia GT Italia number 5 Audi R18. In your P2 class, the current leader is Tonga Guardian, the Atlantic Motorsport car. In second is Mark Fuller in the Flatline Racing car. That's been a change from Jason Holland-Jones in that last pit stop. In second is Julian Hansen, the CEO of Net Race 46. In fourth is Nicola Hillebrand in the number 48 Magenta Warriors Racing Team. And in fifth is the 47 of MVD Racing Team with Augusta Arias at the wheel. In GTs, the current leader is Heiko Koffenbach in the 3-wide motorsport car, however that can change at literally any point. In second is Gargly Barras, the man who's too busy being in the shower, in the number 189 VLMS sport car.
Hashtag back alley Barros, as James Wilson would say.
Oh my goodness. I wasn't ready for that. In third place is Pedro Ramada in the 84 Dark Racing car. In fourth is Arne Schoenvliet in the number 94 VLMS Sport car. And in fifth is Jalal Jaleli in the 175 Caspian Motorsport car. I was not ready for the back alley Barros.
No. Enzo Fazzi has joined us in the YouTube chat saying he's fully drunk after DNFing. And he's cheering on the LMP1 and the GT guys. Hi Enzo, sorry that your race ended. Try not to get too drunk, okay? Please.
Enzo was in the 33.
The 33, the Velez car that exploded. Yes, it did boom boom.
And you could see through the fire and the flames of the engine that it really wasn't going to finish.
You did that on purpose to get a song reference in, didn't you?
Nope.
Is that a no that's a yes? Oh, don't say that, Enzo.
No, Enzo. No, Enzo.
She is a cyborg and she will come to Holland and kill you.
Oh, Holland. Enzo, of course, Holland. Enzo, that very famous
fake
name.
Italian.
Enzo
Hashtag fake Italian.
The very famous Dutch name.
Being informed, Garacino and Toll in GT, correct. 2 seconds is the gap. Rare Endurance versus RSA Protea Sim Sports. Ferrari versus Corvette.
27, there we go. Now this is war between the two of these. Yeah, this is war. Now this is war between these two cars. Been close for the whole race. I love the livery in the 170 car. Very, very nice livery. Watched it all season, the VLMS, and I think it's the best one in the GT grid. What's your favourite livery apart from DHR? Not allowed to pick that.
Oh, I can't pick the DHR livery. I don't know. I can pick one from each class. That might make it a bit easier. And I'm not allowed to pick the DHR livery because
you're still
bias.
not DHR.
I have to say the Velas Sim Sport car. It's wonderful. I do like that very much. LMP2. I have to give that. Screw it. I picked the Atlantic car because bias. Though I do quite like it. Nothing to do with the fact that I drove for them in VLMS. Nope.
Nope.
GT. Oh, tough. There are a lot of very, very pretty GT cars. I quite like the 3-wide car. Very distinct. Very pretty. The Caspian Motorsport BMW is quite something as well.
Apparently, with the 22s just came to pits, and Master Maestro, Mr. Broadbent,
Jimmy Broadbent.
Jimmy B.
Plisno Puncherino Jimmo.
Hashtag dreaming of memes.
Yep. The Eurobeat will be strong.
Drunk Eurobeat.
Yeah, Jimmy B
But
in
the
the car
Garacino.
for GNS.
Garacino got
Yes.
4.5 seconds out of toll that last lap.
Yikes! Gonna keep an eye
No,
on that.
just casual.
Yeah, you know, just it's not much. It's fine. Also, we have a guest, Neil, if you wouldn't mind. This should be good.
And joining us now,
what could possibly go wrong?
I will constantly have the kick button assigned to this.
Yes.
But joining us now,
Yes.
from the number 33 Velas car, is Enzo Fazzi.
Hi, Enzo.
Hello.
So tell us about how the race went for the 33 LMP2 car.
Well, it started off pretty bad already. Obviously, we crashed pretty early on. But then we were catching up. At some point, we were even in third or second. And then, well, you have the Thrustmaster F1 wheel, which has the shift pedals on a sort of swivel.
Yeah.
And Sam upshifted so hard that like the swivel bounced back and downshifted twice, and the engine went boom,
Wow.
boom. Yeah.
Wow.
That because
I
we were
must say-
just pushing to get back into the lead because
Yeah.
we sort of deserved it, to be honest. And then,
I must
yeah.
say that
Man.
that is rather impressive.
That is.
But that's racing. I mean, we wouldn't have won the championship anyway, even though I'd say we've been the strongest team throughout the season in MP2.
You have
But
had a lot of bad luck
Yeah.
this season.
Yeah. Well, 3 of these were like avoidable. Like this one was sort of avoidable by maybe getting the downshift protection thing set up in the player.json. And also I ran out of fuel at Malaysia, of course, which was just we could have prevented. And Indianapolis also we blew the engine because the car Jake accidentally hit neutral and then downshifted for the next braking zone, or upshifted for the next braking, upshifted because he was on the straight, which also blew the engine. But then like every race we've been leading by like quite a margin. Bob issues or disconnections and so on. But we're looking forward to next season.
As you just answered though, Garacino's managed to get past Toll, so that's up into 27th overall, and I do believe that's for 10th in class. So Garacino back into the top 10.
Yep. One of the VLMS graduates back in the top 10.
So
Also-
you say
Just
No,
touching
you go.
about the delivery bit we had earlier. I really like the new Fanatec Tri car in LMP2, the VLMS promotion.
Yeah, I do quite like that one as well, actually.
so. What?
I'm surprised you didn't. I'm surprised that you didn't go. Oh yeah, the Velas Sim Sport LMP2 car is just
I did already
gorgeous.
in chat, so
Ah, okay. Fair enough.
What? We were talking about this earlier because because of fun reasons. What's your favourite corner on the track, Enzo?
none of them. I find
None of
Le
them.
Mans one of the worst tracks on the calendar actually, but it's famous, so like I'll live
Wow.
through it.
Wow.
It's just doing nothing, and then you have like the other Porsche curves. The whole section is pretty fun. But then I'd rather have like the DSs at Suzuka, because they're more. You have to do, especially in the LMP2, like the Porsche curves here. It's just you brake for the first one, then it's flat out until the next right hand corner, and then it's flat out again. Then I'd prefer the SS at Suzuka because you have to do more as a driver.
I'm being
No,
told.
Suzuka's a
Sorry to
terrible
interrupt, but Ryan Walker has gone off at the second chicane on the
has.
Mulsanne. He's
I've had
behind
a
the wall. So I'm being
Interesting.
told.
I've had a look at that. I saw it, and he spent about 3.5 minutes or 3.5 minutes sat there. And on my
So
screen,
he's been there for a while.
Yeah, on my screen he's just sat there on the edge of the track, just half on the grass, half on the tarmac. Off the track, safe off the racing line, but he's just sat there.
Has he got damage, or is he just?
No, it was just a simple rear end under braking. Didn't touch anything.
I'm not seeing any numbers on his dashboard in car, so that signals to me that he's turned the car off. He's still there. I can still see him wiggling the wheel.
The engine is turned off. Yeah.
It's like the engine's just gone.
Died.
Can we get an outside view? Is there smoke or something?
I'm having a look outside and there's nothing.
Also, how's it gone to in-car? How's that happened?
I don't know.
I didn't think we had control over that. Ah, Jimmy's here. Hi, Jimmy.
Jimmy's here. Wonderful. He's back. But Ryan Walker in the 64 car has now entered Fields of Despair. There's nothing you can really do, and of course, especially if you're in the back of it, if you're behind that wall, you're now free to roam everything you want, and you really can go into the Fields of Despair.
Where I don't
you
see
mean the
where it is on
void
the
of
track.
despair?
Like, is he close to the pit lane?
No, he's at the second chicane on the Mulsanne.
Okay.
So I mean, if that's fuel, then that's a fairly serious error on Ryan Walker's part. He's nearly halfway around the lap.
Not only is he going to be in Fields of Despair, not only can he drive through Fields of Despair, he can possibly go through the Valley of the Damned as well.
Yeah. That's a shame, because they were running strongly within the top 10 with a satellite.
Yeah, they were. They're still in there. They're in 11th place in class at the moment, but indeed, it's not going well for them. Indeed, Marcel Offerman, indeed that's him gone. He's disappeared. He might be doing a forced disconnect.
Right.
Interesting. He will be doing a forced disconnect to try and make himself come back.
Is that Marcel Offerman's, you said?
No,
Walker.
No, Walker, yeah.
Okay.
I was just saying Offerman's is going to be the next car to pass him.
Right.
Mr. R Factor 2 himself.
He's been sat there for a long... He's still there.
Maybe...
Is he still there?
Diarrhea or something.
What?
Oh, there we go. Oh, his car's just gone.
There we go.
Oh, there's gone. Yeah, that's a
He'll be pulling the plug, I guess.
Yeah, pulling the plug.
It might well be that he has run out of fuel or run low on fuel. I don't know.
As I'm just shifting through camera angles, it will not come to a surprise to you that Nicky Jakovic is flashing his headlights at someone.
Surprise! I don't. Someone said, I think maybe it was Jimmy on the server even. Like he said, maybe if you leave your headlights on, it's more of a change than just a constant flashing of the headlights.
I remember this. When he was making some questionable overtaking attempts in practice.
It's been fine in a race.
It's okay.
From what I hear from
he has been
teammates.
driving pretty damn perfectly, honestly.
In fact, this 4 car is about to come up to lap the GNS, the one that instigated the first lap incident. Let's just say that.
Yes, and not only the car, the driver who instigated the first lap incident as well.
There we go.
Mr. Broadbent.
I have a message from Ben Russell. There's been a blown engine due to double downshift.
Oh no, not another one. So that's game over.
A blown engine due to double downshift for Ryan Walker. Here comes Jakovic though, coming up to Fortan, 72 car, coming through the Porsche car. How does he deal with the Corvette? Dives to the inside. Fortan has to do a little bit of a jink actually to let him through. It's now, who's that? It's now Marinari that he's had to get past in touch Squadron Corsa car, currently 37th. But, indeed, here he comes. He's bearing down on Broadbent. Broadbent actually managed to gain 4 seconds the previous lap on Jakovic. Most of that could have just been due to traffic though. Broadbent coming across the start-finish line now, then Jakovic now. And he's actually managed to lose 5 seconds on that lap to Broadbent.
I think Ethan Patty might have had an off at the 4 chicanes. It's gotten going. The 24 car Seems to have stopped at the pit exit. He's disconnected.
The disco for the Reese
Gardner.
Obviously, the Australian internet is owning up to its wonderful, wonderful reputation. It's owing up to its wonderful, wonderful
yeah, that's a shame.
Expectations.
He just wanted to get in and have a clean stint with no issue. Hopefully he'll be able to get back in. Yeah, he dropped from TeamSpeak, so that's a fully fledged internet issue for Reese Gardner.
Then Jakovic coming up on Anthony Jens now in that 50 undercover sim racing car. Currently 16th overall, 7th in class as a 50.
Should be higher up on pace, especially with Jans in the car.
Indeed, but I think it was badly hit by that first lap incident. It's literally just managed to get back up there, but Reese Gardner has a discode for the Magenta Warriors car, and its current track is the tackle.
Alexei Kavela for Velas Simsport, leading the race at the moment. Into the pits. Anybody waiting to get in that car? Neil?
Hang on, I'm just trying to see, there was a yellow flag in the middle sector about 10 seconds ago, so I'm just seeing if I can find who it was. Reese Gardner's managed to get back out. Anyway, I think the yellow flag might have actually been for a very slow Robin Toll.
Ah yes, Robin Toll's into the pits.
I think
yeah,
he just ran out of fuel
4:34
coming into
in lap. 4:34
yeah,
in lap is...
He's ran out of fuel towards the end of that lap.
Yeah. Pedro Gomez into the pits, Edgar Ruiz into the pits.
Gentlemen, I wish you guys a nice evening, morning, whatever you call it.
Yes, a nice yes.
We shall have a day.
I've ran out of beer and the bar closed at 3, so I have to go now.
Ah.
I have to go.
I'll see you tomorrow somewhere before the end of the race.
Thanks for joining us, Enzo. Bad luck.
Yeah.
Enjoy your beer.
Thank you.
You send me one.
See you.
Thank you.
Enzo
With
Fazzi for Velas Simsport.
Is now gone off to get more drunk.
Yep. And I don't blame him. Niki Jakovic into the pits.
I've just quickly looked back at the YouTube chat for the first time in a while, and apparently April Dillon's speaking about robot hamsters, and I've no idea why.
That's normal. I'd say that's normal.
Probably normal.
Robot hamster sex toys, apparently. Don't know if I can say that on air.
Well, you have.
I see a JPH in the chat as well.
Yeah, a JPH has just joined us as well.
Okay.
Reese Gardner has kept in 6th place for Magenta. Actually, he's not actually lost any positions to Ruiz.
Yep, managed to join in good time. We'll say Ethan Patty is quite close to Edgar Ruiz right now. Ruiz just come out of the pits, so I'll keep an eye on that. Ethan, I believe, on his 3rd stint on that set of tyres.
This is actually for position as well.
Yes, it is. I have an alert set up. Hodge is going to let me know when Ethan wants out, so I can run away and go and drive instead of talk about racing.
No, then I'll continuously just drag you into the commentary booth. It's fine.
No.
I can do it against your
consent. I do not consent.
I can do it against your consent.
No, you can't.
What? Well, in about 14 minutes, I do believe, we are going to move on to part 3 of our stream.
Yes. Yes, because we're nearly at the half distance. 12 hours 39 remaining.
Indeed, in about 12 minutes. 12 minutes? I wish it was 12 minutes. In about 12 hours and 25 to go, we're going to be swapping over to part 3 of our stream.
I have just been informed that Ethan's on his final stint, so I will have to leave shortly to go and get ready to get back in the number 2 car. I will say I've just been informed by Matteo Lakota that the gap between first, second, and third in GTE, it's about 3 seconds between all 3 cars. So you've got Barros about 3 seconds back from Kolvenbach, and then Ramada 3 seconds back from Barros. So something to keep an eye on. We remember that Sparks flew between Nuno Pinto and Kolvenbach. The Dark Racing and 3Y Motorsport Corvettes had about a 5-lap long battle before, I think it was Pinto had a... Was it Pinto that had a slide at Dunlop that ended that battle, or was it Kolvenbach running wide at Indianapolis? I forget.
Yes.
Okay. But yeah, something to keep an eye on. But I'm gonna take this opportunity to head back down to my team. Get clued up on what's going on. My planet needs me. No.
Planet
but
needs you.
yeah. Thanks for having me up here, Neil. It's been a pleasure. I might join you again at some point in the early hours of the morning, maybe at a more reasonable time.
Perhaps. Well,
I
think at about 6 a.m. we might have Craig Willard joining us.
Oh, excellent. I will point out that my replacement has arrived.
Indeed, your replacement has arrived. Well,
I will take
a
replacement. I will take this opportunity to bid you all farewell, and I hope you all get to the flag. Have a safe race from now on. See you, Neil. Try not to go insane.
I'll try not to.
Okay, and don't fall asleep.
It's fine. I've got all the energy drinks in the fridge. It's fine.
Perfect. Okay. Goodbye.
Right. And that is Mr. Parkin having left us. And we replace one person with another. We're now joined by Ryan Walker from the number 64 Satellite Racing car.
Hi guys.
So, tell us about, your race until your retirement.
Yeah, basically I was heading down to the second chicane on the Molzan Straight, I think it was. Downshifted for the corner as normal, and then for some reason when I went to turn into the corner it just suddenly downshifted again, even though I never touched my downshift paddle. And yeah, it spun me around and blew the engine. So yeah, I'm kind of... Well, I can't really swear on the broadcast, but you could probably tell how angry I am.
Indeed. But tell us about how your race was until that point, because you were having a fantastic run up and towards the top 10 for most of the race.
Yeah, well, I think we had some. I was at work at the time, but I got home and got told that we had some issues, a stop-go penalty, and had to pit to fix them. A little bit of damage, so we were back down in P12 or P13. But yeah, once I took over, I just basically decided to try and push as much as possible and try and get us back inside the top 10, which I managed to do. I think I was up in P9 or P10. I forgot to check. And yeah, having a good run. I was having a good stint, and then. Yeah, as I said, just heading up to the second chicane on the Molzan Straight, and yeah, downshifted, and then my wheel just randomly decided to downshift again for some reason. So yeah, it spun out, blew the engine, and yeah, tried to get going again, but no luck, and that's us out of the race. But yeah, it was a good run up until then, and yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
How have you found this season in VEC?
I've actually quite enjoyed it, to be honest. I mean, we haven't me and Satellite hasn't been that quick. We weren't really that quick in the first half of the season, and then since we've had Adam Baldwin and Eric Smeeder join us towards the end of the season, we've just found something in the setup, and we've managed to extract more pace out of the car. And yeah, hopefully we can hopefully use that going into next season, and try and be closer at the front more often.
So will you be back for next season? Will you be back for season 10?
That's the plan anyway, and me and Satellite we were talking about it in the early stages of the race this afternoon. We were talking about what class would we enter, but it's still up in the air. But yeah, definitely we'll be back next season, and yeah, hopefully I'll say that again. Hopefully more close to the front.
I would say it would be absolutely wonderful to see you back in Room 1 next season.
Yeah, that's the plan anyway. So yeah, we'll definitely be back.
Also, I must say just something about your livery. It's only one in the field, I think, has actually got the number on the roof of the car. I really like that touch as well.
Yeah, most of the credit has to go to TJ Hausawa. I apologise if I screwed your name up, dude. I should know his name by now, but yeah, most of the work is down to him, and yeah, he does a brilliant job in the skins. And yeah, if you haven't seen any of his skins, check him out on Facebook on his Facebook page, but I can't remember what it's called, which is bad of me.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Jimmy.
There we go.
So yeah,
right.
Yeah, check them out on Facebook. There you go. Plug done.
Excellent. Right. So, thank you very much, Ryan, for that. For that interview.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, and great job by Jimmy on the series as always. And yeah, we'll be back next season for sure.
So indeed, that being Ryan Walker from the number, sadly now retired, 64 Satellite Racing Ferrari F458 in the LMGT class. So it appears the night time has caused a lot of cars to suddenly be out of contention. James Johnson crashed during the night. Just having a look through. That Satellite Racing car has sadly retired through the night. The same, Robin Toll is in the pits though. Not exactly sure what's happened to that 76 Rare Endurance car. So the night has also claimed Martins as well. It's claimed the 71 Talking Door racing car. So still quite a few cars going out on track at the moment. There's 36 cars on track. Sorry, 34 cars on track at the moment. Still lots of racing to be had in the next 12.5 hours of the VEC 24 Hours of Le Mans. Going back to this GT battle actually between Kovenbach, Ramada and Barros, the 77, the 89 and the 84. Ramada managed to gain a second from the two in front of him the last lap, so Ramada gaining ever so slightly in that number 84 dark racing car. We've seen how fast Pedro Ramada was in the VLMS this season, of course leading his GT team to the championship in VLMS, and it looks like he's going to be doing the same for dark racing this season as well. This third place that they've got at the moment would be enough to secure them the championship. Just quickly going through in my head. No, this would cause... this finish at the moment would cause the 77... Oh no, there's a 22 gap between the two. Indeed, that would cause Ramada to win the championship if it stayed like this, his team, the Dark Racing team. So lots of so Ramada can can stay in this position for a little bit. However, he does want to push because he wants to finish out this season with a win, as do all of these GT teams. just have to have a look, because these three are coming up to be a very nice battle actually between these three. All three on the podium for the GTE seem to be covered almost underneath the blanket, so should be very fun. So in about 2 minutes time we are going to switch over to part 3 of our stream, streaming this into 4 parts, so it's easier for YouTube to comprehend because it can only do maximum 11-hour 55-minute streams or something stupid like that. So we're splitting the 24 hours into 4 parts. Part 3 just starting in a couple of minutes time, so be sure to not go away. As I'm saying that, Barros has actually closed quite a bit on Kalvenbach this last lap, and Ramada is catching up the two of them. This would be a fantastic battle to start part 3 off with. As I just say that, Ramada comes into the pits, so perhaps the pit stop sequence starting for these 3 GT leaders, but still extremely close between Barros and Kalvenbach. So join us using the link in the chat just posted for part 3 of the VEC, hours 13 to 18.